on the Gaia continent, a strange phenomenon has been occurring for several years. Monsters have been disappearing. At first, many believe they are being exterminated, but further investigation reveals otherwise. The vanished monsters are not being destroyed, they are moving to another dimension. This interdimensional travel, long sought after by mages, fascinates an old man who studies a mana book while conjuring a crackling magic circle. Although he does not understand why this is happening to monsters, he no longer concerns himself with the reason since it benefits his research. A massive magical circle forms beneath his feet, with him standing at its center. As he assesses his work, he confirms that the coordinates are set and the mana connection is perfect. Raising both arms toward the ceiling, he completes the spell, and a dimensional rift materializes above him. Utilizing this dungeon, the Great Labyrinth, proves to be a great advantage. With the vast mana reserves of this place, crossing dimensions should pose no difficulty for him. His body lifts from the ground, levitating toward the dimensional rift. Just as he prepares to transition, a sudden light descends from the sky. As he passes through, the air shifts, and the temperature changes around him. He senses that the interdimensional travel must have succeeded. However, as he scans his surroundings, he realizes something feels off. Meanwhile, a young man stands before a massive dimensional rift, staring in confusion as he tries to grasp the situation. Nearby, a group of women chat about their brother, praising his skills and cool demeanor. Observing them, the young man contemplates how admirable it is to have a passion for something and pursue it with dedication. He is Kong Jinhyuk, a D-rank hunter. The thought lingers in his mind, whether such a luxury is even possible for him anymore. His colleague, sensing his distraction, calls out, reminding him that they are far from finished with their task. Later, the two are seated in their truck, taking a brief respite. Jinhyuk's partner acknowledges his efforts, suggesting they rest before continuing. He then comments on the cold weather, asking if Jinhyuk is unaffected. Jinhyuk dismisses the concern, reminding him that hunters are naturally adept at enduring extreme temperatures. Jinhyuk's partner looks surprised, questioning whether that endurance applies to D-rank hunters as well. Jinhyuk insists that it does, at least for him, and adds that it helps him save on heating costs. His partner can't help but express envy before asking why a hunter like Jinhyuk is working part-time jobs. Jinhyuk simply states the obvious, he has no money. His partner then laments the guilds monopolizing everything, to which Jinhyuk curses them, claiming they have been acting worse lately to the point that he can't stand it anymore. He brings up recent news of a serial killer who has been on the loose for about a month, specifically targeting hunters from large guilds. His partner reasons that the big shots must be venting their frustration elsewhere, simply because they can't eliminate a single killer. The entire situation makes it seem as though the guilds have lost their minds, and Jinhyuk agrees with the assessment. Their conversation is abruptly cut short by a loud scream. Both of them glance outside, trying to determine the source of the commotion. Jinhyuk, however, immediately recognizes the cries as pleas for help and rushes out of the truck, suspecting either a terrorist attack or a monster appearance. As he emerges, he sees a crowd of people running in his direction, pursued by monsters. A smirk forms on Jinhyuk's face at the sight. He sees this as an opportunity and quickly calls up his inventory, selecting a weapon. A moment later, a bat materializes in his hand. His partner, watching, offers to help, mentioning that he has been working out and feels confident in his strength. Jinhyuk, however, explains that monsters emit a special energy wave, making conventional attacks useless. Only hunters with granted stats can break through that barrier and land effective blows. He advises his partner to stay back and avoid unnecessary risk. Acknowledging the warning, his partner simply tells Jinhyuk to be careful. With a determined look, Jinhyuk steps forward, knowing he needs to finish the hunt before the guild hunters arrive. Moving at high speed, he dashes toward the monsters, calculating that if he can take down just a few small ones, he won't have to worry about money for an entire year. But before he can even make his move, his hopes are shattered. A guild hunter suddenly appears beside him, grabs him without warning, and hurls him aside. Jinhyuk crashes onto the ground, stunned. He quickly realizes that the guild hunters have already arrived. The ones responsible for this area, Titan. The guild hunter looks down at Jinhyuk with disdain, warning him not to even think about taking a share and to just get lost. It turns out this man is none other than Titan's deputy guild master, Endoyan. Jinhyuk immediately fires back, claiming that the Titan guild is the one trying to steal a share. He was here first. But Endoyan scoffs, retorting that arriving first means nothing since this is Titan's territory. Frustrated, Jin-hyuk questions what kind of rule that is. And Doyen smirks and admits it has no legal basis, just as Jin-hyuk's claim doesn't. He then mocks Jin-hyuk's reliance on the first come, first served rule, asking if the association ever established such a thing. Jin-hyuk has had enough. Gritting his teeth, he dashes at Doyen, swinging his bat with all his strength. But Doyen effortlessly dodges and counters with a brutal slap to Jin-hyuk's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Looking down at him coldly, Doyen sneers, calling him trash. He warns that if Jin-hyuk meddles again, he will kill him for real next time. Lying on the ground, Jin-hyuk grips his bat tightly, fury boiling inside him. The difference in power is overwhelming. Doyen surpasses him in both strength and speed. The gap between a mere D-rank hunter and a member of a major guild feels insurmountable. If only he were stronger. But there's nothing he can do. Enraged by the tyranny of the major guilds, Jin-hyuk has no choice but to move on, heading to his next part-time job to make money, just another powerless D-rank hunter. After finishing his shift, he walks home, his mind heavy with frustration. A bitter thought crosses his mind. A twisted wish that the serial killer would take out some of the Titan Guild members. But stronger than his hatred is the crushing weight of his own weakness. His bruised cheek still stings, a painful reminder of his defeat. As he enters his room, a strange sound catches his attention. He stops, alert, wondering what it could be. Then his eyes widen in shock. A massive dimensional rift hovers in the middle of his room. Heart pounding, he cautiously steps closer, peering inside. His breath catches as he locks eyes with a goblin staring back at him. Fear surges through him, and he stumbles backward, instinctively reaching for a weapon. But then he notices something strange. The goblins inside the rift aren't reacting to him at all. They simply move around, unconcerned. Summoning his courage, Jin-hyuk inches closer. Slowly, he dips his hand into the rift and pulls it back out. There's no resistance, no strange reaction. Realization dawns on him, and a slow grin spreads across his face. A dungeon has appeared in his attic. Jin-hyuk cracks open a canned drink as he settles onto his sofa, his thoughts drifting to the dungeon that has only ever existed as a concept, until now. The real problem is its sudden appearance in his attic. He wonders whether he should report it to the association or simply leave it alone. Dungeons have always been a topic of speculation, but until this moment, no one has actually discovered one. He considers the consequences of reporting it. The association would undoubtedly evict him under the pretext of an on-site investigation. Rather than handing over a gold mine, he decides to claim it for himself. A lingering concern remains. What if the monsters inside can escape? Determined to find out, he prepares to investigate. Standing in front of the dungeon gate, bat in hand, he assesses his capabilities. At best, he can handle 2 or 3 goblins, but if more appear, his life could be at risk. Even so, he steels himself and steps inside. The moment he enters, a system interface materializes, confirming his location, 1st floor, Goblin Maze. What was once speculation is now undeniable. This is a real dungeon. Before he can fully process the situation, a goblin rushes at him from the side. Instinctively, Jin-hyuk jumps back through the gate. The goblin halts, stunned, scanning its surroundings in confusion, unable to see beyond the entrance. Realization dawns. These monsters cannot perceive or cross through the gate. With his fear now gone, he boldly leaps back into the dungeon, bat swinging. The goblin is sent crashing to the ground, and in the next instant, Jin-hyuk is already on top of it, driving the bat down. The goblin trembles, its eyes filled with terror. Jin-hyuk notes its expression but delivers the finishing blow without hesitation. This is his first time hunting alone as a hunter, without needing to share experience points with anyone else. His level, stagnant for the past 3 years, finally rises. All it took was a single goblin. The realization hits, just how oppressive the big guild's control over hunting grounds truly is. Jin-hyuk takes a closer look at the goblin, recalling that goblin corpses used to fetch a high price, at least 3 million won. He wonders how much he could get for the one he just killed. The next day, at the Hunter Exchange, rows of office workers are stationed at their desks, each attending to different hunters. Jin-hyuk stands before an official, who asks what he wants to sell. Producing the goblin corpse, he watches as the official inspects it closely before commenting that Jin-hyuk doesn't seem to have much hunting experience. Jin-hyuk, curious, asks how he can tell. The official lifts the goblin and explains that the way Jin-hyuk killed it significantly lowers its market value. Advising him to aim for vital points next time, The official states that, with a corpse in this condition, he can't offer more than 3.2 million won. Jin-hyuk accepts the price, but the official then requests the location where the monster was hunted, as verification is required before payment can be processed. Jin-hyuk hesitates, wondering if he really needs to disclose the hunting location. The official confirms that it's the law, there's no way around it, even if it's an inconvenience. Weighing his options, Jin-hyuk considers claiming that the goblin was a stray from the Titan Guild's territory. However, his hesitation doesn't go unnoticed, and the official warns that he won't get a better price anywhere else. At that moment, 3 members of the Black Dragon Guild enter the building. One of them points directly at Jin-hyuk, asking if he's the one. The official sighs, remarking that they've finally come looking for him. The guild members stop in front of Jin-hyuk, and the one in the middle asks if he's the person they're searching for. Jin-hyuk stiffens, confused about what they mean. Suddenly, one of them grabs him by the collar, demanding to know if he was the one who stole a monster from their hunting ground. Before Jin-hyuk can respond, the official intervenes, stating that they've got the wrong person. He then gestures toward a blonde guy in the corner, who is chatting away without a care. The guild hunters immediately turn their attention to the blonde, marching over and landing a punch straight to his face. His partner shouts at them, demanding to know what they're doing. One of the guild members coldly responds, accusing the blonde of illegally hunting in their guild's territory. If he has no intention of compensating for it, then he'd best stay out of their way. The blonde is stomped into the ground, barely able to endure the assault. Groaning, he finally pleads for them to stop. One of the guild hunters crouches down, questioning why he was sneaking around their territory, asking if he was planning to kill them. Struggling to lift his head, the blonde weakly asks what they're even talking about. The guild hunter seizes him by the hair, accusing him of being the psycho killer that has been running amok recently. Declaring that he needs to come with them for some questioning, the guild hunters prepare to drag him away. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk watches the scene unfold in silence. Seeing the brutality of the guild hunters, he realizes that if he ever wants to stand against people like them, he needs to get stronger. His resolve hardens, he will use the dungeon to grow stronger. As soon as Jin-hyuk arrives home, he decides to enter the dungeon to get stronger but makes some preparations first. A small stone floats in front of him as he contemplates whether to take it along. It is a return stone, worth 1 million won, with the ability to bring him back to a designated location instantly, regardless of time or place. To use it, he needs to place a large stone at his desired return point and carry the small return stone with him. Activating the small stone will transport him back to the large stone's location. His gaze shifts to another item he purchased, a search radar. The advertisement claimed it could track monsters anytime and anywhere, but after spending 400,000 won, he realizes its detection range is limited to only 50 meters, making it far less useful than expected. Even so, heading into a dungeon alone means every small advantage counts. As he tests it, the radar picks up movement at 1 o'clock, prompting him to prepare himself. Entering the dungeon, he swiftly eliminates the first goblin, increasing his level from 4 to 5. Without hesitation, he moves on to another, bringing his level up to 6. He continues fighting, taking down goblins one after another. The dungeon, named Goblin Labyrinth, lives up to its reputation, filled entirely with goblins. The repetition becomes apparent, but at his current strength, it serves as an ideal hunting ground. After a relentless series of battles, he takes a short break, surrounded by the fallen goblins. Checking his stats, he notes that while his level has increased, his overall stats remain unimpressive. Despite that, the steady progress reassures him. Gathering the corpses, he stores them in his inventory, which fills up with 19 goblins, leaving only space for one more due to its limited capacity. With room for only one more, he decides to aim for a larger, more valuable target. Activating the search radar again, he detects a single target approaching. The timing seems perfect, and he positions himself for an ambush, knowing that striking first will make the fight easier. As the target steps into range, he swings his bat with full force, knocking off what appears to be a helmet. Realization sets in immediately as he notices the figure is not a monster. Confusion washes over him as he takes a closer look. The person, now helmetless, reacts with anger, speaking in a foreign language. Their frustration is evident, and Jin-hyuk, understanding the situation, quickly bows an apology, explaining his mistake. Though he did not anticipate encountering another person here, he now finds himself in an unexpected situation, unsure of what will happen next. As the tension lingers, the person rummages through his bag and tosses something toward Jin-hyuk. Catching it, Jin-hyuk realizes it is a necklace. The person gestures for him to put it on. As soon as he does, the angry ranting becomes clear, and he understands the words coming from the stranger, who demands to know if he can finally understand him. Jin-hyuk quickly apologizes, seeing how infuriated the person is. The stranger, now revealed to be a dwarf, expresses disbelief, claiming that in his 132 years of life, he has never encountered someone like Jin-hyuk. The mention of a dwarf catches Jin-hyuk off guard. In novels, they are well known as master blacksmiths, and the appearance of this one is exactly as he had imagined. His attention shifts to the items the dwarf had dropped, and a system notification informs him that he has picked up a rare item, a dagger. Before he can process this, the dwarf pulls out a hammer, signaling for Jin-hyuk to hand over his items. Observing the dwarf's high-quality gear, Jin-hyuk assumes that regardless of race, he must be a high-level individual. Deciding to avoid unnecessary trouble, he chooses to comply and move along. The dwarf then brings out a bag, instructing Jin-hyuk to pack the items neatly. While doing so, Jin-hyuk notices the dwarf inspecting his bat closely. The dwarf asks about its origin, claiming that it is orichalcum. To Jin-hyuk, it is nothing more than a common aluminum bat, his only weapon. Yet, the dwarf insists that no amount of money could buy it, calling it a legendary metal. He then invites Jin-hyuk to his workshop, offering to test the bat's properties. Initially reluctant, Jin-hyuk changes his mind when the dwarf offers to trade rare items he crafted. Despite his curiosity, Jin-hyuk finds it strange that the dwarf is living alone in a dungeon with a fully equipped workshop. He starts to wonder whether his bat is truly just aluminum and whether he should consider finding a different weapon. Soon, the dwarf emerges from his workshop, holding Jin-hyuk's bat, now glowing a bright red. Tossing it back, the dwarf claims that compared to this weapon, everything else is junk. Jin-hyuk inspects the bat, surprised by the transformation. The dwarf explains that this is the nature of orichalcum. In its normal state, it is a soft and weak metal, but as enchantments are applied, it turns redder and grows stronger. Understanding dawns on Jin-hyuk as he realizes that the bat had been enchanted all along. Jin-hyuk swings his newly upgraded and enchanted bat, testing its weight and power. The difference is clear. The weapon no longer feels like the ordinary bat he once wielded. It now holds a rare, almost mythical quality. Enchanted weapons of this kind only drop from high-level monsters of grade A or above, making them incredibly valuable. The realization that such an item could be artificially created amazes him, leaving him to wonder what is truly going on with both the dwarf and the dungeon itself. Still, he knows that luck is finally on his side. Checking the bat's stats, he sees that it has reached legendary grade. Its durability has risen to an S grade, making it one of the most durable weapons he has ever seen. If he could sell it, he would make an unimaginable fortune. However, that is not an option. The bat is bound to him, making it impossible to trade or sell. Earlier, he had asked the dwarf about this strange feature. The fact that the bat automatically returns to him must mean it is soul-bound. The dwarf simply told him to consider it a reward for providing such a unique experience. No one else in the world would ever be able to use it. Realizing that he can't profit by selling the weapon, Jin-hyuk thinks of other ways to make money. One idea comes to mind: selling the goblin corpses he has collected. Normally, the Hunters Association would be an easy option, but they would never accept materials obtained through unofficial means. That leaves only one alternative: the black market. The hunter industry has its own underground economy, a place where rules are looser and questions are never asked. The black market regularly deals in monster corpses, making it the perfect place to offload his loot. He knows how to reach them. Black market traders often hand out business cards to low-level hunters like him, knowing that desperate people will eventually come looking for them. Following the location given on the card, Jin-hyuk finds himself in an abandoned building. The place looks as shady as expected. The atmosphere is heavy with secrecy, and the silence makes it feel even more unwelcoming. From an upper floor, a man calls out to him, identifying himself as Deputy Manager Cho Hyun-gil. He instructs Jin-hyuk to come up, saying that the boss is waiting. Inside, Jin-hyuk meets Lee Junshul, a man who presents himself as a lone agent but is, in reality, a loan shark deeply involved in the black market trade. Among his many dealings, he also buys and sells monster corpses. Lee Junshul wastes no time in getting to business. He asks to inspect the goblin corpses. Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk presents the entire collection, all 20 goblins he had gathered. The reaction is immediate. Cho Hyun-gil looks stunned. Even Lee Junchul, a man used to dealing with hunters and their spoils, is visibly surprised. The sheer number of corpses is one thing, but what catches his attention even more is their condition. For someone like Jin Hyuk, a clear novice in their eyes, it should have been impossible to take down so many goblins alone. Not only that, but the bodies are in much better condition than expected. Junchul starts the negotiation by asking Jin Hyuk how much he expects for the goblin corpses. Jin Hyuk proposes a price of 5 million won per goblin, including the magic stones. However, Junchul points out that the goblin heads are badly damaged and lowers his offer to 3 million won per goblin. Hyun-gil, who is part of the discussion, casually remarks that goblin heads are useless, not even good for decoration. This comment frustrates Junchul, as it seems to be ruining his bargaining position, giving him a headache. Junchul quickly regains his composure and increases his offer to 3.5 million won per goblin. However, Jin Hyuk refuses, insisting that he wants 4.5 million and will not sell for anything less. Junchul hesitates at the demand, unsure whether to accept. Jin Hyuk then adds that if Junchul does not like the price, he can simply find another buyer. Before the negotiation can continue, Junchul's subordinates suddenly rush in from the lower floor, appearing panicked. They warn that they are in serious danger and need to escape immediately because a monster is present. The news startles everyone. Jin Hyuk, having heard that monster corpses sometimes attract other monsters, finds the timing extremely unfortunate. He quickly asks what kind of monsters they are facing. The subordinates reveal that there are 2 orcs, which immediately alarms Jin Hyuk. He knows that fighting orcs is far beyond his current abilities, and he realizes that he needs to escape right away. Acting quickly, Jin Hyuk stores the goblin corpses back into his inventory and prepares to flee. However, before he can leave, an orc appears in front of them. Junchul turns to Jin Hyuk, reminding him that, as a hunter, he should be able to do something about the situation. Before Jin Hyuk can react, the orc suddenly charges at him with incredible speed. It swings its massive battle axe at him, and Jin Hyuk realizes that he is too close to dodge the attack. In that moment, he wonders if this is how he is going to die, helpless and pathetic. Just as the orc's attack is about to land, Jin Hyuk's bat suddenly appears on its own and blocks the strike, stopping the orc in its tracks. Junchul, shocked by what he just witnessed, turns to Hyun-gil for an explanation. However, Hyun-gil is just as confused as everyone else. Jin Hyuk himself is equally surprised. He did not summon his weapon, yet it appeared on its own and protected him. He wonders if this is the result of some kind of automatic defense ability, possibly due to the weapon's presence detection effects. If that is the case, he begins to think that he might actually have a chance in this fight. The orc recovers and charges again. This time, Jin Hyuk firmly grips his bat and swings it with full force, striking the orc's knee first. Seeing that the attack is effective, he immediately follows up with a strong blow to the orc's head. He notices that the orc is taking significant damage, boosting his confidence. He continues his assault until the orc finally collapses to the ground. Standing over the fallen orc, Jin Hyuk processes what just happened. He cannot believe that he actually defeated an orc. Checking his status, he realizes that he has just leveled up from 24 to 36, an astonishing increase of 12 levels. It dawns on him that his bat is far more powerful than he had ever imagined. Just as he starts to relax, Junchul urgently calls out to him. Before he can react, Jin Hyuk senses another orc behind him. The second orc has already launched an attack, but Jin Hyuk barely manages to dodge. Wasting no time, he counterattacks, landing a solid strike that forces the orc to its knees. Seeing his chance, he delivers a final, crushing blow to the orc's head, finishing it off instantly. Once again, his level skyrockets, this time from 36 to 48. Jin Hyuk stands there, overwhelmed by what just happened. He cannot believe that he has just taken down 2 orcs on his own. He had no idea that enchanted weapons could be this overpowered. Meanwhile, Hyun-gil turns to Junchul, asking what they should do now. However, Junchul, still stunned by the turn of events, tells him to stay quiet for a moment. Jin Hyuk, now brimming with confidence, glances at them. He reminds them that the 2 orcs he just killed should also be included in the deal and suggests that they restart the negotiation. Jin Hyuk is at home, still in disbelief over the unexpected turn of events. He never imagined that Junchul and his group would offer him 15% more than the standard market price. As he stares at his account balance, which now shows 240,618,000 won, he finds himself questioning whether this is reality or just a dream. Reflecting on the situation, he considers that saving Junchil from the orc might have influenced their decision to continue doing business with him. Junchil must have realized that Jinhyuk is not just some low-level scavenger selling stolen monster corpses but an actual hunter skilled enough to take down orcs on his own. With this newfound success, Jinhyuk decides to shift his focus entirely to hunting. However, he quickly acknowledges a major problem. His current equipment is not strong enough to deal with higher-grade monsters. He needs better gear, but acquiring it through normal means would be costly. Instead, he comes up with a plan that could get him some valuable items for free. His idea leads him to visit a dwarf craftsman, bringing along a crate of canned and bottled beer. Upon seeing the canned beer, the dwarf is immediately surprised, mistaking the can's material for orichalcum. Jinhyuk explains that it's just a container and that the real treasure is the alcohol inside. Curious, the dwarf questions whether people actually make cans out of orichalcum and sarcastically asks if the beer inside is holy water. Jinhyuk reassures him that it's just regular beer and encourages him to take a sip. However, the dwarf immediately spits it out, complaining that it tastes awful, comparing it to piss. Not discouraged, Jinhyuk picks up a bottle of soju, thinking that perhaps something stronger would suit the dwarf's taste better. He explains that this drink is different, hoping that the dwarf will give it another try. The dwarf reluctantly agrees and takes a sip. This time, he acknowledges that it is indeed alcohol, but he still finds the taste lacking. He remarks that it feels like it's missing something and could be improved. Curious about what the dwarf means, Jinhyuk asks for clarification. The dwarf then reveals that to enhance the drink properly, he needs a special mineral, mithril. Before he realizes it, Jinhyuk finds himself reluctantly accepting the task. He originally planned to get free gear through a simple trade, but now he is stuck with a request to mine mithril. Though he knows mithril is a mineral, he has no idea how it connects to making soju taste better. Despite his confusion, Jinhyuk follows through and ventures into a dungeon. After descending a set of stairs, he arrives in a new area, grumbling about how this task has turned into an unexpected hassle. As he steps forward, a system notification appears in his interface, informing him that he has reached the second level of the dungeon, labeled the Labyrinth of Dogs and Shelter. Another message prompts him to record this location as a warp point. Jinhyuk, not fully understanding what this means, selects yes anyway. Immediately, a new notification confirms that the second level has been successfully recorded as a warp point. A gate materializes in front of him, granting him the ability to travel freely between the first and second levels. Now grasping the function of the warp system, he continues his journey deeper into the labyrinth. He encounters a dog monster and swiftly takes it down with a single bow attack, leveling up from 48 to 49. As he assesses the battle, he realizes that these creatures are far weaker than orcs. Soon, a large number of dog monsters charge toward him, but he dismisses them as nothing more than free experience points. He systematically eliminates them one after another, eventually wiping out the entire horde. His efforts push his level from 49 to 74, and he acknowledges that leveling up is progressing smoothly. Considering the value of the cobalt corpses, he estimates that he has already earned around 200 million won. Excitement builds as he imagines how much wealth he has accumulated. However, the thought of the dwarf waiting for him snaps him back to reality. Remembering his task of mining mithril, he realizes he nearly forgot in all the excitement and immediately rushes off. Upon entering the labyrinth, he encounters multiple flaming skeletons. Observing them, he notes that the second level truly lives up to its name, the Labyrinth of Dogs and Skeletons. However, he quickly realizes that unlike the kobolds, these skeletons hold no monetary value. Without hesitation, he dashes forward and swings his bat at one of the skeletons, severing its head. To his surprise, the headless creature continues to attack. Blocking with his bat, he quickly takes notice of their weakness. Breaking their core is the only way to defeat them. Striking at the core, he successfully destroys one, but another immediately lunges at him. He dodges swiftly and, recognizing the sheer number of enemies, strengthens his resolve. Determined, he continues to eliminate them one by one with overwhelming force, and after a relentless battle, he finally wipes them all out. As he reflects on the dwarf's request, he reasons that the alcohol was likely just an excuse. The dwarf simply didn't want to come here himself and sent him instead. At that moment, the system interface appears, announcing that Jinhyuk has reached level 100 and can now change his class. His class will be automatically determined based on his recent actions. Expecting a warrior class, He is startled when the system instead promotes him to the class of cleric due to his extensive battles against the undead. Jin-hyuk returns with the mithril that the dwarf requested. The dwarf, seeing him, seems genuinely surprised that Jin-hyuk made it back in one piece. He had half expected Jin-hyuk to perish in the labyrinth, yet here he stands, albeit exhausted. Jin-hyuk, feeling drained from the ordeal, expresses his exhaustion, but the dwarf dismisses his complaints, remarking that he doesn't look that tired. Without wasting time, the dwarf checks the bag and asks if this is all the mithril Jin-hyuk found. Jin-hyuk had anticipated this moment and, believing the mithril to be incredibly valuable, had secretly taken a little extra for himself. The dwarf then shifts the conversation to crafting gear and asks Jin-hyuk what kind of equipment he wants. Since Jin-hyuk already has a weapon, he considers the idea of getting some armor. He specifically requests something that isn't too noticeable. The dwarf acknowledges the request, stating that it's a simple task. Later, Jin-hyuk is in his room, lying in bed. An alarm wakes him up, and as he stretches and sits up, he notes that he slept for 6 hours and feels refreshed. The workshop had been hot and tiring, so he had come to rest, which turned out to be a good decision. Realizing that his armor should be finished by now, he prepares to head back. Meanwhile, the dwarf puts down his hammer, looking satisfied with his work. He notices Jin-hyuk approaching and asks where he had been, mentioning that there isn't much around except the labyrinth. Jin-hyuk casually replies that he had wandered around a bit. The dwarf then presents the completed armor, explaining that it has been designed to be worn underneath regular clothes, making it easy to conceal. He urges Jin-hyuk to try it on. Taking a closer look, Jin-hyuk observes that the armor doesn't appear much different from ordinary clothing. However, he decides to test it out. As he puts it on, the system interface displays its details. Mithril chain armor, a unique grade piece crafted with great care by a master dwarf. It is both lightweight and highly durable, offering impressive protection without restricting movement. Just as Jin-hyuk finishes equipping the armor, the dwarf suddenly swings his hammer and strikes him directly in the chest. The armor's effects immediately activate, reducing the physical damage by 50%. Though the force of the impact pushes Jin-hyuk back, he remains unscathed. The dwarf, satisfied with his demonstration, remarks that actions speak louder than words. He then asks for Jin-hyuk's thoughts on the armor's performance. Jin-hyuk is startled by the attack but admits that, despite the force, he doesn't feel any pain. Normally, such a blow would have broken his ribs, yet he is completely fine. Examining the armor again, he realizes its true value. With this new protection and his bat as a weapon, his combat power has significantly increased. He can't help but feel that meeting this dwarf was an incredible stroke of luck. Feeling grateful, he politely thanks the dwarf, who waves off the gratitude, saying it's nothing. Before Jin-hyuk leaves, the dwarf hands him a small barrel and tells him to take it with him. Jin-hyuk is at his place, drinking from a barrel. He quickly realizes that the aroma and flavor of the liquor are incredible. He wonders how soju could turn into something like this, then recalls the dwarf telling him that storing liquor in a mithril barrel enhances the flavor. Jin-hyuk finds it amazing. Junchul sits in his office when he receives a call. The caller is Jin-hyuk, who claims he has something to sell. Junchul immediately assumes it's another monster carcass and asks what kind this time. Jin-hyuk responds that it's a kobold carcass and some liquor. At XX Gate, in Titan Guild's new hunter training area, the guild members have just concluded a subjugation mission and begin collecting carcasses to head out. However, one of them suddenly calls out to their vice guild master, Ndoyen, reporting that lizard men are being summoned again. Ndoyen wonders if this is an anomaly gate. Worse, the number of lizard men is at least 3 times what they just dealt with. The guild members panic, asking what they should do since they can't handle this on their own. One suggests calling for help from other hunters. Ndoyen finds the idea ridiculous. They can't ask others for help, not for the sake of the Titan Guild, nor for his own reputation. He tells his guild members to stop whining, insisting they can handle the monsters on their own. As long as they stay focused, they can hold them off. Jin-hyuk is at the guild headquarters, where a female official congratulates him. She tells him that his class as a cleric is rare, handing him a new ID card and informing him of his promotion to C rank. As he leaves the building, he reflects on his new class. He knows that just healing from the back would make him highly sought after by any guild. At that moment, a Titan Guild member rushes into the building, looking rough and bruised, desperately asking if there is an extra cleric available. Jin-hyuk signals that he is a cleric, hesitantly mentioning that he's only C class. The guild member immediately agrees and urges him to join them right away. Jin-hyuk realizes that the rumors were true. Changing to a cleric might actually work out better than he expected. At the battlefield, Titan Guild members are struggling against the Lizardmen. One guild member barely blocks an attack but is sent crashing to the ground by the force. His partner rushes to help, asking if he's okay. Before they can react, another Lizardman leaps at them, ready to strike. A nearby guild member slashes the monster down just in time, yelling at them to stay focused. And Doyen calls out to everyone, telling them to hold on as he charges forward, determined to wipe out all the monsters. Jin-hyuk arrives and is immediately told to focus on healing the wounded, just like the other healers. He asks if there's anything else he can do, but the guild member insists that healing is enough and reassures him that he'll be rewarded afterward. Jin-hyuk sees the danger but decides that as long as he gets paid, it's fine. He begins healing the guild members, who regain their strength and fight back. Another guild member calls for a healer, but they are all occupied. Jin-hyuk tells the healer next to him that this is endless, and they should contact another guild for help. The healer agrees, saying he was thinking the same thing. Jin-hyuk starts to feel that they might all be wiped out at this rate. Suddenly, he senses something behind him. He turns just in time to realize that a Lizardman is about to attack. The rear has been breached. Jin-hyuk surveyed the battlefield with a keen eye, his heart sinking as he realized the dire situation unfolding at the rear. Only the clerics remained stationed there, their lack of combat training leaving them defenseless without any fighters to guard them. The moment he noticed the backline had been breached, a swarm of monsters spilling through the gap, he knew he couldn't stand idly by. Time was of the essence, and he made his choice in an instant. He'd have to step up and hold the line himself. Turning swiftly to the clerics, he raised his voice over the chaos, alerting them to the sudden ambush that had thrown their formation into disarray. Their faces paled, eyes widening with dread as the severity of the threat sank in, the distant roars of monsters growing ever closer. Sensing their mounting panic, Jin-hyuk offered a steadying presence, his tone calm yet firm as he assured them that all would be well. He instructed them to keep their attention on channeling healing magic to the beleaguered frontline warriors, promising to handle the encroaching monsters single-handedly. Though his words carried a ring of confidence, the clerics weren't so easily convinced. Doubt clouded their expressions as they exchanged uneasy glances. After all, Jin-hyuk was one of them, a cleric, not a seasoned warrior. How could he, armed with little more than a healer's resolve, possibly stand toe-to-toe with a pack of ferocious beasts? One cleric, his voice trembling slightly, proposed reaching out to the Titan Guild, a powerhouse known for its unmatched strength. Surely they could spare some aid. But Jin-hyuk shook his head, his gaze flickering toward the distant struggle where the Titan Guild's forces were locked in a desperate stand of their own. They're barely holding on as it is, he pointed out, his tone pragmatic. No help's coming from them. He met their worried stares with a resolute look, doubling down on his assurance. Trust me, I wouldn't say I could do this if I didn't believe it. The skirmish erupted as a group of lizardmen closed in, their sinewy forms moving with alarming speed and aggression. Their jagged teeth flashed and their claws gleamed as they lunged, a lethal menace that would test any fighter's mettle. Initially, a flicker of apprehension gripped Jin-hyuk. Facing them alone was no small feat, and the weight of the task pressed against his nerves. But as he engaged, dodging their slashing talons and retaliating with his own strikes, a realization dawned. This was tough, undeniably so, but it wasn't beyond him. His reflexes sharpened with each move, his attacks growing more deliberate and forceful. He could manage this. He would manage this. His focus faltered briefly when he spotted a lone lizardman peel away from the pack, its beady eyes fixed on a cleric who stood frozen in fear. Jin-hyuk's stomach dropped. He'd let his attention slip at a critical moment. Without a second thought, he broke into a sprint, his boots pounding against the ground as he raced to intercept. He reached the creature just as its claw arced toward the healer, swinging his weapon with all his might. The blow landed squarely, sending the lizardman crashing aside before it could draw blood. The cleric stumbled back, breathless but safe, his wide eyes darting between his savior and the fallen foe. Before Jin-hyuk could fully recover, the lizardman twisted around, its spear thrusting toward his back in a vicious counterattack. He tensed, expecting pain, but the blade skidded uselessly off his armor, leaving him unscathed. A grin tugged at his lips as he turned to face the creature. This was the reward of top-tier equipment, protection that turned a deadly strike into a mere annoyance. Seizing the moment, he delivered a bone-crushing follow-up, dropping the lizard man in an instant, its body crumpling to the dirt. One of the clerics, unable to resist the urge, stole a quick glance over his shoulder, his jaw slackening at the sight. He'd been among the skeptics, certain that a fellow healer couldn't possibly hold off such a threat alone. Yet there Jinhyuk stood, a lone bulwark against the tide, felling monsters with a prowess that defied their assumptions. The fear that had gripped the clerics began to ebb, replaced by a burgeoning sense of security. With Jinhyuk shielding them, they could pour their energy into sustaining the front line, their healing spells flowing freely without the looming dread of an attack from behind. Then, an uncanny hush fell over the fray. The remaining lizardmen stiffened mid-motion, as though paralyzed by an unseen presence. A shiver ran through the air, heralding the arrival of something formidable. From the chaos emerged a solitary hunter, his movements a blur of precision and power. With a single, effortless slash, he cleaved a lizard man in two, the creature collapsing before it could even register the strike. The clerics gasped in unison, recognition dawning on their faces. This was no mere fighter, this was Seo Sango, the Titan Guild Master, an S-rank hunter whose reputation preceded him like a storm. His arrival was a lifeline in their darkest hour. Sango's sharp eyes swept across the battlefield, taking in the carnage before settling on Jinhyuk. "You took care of these?" he asked, his voice steady and direct. Still winded from the fight, Jinhyuk managed a nod, replying simply, "Yeah, that was me." A flicker of puzzlement crossed his mind. He didn't know this man, though the cleric's odd reactions suggested he was someone of note. One of the healers piped up eagerly, filling the silence. "That's Seo Sango, the Titan Guild's leader." Another let out a shaky, relieved chuckle, his tension unwinding. "An S-rank hunter's here, we're saved. We can finally get out of this mess." Sango acknowledged them with a brief nod before turning back to Jinhyuk, his tone carrying a hint of respect. "You'll get a proper reward for holding the line today," he said, then surged forward into the fray without another word. Even from afar, Jinhyuk could feel the sheer magnitude of Sango's power. He'd always heard S-rank hunters were exceptional, but witnessing it firsthand was staggering. Sango didn't just fight. He dominated, a human tempest tearing through the enemy ranks. When Sango reached his guild members, they flocked to him like moths to a flame. These were some of the toughest warriors around, yet their exhaustion melted into renewed vigor at the sight of their leader. He stood among them, his presence a rallying point, and offered measured praise. "You've all fought well," he said, his voice cutting through the din, lifting their spirits as they straightened under his commendation. Doyen strode toward Sango, his expression a mix of irritation and curiosity as he demanded to know why the guild master had appeared so unexpectedly. Before Sango could offer an explanation, one of the guild members stepped forward, raising a hand to interject. He confessed that he'd been the one to summon Sango, his voice steady as he defended his choice. "There's no dishonor in calling on our own when the situation demands it," he argued, emphasizing the importance of unity within the guild during times of crisis. His words hung in the air, a quiet justification that quelled any further questioning from Doyen for the moment. Sango wasted no time, his sharp eyes darting across the battlefield as he evaluated the chaos with a practiced gaze. With a commanding presence, he issued swift orders, directing those whose stamina had begun to falter to pull back from the fray. "I'll take over the subjugation from here," he assured them, his tone brooking no argument. As if to punctuate his resolve, a surge of raw power crackled around his left fist, a visible testament to his strength and urgency. The guild members, recognizing the weight of his authority, complied without hesitation, retreating to safer ground. Seizing the opportunity, Sango drove his fist into the earth with a thunderous strike, the impact sending a shockwave rippling outward. The calculated blow eradicated a cluster of monsters in an instant, its precision ensuring that not a single ally was caught in the blast. The guild members watched in awe, their faces lit with admiration for their leader's overwhelming might. Even Jinhyuk, who had grown increasingly confident in his own abilities, found himself momentarily stunned by the display. The sheer force Sango wielded was a humbling reminder of the vast chasm that separated them, igniting a spark of ambition within him. He wasn't discouraged. Rather, it fueled his determination to one day bridge that gap through his own efforts. With the final lizardman vanquished, Sango shifted his focus to the aftermath, his mind already moving to the next steps. He called out instructions to his team, directing them to scour the battlefield for any casualties and to collect whatever loot remained scattered among the fallen foes. His orders were met with crisp affirmations as the guild members sprang into action, their movements efficient and coordinated under his leadership. Turning to Ndoyen, Sango's demeanor darkened, his jaw tightening with barely restrained frustration. He confronted the Vice Guild Master head-on, his voice low but laced with intensity as he criticized Ndoyen's reckless decision to tackle the threat alone. This wasn't about protecting the guild's honor, Sango said sharply, cutting through Ndoyen's defenses. It was your pride that drove you, and it nearly cost us dearly. Ndoyen bristled at the accusation, his fists clenching as he prepared a heated rebuttal, unwilling to shoulder the blame. Before the argument could escalate further, a guild member approached, interrupting with a timely update. The clerics who had supported them were gathered and awaiting permission to leave. Sango's eyes flicked toward the group, and he gave Ndoyen a pointed look. This isn't finished, he warned, making it clear their discussion was merely postponed, not abandoned. Stepping away, Sango approached the clerics, his tone softening as he offered them heartfelt thanks for their invaluable assistance in holding the line. His gaze then settled on Jinhyuk, a spark of curiosity lighting his eyes as he acknowledged the cleric's remarkable performance against the lizardmen ambush. "You've got skill," he said, his words carrying genuine appreciation. Upon learning that Jinhyuk operated without a guild affiliation, Sango didn't hesitate to extend an offer. "Join us," he proposed, his voice firm yet inviting. "No fees, no strings, just a place with the Titan Guild." The offer was generous, a rare opportunity for someone unaffiliated. The moment was shattered by Ndoyen's scoffing interruption. He stepped forward, his lip curling as he dismissed Jinhyuk's worth. He was a D-rank not long ago, Ndoyen sneered, waving a hand dismissively. Whatever he did here was just dumb luck, he's got no business being scouted. His words dripped with disdain, painting Jinhyuk's efforts as a fluke rather than a testament to skill. Sango's patience frayed, his eyes narrowing as he turned on Ndoyen. "Luck doesn't hold off a swarm and save lives," he snapped, his voice cutting like a blade. "Your stubbornness put us all at risk. Jinhyuk's the reason we didn't lose more than we could afford." The reprimand was sharp, a clear rebuke of Ndoyen's arrogance, and it left the Vice Guild Master momentarily speechless, though his glare spoke volumes. Jinhyuk observed the exchange quietly, his initial impression of Sango shifting. The Guild Master wasn't just a powerhouse, he was grounded, rational, and willing to recognize merit where it was due. It was a stark contrast to Ndoyen's bluster. Still, when Sango's offer hung in the air, Jinhyuk took a steadying breath and shook his head. "I appreciate it," he said, his tone respectful but resolute, "but I can't join a guild where he's in charge." He nodded toward Ndoyen, his words plain but firm, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Ndoyen's reaction was instantaneous, his face twisting with rage at the perceived insult. With a guttural yell, he surged forward, his fist cocked back to strike Jinhyuk down. The air tensed as his attack closed in, but before it could land, a sudden, jarring force intervened. In a flash, a bat appeared as if summoned from nowhere, swinging with ferocious speed. It connected with Ndoyen's chest in a resounding thud, the impact sending him stumbling backward, clutching at his ribs as he struggled to regain his footing. The abrupt halt left the battlefield silent for a moment, all eyes drawn to the unexpected clash. The news had already spread like wildfire about the shocking incident where Ndoyen, a prominent figure in the guild, lost consciousness after a brutal beating at the hands of a C-rank hunter. Meanwhile, inside the sleek, modern office of the guild headquarters, Sango convened a tense meeting with the guild's top executives. The atmosphere was thick with unease as one executive spoke up, voice firm with conviction, insisting that Jinhyuk, the hunter responsible for the altercation, be summoned immediately to provide a full explanation for his actions. Another executive chimed in, amplifying the concern. They argued that, regardless of Ndoyen's initial misstep, the punishment he endured, being publicly humiliated and knocked out cold by a hunter of a lower rank, was disproportionate and excessive. If the guild failed to address this matter decisively, they warned, the organization's carefully cultivated reputation could suffer irreparable damage in the eyes of the public and its members. Sango, seated at the head of the table, listened intently to their grievances, his expression unreadable. Despite their impassioned pleas, he remained resolute, his stance unwavering. In his view, the guild's reputation hadn't been tarnished by Jinhyuk's actions but rather by Ndoyen's reckless and pride-driven behavior. Sango pointed out that Ndoyen had endangered the lives of inexperienced recruits simply to stroke his own ego, only to then lash out violently against someone who had proven their loyalty by fighting for the guild's honor. To Sango, this chain of events was more than sufficient justification to remove Ndoyen from his prestigious role as Vice Guild Master. His tone left no room for debate, and with a decisive gesture he brought the meeting to an abrupt close, dismissing the executive's protests. Now alone in the quiet of his office, Sango leaned back in his chair, his mind turning to Jin-hyuk. He couldn't shake the growing certainty that this C-rank hunter was far from ordinary. There was something exceptional about him, untapped potential that hinted at a strength far beyond his current rank. If Jin-hyuk were left to his own devices, Sango mused, he would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. This realization only solidified his determination. The guild needed to secure Jin-hyuk's allegiance before his power outstripped their ability to control or rival him. At the same time, far from the guild's gleaming headquarters, Jin-hyuk sat in the modest confines of his home, a frown creasing his brow as he wrestled with his financial woes. The rising cost of living had hit him harder than he'd anticipated, and a pang of regret gnawed at him for turning down the additional pay he'd been offered earlier. For a fleeting moment, he second-guessed his decision, but he quickly shook off the doubt. There were always other paths to bolster his income, he reminded himself, and he wasn't one to dwell on what could have been. Fueled by a renewed sense of purpose, Jin-hyuk set out for a nearby dungeon, his mind fixed on increasing his earnings. As he stepped into the familiar shadows of the dungeon's entrance, he reflected on how repetitive his hunts had become. Slaying the same low-tier monsters over and over no longer satisfied him, not now that his skills and strength had outgrown such meager challenges. It was time to seek out more formidable adversaries, ones that would push his limits and, more importantly, yield a heftier reward. Venturing deeper into the dungeon's twisting corridors, Jin-hyuk suddenly felt a shiver crawl up his spine, an instinctive warning that something wasn't right. He spun around just in time to catch sight of a hulking orc barreling toward him, its massive frame moving with surprising speed in a vicious ambush. Reacting with honed reflexes, Jin-hyuk sidestepped the attack and retaliated in one fluid motion. His bat connected with the orc's skull in a resounding crack, felling the beast instantly with a single, well-placed strike. Breathing steady, Jin-hyuk scanned the dimly lit surroundings and spotted a menacing group of orcs assembling in the distance. His mind raced as he assessed the situation, calculating the risks and rewards. If he could take down the entire pack, he realized the payout would be substantial, enough to keep his financial worries at bay for a good while. Tightening his grip on his bat, he steeled himself as the orcs let out guttural roars and charged as one. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin-hyuk surged forward to meet them head-on, fully aware that this clash could be his ticket to a more secure future. After a fierce and grueling battle, Jin-hyuk paused to catch his breath and checked his system interface. The glowing display confirmed he'd already dispatched 20 orcs, a testament to his growing prowess. Satisfied that this section of the dungeon no longer held any real challenge, he resolved to press onward, descending deeper in search of prey worthy of his evolving skills. As he reached a crumbling stone staircase and began his descent, he emerged into an unfamiliar chamber that resembled an ancient, long-forgotten temple. The air grew heavy with an eerie, almost palpable stillness that set his nerves on edge. Instinctively, he slowed his pace, his senses sharpening. A notification from his system interface flickered into view, informing him that he'd arrived at the 3rd floor, the Temple Guardian's Labyrinth. It also noted that the warp gate for this level had been successfully registered, offering him a potential escape route if needed. Taking in his surroundings, Jin-hyuk noticed an odd detail. Unlike the previous floors teeming with hostile creatures, this area was eerily devoid of monsters. He briefly wondered if the temple might serve as a rare safe zone within the dungeon, a place to rest and recover. But before he could linger on the thought, the ground beneath his feet trembled violently. Without warning, a colossal stone hand erupted from the floor, its jagged fingers clawing toward him with terrifying force. Jin-hyuk's instincts kicked in, and he leaped back just in time to avoid being crushed. Before he could fully regain his balance, the rest of the creature hauled itself from the earth, a towering, monstrous figure that loomed over him with an imposing presence. The beast wasted no time, launching itself forward with a speed that defied its massive size, its next attack coming in a blur of motion. Jin-hyuk barely managed to raise his bat in defense, the sheer power of the blow sending him sliding backward across the temple's cracked stone floor. Dust clouded the air as he steadied himself, heart pounding. He quickly sized up his opponent, struck by the lethal blend of brute strength and uncanny agility it possessed. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him, tinged with urgency, but he forced his mind to settle. Panic wouldn't serve him here, only focus would. With his bat still clutched tightly, he squared his shoulders, ready to face the towering guardian in a fight that would test every ounce of his skill and resolve. Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes, taking a moment to carefully study the towering monstrosity before him. Its hulking form, carved entirely from jagged stone, loomed ominously in the dim light of the temple. As he observed its rigid, unyielding structure, a flicker of recognition sparked in his mind. This creature bore a striking resemblance to something he'd heard whispers of in the past, artificially crafted beings known as golems, constructs animated by some ancient magic or forgotten technology. The realization clicked into place, and without wasting another second, he tightened his grip on his bat and steeled himself for the fight ahead. Springing into action, Jin-hyuk darted forward just as the golem's massive arms swung down with devastating force, aimed at the exact spot he'd occupied only a heartbeat ago. With practiced agility, he evaded the crushing blow and retaliated instantly. His bat arced through the air, connecting with the golem's head in a thunderous strike. The impact reverberated through the dungeon's stone walls as chunks of the creature's cranium shattered and crumbled to the ground. For a brief moment, a surge of triumph coursed through him. The golem might possess raw, overwhelming power, but it moved with a predictable sluggishness, devoid of any real intellect. Surely, he thought, outsmarting and defeating such a mindless foe would be well within his capabilities. As the golem collapsed into a heap of broken stone, Jin-hyuk let out a dismissive scoff, chiding himself inwardly for the fleeting fear that had gripped him earlier. He'd clearly overestimated the threat, or so he thought. His confidence, however, evaporated as quickly as it had come. Before his eyes, the scattered remains of the creature began to tremble and shift. To his utter disbelief, the fragments of the head he'd just demolished started piecing themselves back together, seamlessly reattaching as though guided by an unseen force. Within moments, the golem hauled itself back to its feet, fully restored, its hollow gaze fixed on him once more. The sight sent a chill racing down his spine. The truth hit him like a blow. Simply smashing its head wasn't enough to bring it down. Memories of half-forgotten tales about golems resurfaced in his mind, how these relentless constructs could only be truly defeated by destroying their core, a hidden power source that sustained their artificial life. Without targeting that critical weak point, he'd just be swinging his bat in vain, exhausting himself against an enemy that could endlessly regenerate. He cursed under his breath, recognizing that his earlier approach had been reckless. He needed to pull back, reassess, and devise a smarter strategy before he wore himself out completely. But before he could even begin to retreat, the ground rumbled again. Whirling around, Jin-hyuk's heart sank as a second golem erupted from the temple floor behind him, its imposing figure cutting off his escape route. Trapped between two towering adversaries, the situation turned dire in an instant. His mind raced, searching for an opening, a plan, anything to shift the odds back in his favor. Just as he braced himself for a desperate stand, a sharp whistle sliced through the tense air. An arrow streaked past him, its flight swift and true, embedding itself deep into the chest of the first golem. The effect was immediate. The creature let out a low, grating groan before collapsing into a lifeless pile of rubble, this time showing no signs of rising again. Jin-hyuk's eyes widened as he pieced it together. The arrow hadn't struck randomly, it had hit the golem's core, located not in the head as he'd assumed, but in the center of its chest. Armed with this vital revelation, he didn't hesitate. Turning to face the second golem, he adjusted his stance and zeroed in on the newly identified target. With a swift, calculated swing, he drove his bat into the creature's chest, feeling the satisfying crunch as the core shattered beneath the blow. The second golem staggered, then toppled to the ground, reduced to an inert heap of stone. Breathing heavily, Jin-hyuk lowered his weapon, a wave of relief washing over him as the adrenaline began to ebb. He realized just how close he'd come to disaster. If that mysterious arrow hadn't intervened, he might not have figured out the golem's weakness in time. The thought gnawed at him as he wiped sweat from his brow, his curiosity piqued. Who had saved him? His mind briefly conjured an image of a dwarf, short, stout, and renowned for their mastery of craftsmanship and archery, perhaps lurking in the shadows of the temple. It seemed a plausible guess, given the precision of the shot. Eager to uncover the identity of his unexpected ally, he turned toward the direction from which the arrow had flown, his anticipation building. But as his gaze settled on the figure emerging from the gloom, his expectations were shattered in an instant, leaving him staring in stunned disbelief at the last person, or thing, he'd ever imagined encountering in this forsaken labyrinth. Approaching from a distance is not a dwarf, but a young female archer. As she steps closer, he notices something peculiar about her appearance. Her ears are long and pointed. In an instant, it becomes clear to him. The person who had just saved his life is an elf. Jin-hyuk, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, quickly bowed his head in gratitude toward the figure who had just saved him, a lithe female elf with sharp features and piercing eyes. Before he could fully process her presence, she surged forward with startling speed, seizing the collar of his shirt in a firm grip. Her voice was laced with urgency as she demanded to know who he was and where he'd come from, her tone suggesting she wasn't accustomed to seeing unfamiliar faces in this place. Caught off guard by her sudden aggression and barrage of questions, Jin-hyuk faltered, his words momentarily stuck in his throat. The elf's keen gaze swept over him, lingering on his modern, unfamiliar attire, clothing that clearly didn't match the rugged, archaic style of the dungeon. Narrowing her eyes, she pressed further, asking how long he'd been trapped within its depths. Regaining his composure, Jin-hyuk replied that he'd only just entered the dungeon earlier that day. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and she followed up with another question. Did he know where the entrance was? When he nodded in confirmation, she abruptly released her hold, sending him tumbling backward to land unceremoniously on the ground. Rubbing his bruised backside, Jin-hyuk looked up as the elf's demeanor shifted. A spark of excitement lit her face as she declared that, at long last, she'd found a way out of this accursed place. Without missing a beat, she ordered him to lead her to the entrance he'd used, her tone brisk and commanding as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Jin-hyuk blinked, inwardly questioning her audacity. Who was she to start barking orders at him so casually? Sensing his hesitation, she softened her approach slightly, promising compensation for his trouble. She introduced herself with a flourish, claiming to be a platinum-ranked mercenary and assuring him that her word was trustworthy. The title meant little to Jin-hyuk, though. He'd never heard of such a ranking system, and her confidence only deepened his confusion. Undeterred by his blank expression, the elf introduced herself as Lucia, a half-elf, and seemed to assume her name would carry some weight. When Jin-hyuk admitted he'd never heard of her, she produced a worn mercenary badge, holding it out as if it were undeniable proof of her identity and status. Still, it rang no bells for him, and her brow furrowed in suspicion. "Where are you from then?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Jin-hyuk replied matter-of-factly that he hailed from Seoul, then turned the question back on her. Where did she come from, considering he'd never heard of elves living anywhere in Korea? Her expression shifted to one of bewilderment. The name, Seoul, clearly meant nothing to her. Lucia fell silent for a moment, her mind racing as a startling possibility took shape. She muttered something about a mage's experiment, then asked Jin-hyuk if this was truly his first time entering the dungeon. He shook his head, explaining that he'd been in and out of it several times before. Her eyes lit up with realization, and she began to piece together a theory aloud. She told him that this dungeon didn't belong to his world. It had been ripped from another dimension entirely, the result of a mad mage's reckless experiment with dimension-shifting magic. If the spell had succeeded in bringing it here, she reasoned, then a reversal incantation might be capable of sending it back. Jin-hyuk's confusion deepened as he struggled to wrap his head around her words, but the strange, otherworldly feel of the dungeon suddenly made sense. It had never quite fit with the world he knew. The implications of her revelation sank in. If Lucia intended to return the dungeon to its original dimension, Jin-hyuk could foresee complications, especially for someone like him, who relied on dungeons like this for his livelihood. Cautiously, he asked if that was her plan. Lucia admitted that reversing the shift might not be feasible at the moment, but her tone brightened as she revealed a discovery. While searching for an exit, she'd stumbled upon a hidden room on this floor. She proposed they work together, explaining that they'd need to defeat the dungeon's boss monster to reach it. To sweeten the deal, she promised him a valuable reward, something from her own possessions, plus whatever spoils they claimed from the boss. Weighing her offer, Jin-hyuk found the terms fair enough. With a nod, he agreed to join forces. Side by side, they plunged deeper into the dungeon, cutting through a pack of orcs that barred their path. Jin-hyuk marveled at Lucia's prowess. Her arrows flew with uncanny precision, striking vital points with deadly accuracy. She, in turn, seemed impressed by his strength, noting aloud that he was far more capable than she'd initially judged. As they fought, Jin-hyuk kept a careful eye on their surroundings, aware that drawn-out battles could wear him down against tougher foes. He opted for a tactical approach, syncing his movements with hers to conserve energy and maximize their efficiency. After dispatching the last of the orcs, they pressed onward through the labyrinthine corridors. Growing curious about their progress, Jin-hyuk asked how much farther they had to go. Lucia glanced around, assessing their position, and estimated they were roughly halfway to their destination. Feeling the strain of the day's exertions, Jin-hyuk suggested they pause for a break. His stomach was growling, and the area seemed clear of immediate threats. Lucia hesitated briefly, then agreed, conceding that a short rest would do them both good before they tackled the challenges ahead. Settling into a quiet corner of the dungeon, they took a moment to catch their breath, the weight of their unlikely partnership settling in as they prepared for the trials still to come. Jin-hyuk eased himself onto the cold dungeon floor, grateful for the brief reprieve after their intense trek. He reached into his pack and pulled out a snack bar, carefully peeling back the wrapper as he savored the moment of calm. The faint crinkle of the foil echoed softly in the stillness. Glancing over at Lucia, who stood nearby adjusting her bowstring, he extended a spare snack bar toward her, offering it with a small gesture. She paused, eyeing the unfamiliar treat, then told him in a casual tone that he didn't need to be so formal with her. She preferred a more relaxed way of speaking. Jin-hyuk hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck as he admitted it felt odd to drop formalities with someone who seemed older and more experienced. Without missing a beat, Lucia snapped her bow up, an arrow notched and aimed squarely at his chest, her expression hardening. She declared firmly that age was irrelevant. By elven standards, she was still considered youthful despite her years. The sharp point of the arrow glinted menacingly, and Jin-hyuk hastily raised his hands in surrender, stammering that he'd stick to casual speech from now on if it meant avoiding her wrath. Satisfied, Lucia lowered her weapon and eagerly snatched the snack bar from his hand. She tore into it with surprising gusto, devouring it in mere moments as if she hadn't eaten in days. Licking her lips, she shot him an expectant look and reached out for another. Jin-hyuk, slightly amused but mostly bewildered, handed over the rest of his stash, watching in quiet disbelief as she polished off every last one with alarming speed. When she finished the final bar, she turned to him, her expression hopeful, and asked if he had any more tucked away. Jin-hyuk shook his head, explaining that she'd just eaten his entire supply. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face, but she quickly shrugged it off, brushing crumbs from her hands. With a brisk nod, she announced it was time to get moving again, her tone leaving no room for lingering. The pair pressed deeper into the dungeon's winding passages, their footsteps echoing faintly against the ancient stone. Eventually, they arrived at a pair of towering, ominous doors etched with cryptic runes, the unmistakable entrance to the boss monster's lair. Jin-hyuk eyed the imposing barrier warily before turning to Lucia, his voice tinged with suspicion. He reminded her that he'd only agreed to tag along because of her promise of a reward, but her actions so far suggested she was more interested in investigating something than simply escaping. Lucia didn't deny it. With a slight tilt of her head, she confirmed his hunch, admitting that she believed the mage's dimensional spell might still be active somewhere in this area. Her words sent a jolt of unease through Jin-hyuk. He frowned, silently wondering if he'd made a grave miscalculation by teaming up with her. This venture was starting to feel far riskier than he'd bargained for, and the stakes seemed to climb higher with every step. Before he could voice his growing doubts, Lucia's demeanor shifted abruptly. Her sharp eyes darted toward the doors as she warned him to brace himself. The boss monster was about to emerge. Startled by the sudden shift, Jin-hyuk blinked at her, caught off guard. Brace myself? What am I supposed to do exactly? He asked, his tone a mix of confusion and mild exasperation. Lucia, unruffled, responded with a calm, almost dismissive air. She told him there was no specific plan he needed to follow, just step in and finish the beast off when the moment was right. Noting the absence of lesser monsters in the vicinity, she added confidently that she could handle the bulk of the fight solo. Jin-hyuk raised an eyebrow, skepticism creeping in as he wondered how she could be so nonchalant about facing a boss-level threat. His attention snapped forward as the massive doors groaned open, revealing the boss monster in all its terrifying glory. The creature was a colossal, hulking figure, its sheer size and menacing aura sending a ripple of dread through Jin-hyuk's chest. Its presence filled the chamber, exuding raw power that made the air feel heavy. Swallowing hard, he shot Lucia a sidelong glance, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Are you sure you can take that thing down by yourself?" he asked, unable to mask his doubt. Lucia, however, remained utterly composed, her lips curving into a faint, self-assured smile. She reminded him of her earlier promise to show him something noteworthy, her gaze never wavering from the advancing monster. "Just watch," she instructed, her voice steady and commanding. In that instant, an ethereal glow began to envelop her, a shimmering energy that pulsed faintly around her slender frame. The air seemed to hum with power as the light intensified, radiating from her in subtle waves. Sensing his awe, Lucia spoke without turning, her words carrying a quiet pride. "This is called aura," she explained, her tone matter-of-fact yet laced with a hint of mystique. Jin-hyuk's eyes widened, his breath catching as he watched the half-elf prepare to unleash a force he'd never witnessed before. Lucia pulls back her bow and shoots several glowing arrows made of a special energy called aura at the huge boss monster. Jin-hyuk stares in amazement as the giant creature goes down fast, much quicker than he expected. His jaw drops when he realizes this is the same technique Lucia has been trying to teach him. She nods and tells him it's called aura. Then she says he might be able to learn it too. Jin-hyuk's eyes light up. He's excited because he can see how strong it is. But Lucia cuts in and reminds him they still need to finish off the monster first. Jin-hyuk agrees and says he'll take care of it. Without wasting a second, he charges straight at the beast. As he runs in, Lucia watches closely and asks if he knows where the monster's weak spot, its core, is. Jin-hyuk shouts back that he's got it figured out. He swings his bat hard, aiming for the core, remembering everything he's learned so far. But when his bat hits, it barely scratches the monster. The creature doesn't even flinch. Instead, it swings a massive fist at him. Jin-hyuk jumps back just in time and calls up a glowing holy shield to block the punch. Lucia's eyes widen, she can't believe it. Jin-hyuk just used the aura technique without even realizing it. Not giving up, Jin-hyuk yells that if one hit won't do it, he'll just keep swinging until it works. He starts hammering the monster with his bat over and over again. Each swing gets a little stronger, like he's figuring it out as he goes. Finally, after a ton of hits, the boss monster falls apart and collapses, completely beaten. When the dust settles, Jin-hyuk checks his level. It shoots up from 85 all the way to 150. After the fight, he turns to Lucia, catching his breath, and begs her to teach him how to use aura properly. Lucia smiles and points out that he already did it during the fight. Jin-hyuk blinks, confused, he didn't even notice. She explains that he tapped into aura by accident when he used his holy power to make that shield. Jin-hyuk scratches his head, trying to wrap his mind around it. He asks if she means it's some kind of skill. Lucia shrugs and says she's not sure what a skill is, but he's picking up aura way faster than she thought he would. She adds that since he's a cleric, his holy power naturally turns into aura when he uses things like his shield. Jin-hyuk wonders if that means he can use it whenever he wants now. Lucia says it's not that simple. It depends on how he focuses and uses it. There might be some tricks to it he hasn't figured out yet. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Sango is walking down a busy street with a woman named Lee Hyena, who's his secretary. He asks her where exactly they picked up signs of a weird disturbance, an anomaly. Hyena tells him it showed up near Gangnam Station and that it started the day before. She says it's a sign a really strong monster might appear soon, probably within 5 days. Sango frowns, thinking it over. He knows their guild can't handle something that big on their own. Hyena explains that all the big guilds are busy overseas, so it's just them left to deal with it. Sango grumbles about the bad timing. Hyena says she's already looking for strong freelance hunters around the country to help out, but Sango doesn't trust the ones still hanging around. He thinks they're not good enough. Then an idea pops into his head. Across the street, Jin-hyuk is walking with a big box in his arms. Sango tells Hyena to go on ahead without him. He's got something to handle. He promises he'll catch up soon and tells her to make sure the Hunter Association's request gets to the guild leaders. Jin-hyuk, meanwhile, is wondering if the pile of snack bars in his box is enough. Before he can think too hard about it, someone shouts his name. He turns and sees Sango jogging over. Sango raises an eyebrow and asks why Jin-hyuk's lugging around so many snack bars. Jin-hyuk just laughs and says he's not even sure himself. It's kind of a long story. Sango changes the subject and asks if Jin-hyuk's thought more about his earlier offer to join up. Jin-hyuk shakes his head and says he's already made up his mind about that. Sango doesn't push too hard and instead suggests Jin-hyuk join as a mercenary instead, just for this one job. He promises it'll pay well. Jin-hyuk says he'll think it over and leaves it at that. Later, back at their hideout, Lucia's happily munching on the snack bars Jin-hyuk brought. She keeps going on about how delicious they are, and Jin-hyuk wonders if her world doesn't have anything like them. After a while, she leans back, full and satisfied. Jin-hyuk looks around and asks why they're still hanging out in this basement when the boss monster's already dead. Lucia doesn't answer right away. Instead, she points up at the ceiling and asks if he's noticed the strange carvings up there. Jin-hyuk squints at the symbols and asks what they are. Lucia tells him it's a magic circle, a kind of special design that links this dungeon to his world. Seeing his confused face, she realizes he has no clue what she's talking about. So she keeps it simple. The circle is important, and she's sticking around to study it for a while. Then she grins and says that if Jin-hyuk really wants to learn aura, he's got to keep her supplied with chocolate snacks. Jin-hyuk doesn't even hesitate, he's in. Suddenly, Lucia grabs his hands and tells him this is the quickest way to learn. She tells him to concentrate hard because she's going to send aura into his body. She wants him to pay attention to how it feels and flows. As she starts, Jin-hyuk feels a rush, like something powerful is waking up inside him. It spreads from his chest through his whole body. Right then, he gets it. He can actually feel the aura moving through him. Lucia ends the infusion, silently acknowledging that Jin-hyuk has more talent than she initially expected. She observes the flow of holy power within him, impressed by how naturally it moves through his body. Estimating his progress, she concludes that at this rate, he might grasp the basics by the end of the day. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk processes the new sensation within him. Though the concept still feels slightly confusing, he starts to get the hang of it. Lucia comments that he is not entirely without talent before asking if he remembers the flow of aura from earlier. Jin-hyuk confirms that he does. Curious, he then asks where she is going, recalling that she intended to investigate the magic circle. Lucia explains that the magic circle cannot be dealt with immediately, it requires time. Instead, she decides that it would be faster to train Jin-hyuk in aura first, and the best way to do that is through practical experience. Jin-hyuk soon finds himself battling goblins, orcs, and kobolds, his power and speed now far beyond what they were before. Despite his increased abilities, he turns to Lucia in frustration, reminding her that she promised to teach him how to use aura and questioning why she has suddenly thrown him into monster fights instead. Lucia calmly responds, explaining that while she infused mana into him to help him sense it, the rest is up to him. He needs to grasp the activation of aura using his holy power on his own, and nothing reinforces that better than real combat. As the ground rumbles beneath him, Jin-hyuk protests, arguing that she should have told him her plan outright instead of tossing him into a horde of monsters without warning. Before he can finish his complaint, a massive creature bursts from the ground, preparing to strike him down. Lucia, unfazed, remarks that people tend to focus more and unlock their potential when faced with crisis. She urges him to concentrate, to feel the holy power he is already using, reminding him that his shield is aura in itself. Once he understands that, he will be able to wield it properly. Jin-hyuk, realizing the gravity of the situation, knows that mastering aura will not be as easy as she makes it sound. Lucia continues instructing Jin-hyuk, urging him to focus on the sensation he feels while using the shield. In response, Jin-hyuk summons his holy shield, successfully blocking the massive monster's attack. However, he remains uncertain about what exactly he is supposed to feel from a skill that activates automatically. Just as he contemplates this, a sudden sensation washes over him. As he concentrates, he realizes that an energy from the outside world is gathering in his left hand, the one activating the shield. This newfound awareness makes him wonder if this is what holy power truly feels like. As the monster prepares for another attack, Jin-hyuk decides to attempt the technique again, focusing on the same sensation he felt earlier. He summons the holy shield once more, only to notice that its shape appears different this time. He wonders if this change is related to his newfound perception of mana. Before he can analyze further, the monster smashes through his shield, generating a shockwave that sends him flying backward. Lucia sighs in frustration, reprimanding him for making a foolish mistake when she specifically told him to get the hang of it. Jin-hyuk, still recovering, insists that he was only following her instructions. Just then, a system interface appears, notifying him that he has acquired a new skill, Holy Power Application Level D. This skill allows him to use holy power at will, rather than being limited to specific abilities. However, his current mastery remains at level F. The system also details its effects. When using holy power, the energy imbued with the holy attribute increases both attack and defense proportionally to the amount of power consumed. Lucia readies her bow, noting that facing a golem while learning aura might have been too much for Jin-hyuk. She prepares to take care of the situation herself, but Jin-hyuk stops her, declaring that he will handle it on his own. As the golem launches a punch toward him, he swiftly dodges and leaps into the air, performing a somersault. Midair, he feels the mana naturally flowing into his bat. Acting on instinct, he swings it downward, smashing the golem into the ground. Sensing that he is close to fully grasping the technique, Jin-hyuk decides to focus once more. With determination, he lets out a yell, preparing for his next strike. At that moment, the system interface reappears, announcing the creation of a new skill, Holy Aura Level F. The system explains that this ability allows him to manifest holy power as aura. Its effect enables him to imbue aura into his body or weapon, and any damage from aura cannot be negated except by another aura. As golden light swirls around the impact point where Jin-hyuk struck the golem, Lucia watches in astonishment. She realizes that he is already using aura. With this newly unlocked power, Jin-hyuk successfully defeats the golem. System notifications flood in, confirming the new skills he has awakened through his mastery of holy power. Lucia commends Jin-hyuk for his progress, acknowledging that he is doing well. Jin-hyuk, still adjusting to his newfound abilities, admits that he thinks he is getting the hang of it but asks for her opinion. Lucia silently reflects, realizing that while she knew he had talent, she never expected him to be able to use aura in combat so quickly. Initially, she only planned to teach him the basics and call it a day, not anticipating such rapid improvement. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk credits his progress to her training, recognizing that he has managed to acquire 3 passive skills and an active skill that allows him to wield aura in battle. As he takes a moment to catch his breath, Lucia suddenly asks if he has rested enough. Without warning, she raises her bow and aims an arrow at him, causing him to startle and demand to know what she is doing. Before he gets an answer, Lucia fires. Jin-hyuk barely dodges, and the arrow explodes upon impact with the wall, revealing a swarm of monsters lurking behind it. Lucia casually remarks that once he has started something, he needs to see it through to the end. As the monsters begin advancing toward him, Jin-hyuk lets out a resigned sigh, muttering that she is worse than a demon elf. He grumbles that if he had known this was going to happen, he would have stocked up on mana potions. Despite his complaints, he tightens his grip on his bat and assumes a battle stance. His determination hardens. If he is going to do this, he will see it through to the end. Jin-hyuk is later seen at Jinchul's office, sipping from a canned drink. Jinchul, noticing his exhausted expression, asks if something is wrong. Jin-hyuk reassures him that it's nothing serious, just a bit of overwork. However, Jinchul can't help but wonder what exactly happened, as Jin-hyuk looks like he just walked out of a battlefield. Shifting the conversation, Jinchul offers to purchase all the goblin, kobold, and orc corpses Jin-hyuk has brought, along with the liquor he previously provided. Later, Jin-hyuk stands before an entire crate of soju, listening as he is informed that ever since the liquor was marketed as traditional artisan soju, orders have been pouring in. The demand has skyrocketed, and if he can expedite the supply, it would be greatly appreciated. With its current popularity, Jin-hyuk is told that he could continue selling liquor and never have to worry about money again. As he processes this, he mutters to himself, finding it absurd that a soju bottle that costs less than 2,000 won at a convenience store is now being sold for 150,000 won. For a brief moment, it feels as if all the worries and concerns of the world have simply disappeared. Later, Jin-hyuk is seen lying in bed, completely exhausted, feeling as though he could sleep for days. As he drifts off, his thoughts return to his conversation with Lucia. He reflects on how clear it has become that Lucia is from a completely different world. The skills that are common in his world do not exist in hers. Instead of activating abilities with trigger words, People in Lucia's world must control mana directly, like aura. While her world lacks the convenience of activating skills effortlessly, it might allow for a far more versatile application of those abilities. With that final thought lingering in his mind, he drifts into a deep sleep. Jin-hyuk wakes up to the blaring sound of a disaster alert, warning citizens on the streets to evacuate immediately. Groggily, he checks his phone, trying to figure out what day it is. As he looks outside, a realization dawns on him. This must be the day of the monster invasion. However, it feels earlier than expected. Shrugging it off, he lays back down, muttering that he doesn't care. He is far too tired and exhausted to bother. The larger guilds or the Hunter Association will handle it. Back in the old days, an event like this would have been an opportunity for him to hunt low-level monsters, but now that the dungeons are monopolized, it has become meaningless. Deciding he should get more sleep, he closes his eyes, only to be interrupted by a message from the Hunter Association. The message states that due to the urgency of the current monster invasion, rewards for hunting monsters today will be tripled. The moment he reads it, Jin-hyuk immediately sits up in bed. In the very next instant, he is already outside, gripping his bat, fully prepared to fight. Monster invasions usually occur randomly, but some happen at regular intervals. This particular large-scale invasion takes place once a month, typically around the end of the month. In the streets, a group of citizens frantically flee from an oncoming horde of monsters while the police direct them toward underground shelters. Meanwhile, a squad of guild hunters forms a defensive line, using their shields to block the advancing creatures. One of them shouts a warning, emphasizing that if the defensive line is breached, they will lose control of the situation. He yells for everyone to focus on defense rather than offense. Elsewhere, Sango slams his fist into the ground with tremendous force, crushing several monsters in an instant. He calls out to the other hunters, reminding them that as long as they hold the defensive line, the guild master and high-level hunters will wipe out the monsters. However, as he fights, he begins to realize a troubling fact. No matter how many monsters they kill, they just keep coming. Not far away, Undoyan and other high-level hunters are locked in intense battle against the invading creatures. As Sango observes the situation, he realizes that this invasion is on a completely different level compared to the usual ones. For the first time, he finds himself missing the presence of the other guilds, even the ones he despises. A massive orc raises its weapon, preparing to strike down a helpless hunter. Just as the hunter braces for impact, a voice shouts for him to keep his head down. In the next instant, Sango appears, delivering a devastating punch that blasts a hole straight through the orc's body. The hunter, stunned, looks up as Sango warns him to stay alert. Monsters can appear from anywhere at any moment. Sango scans the battlefield, quickly realizing that his guild members are reaching their limits. Their stamina is running low, and if reinforcements don't arrive soon, they might not be able to hold the line. Meanwhile, two guild members with shields exchange words of amazement, still in awe over how Sango took down an ogre with a single blow. One of them remarks that this level of power is exactly why Sango is an S-rank hunter. Watching from a distance, Hyena assesses the situation, quickly noticing that even Sango is pushing past his limit. Anxiety builds within her. This is becoming dangerous. If only they had one more hunter strong enough to support the guild master. At that very moment, in another part of the city, Jin-hyuk swings his bat, crushing a goblin in one blow. As he straightens up, his phone rings. Answering the call, he hears a woman introduce herself. It's Hyena. Without missing a beat, Jin-hyuk guesses that she must be calling about the monster invasion, as he happens to be nearby. The fact that she reached out to him suggests that the situation is much worse than usual. He then points out that while Sango might appreciate his strength, the rest of the guild members don't exactly hold a favorable opinion of him. Hyena acknowledges this but explains that the urgency of the situation outweighs any personal conflicts, which is why she is reaching out to him now. Jin-hyuk, curious, asks about her offer. Without hesitation, Hyena assures him that they are willing to provide the best compensation in the industry, whether it's hourly or performance-based, whatever terms he prefers. Jin-hyuk immediately opts for a performance-based agreement but adds a bold condition. He demands 5 times the usual reward per monster and confidently states that if she agrees, he will wipe out enough monsters to make the Titan Guild stagger. After a brief pause, Hyena suggests that since he is already nearby, they should meet in person to finalize the details. She also mentions that she has something to give him. She tells him to meet her in front of the mobile phone store at the Jeonyang building, where she will be waiting. Jin-hyuk and Hyena are later seen negotiating the details of their deal. Hyena explains that she can only authorize 4 times the standard rate, anything beyond that is out of her authority. However, Jin-hyuk firmly insists that he originally stated 5 times the price and expects it to be honored. Hyena sighs and points out that, objectively speaking, Jin-hyuk is a C-rank hunter and, more than that, a support class cleric. From her perspective, she is already taking a huge risk by offering him 4 times the reward. After a brief pause, Jin-hyuk considers her argument and ultimately agrees to the terms. Satisfied, Hyena hands him a measuring device, explaining that it tracks the magic power of the monsters he hunts and converts it into points. Commonly known as a monster hunting counter, it serves as a performance tracker. At that moment, 2 goblins leap at them. Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk swings his bat, effortlessly smashing them away. The device beeps and displays the result, 2 points for the 2 goblins. Hyena then elaborates on the scoring system, explaining that points are awarded based on the grade of the monsters defeated. She adds that the current average score for hunters fighting on the front lines is 82 points. If Jin-hyuk wants to secure a significant reward, he will need to surpass that number. Instead of responding directly, Jin-hyuk suddenly asks her if she knows what true healing is. Without waiting for an answer, he states that real healing is eliminating the source of harm itself. That is the ultimate form of healing. With those words, he dashes forward, declaring that he will prove it to her. As Jin-hyuk dashes forward, Hyena watches with a mix of doubt and hope. Although he once managed to defeat Ndoyen, likely due to luck, his true combat skills remain uncertain. However, if he is even half as talented as the guild master expects, then he might actually make a difference in this battle. Jin-hyuk is soon seen clashing against an ogre. With a single strike, he snaps the ogre's weapon in half, realizing just how much he has gained from Lucia's brutal training. Without hesitation, he activates Holy Power Application Stage 3 and swings his bat, crushing the ogre's head in one devastating blow. The Titan Guild members, witnessing the scene, stare in shock. They murmur among themselves, wondering where a hunter this powerful could have come from. Jin-hyuk quickly understands that with this technique, he can easily defeat monsters far stronger than his level. Meanwhile, the guild members, still in disbelief, speculate about his rank. Taking down an ogre in a single hit is no small feat. He must be at least A rank. Overhearing them, Jin-hyuk casually remarks that he is even stronger than an A-rank hunter. As he drinks a mana potion to replenish his strength, he reflects on his rapid growth. Thanks to Lucia's special training, his level has now reached 200. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have the stats to face an ogre head-on, but as long as his mana doesn't run out, he surpasses even A-rank hunters. Glancing at his inventory, he smirks. With over 1,500 mana potions stocked up, it means one thing: all the monsters around him are nothing more than moneymakers. Without wasting another moment, he launches himself back into battle, determined to wipe out every monster in sight. Ndoyen takes down an ogre with ease, but as he surveys the battlefield, he notices something unusual. The number of monsters is rapidly decreasing. He mutters to himself, acknowledging that even most A-rank hunters struggle to take down an ogre, yet Jin-hyuk managed to do it in a single strike. Another guild member nearby expresses disbelief, wondering how such a skilled hunter has remained unknown to them until now. Annoyed, Ndoyen snaps at them, demanding to know why they are standing around daydreaming. If they are finished here, they should move to the next area and provide support. The guild members quickly acknowledge his command and dash off. As Ndoyen prepares to follow them, he suddenly spots Jin-hyuk and immediately scowls. He can't believe Jin-hyuk has the nerve to show up here. Clicking his tongue, he mutters that there's a limit to being shameless. His frustration boils over, and without hesitation he decides to attack. Charging toward Jin-hyuk, and Doyen convinces himself that their previous fight was a fluke, that he was simply caught off guard that day. This time, he will correct Jin-hyuk's arrogant attitude himself. However, just as he closes in, Jin-hyuk casually raises his bat and points it at him. Before Doyen even has a chance to react, an overwhelming force slams into him. The impact sends him flying backward, crashing onto the ground. He struggles to move, realizing that he can't even stand up from the single hit. Meanwhile, Sango faces a massive bull-like monster, his breathing heavy. His mana is nearly depleted, and he knows this is bad timing. The Minotaur lowers its head, preparing to charge. In an instant, Jin-hyuk appears. Leaping high into the air, he uses Sango's shoulder as a springboard to propel himself even higher. With precise timing, he grabs hold of the Minotaur's massive horns and twists its head downwards as he lands, slamming the monster into the ground with a devastating impact. Sango watches the scene unfold, stunned. A hunter who only recently reached C rank just took down a Minotaur. As he processes what he just witnessed, a realization dawns on him. His judgment about Jin-hyuk was right all along. Jin-hyuk looks at the fallen Minotaur and asks Sango if he can finish it off. Sango, still catching his breath, nods and tells him to go ahead. After all, Jin-hyuk was the one who brought it down. Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk delivers the final blow, and the system immediately notifies him of his level up. Sango exhales and smirks, saying that he knew Jin-hyuk would show up. He acknowledges that Jin-hyuk has been a huge help and expresses his gratitude. However, Jin-hyuk simply shrugs off the thanks, explaining that it was Hyena who contacted him, giving him an opportunity to earn a big payday. There's no need for Sango to feel indebted to him. Taking the opportunity, Sango once again makes his offer. He tells Jin-hyuk that if he joins their guild, chances like this will keep coming his way. More than that, he promises to step back and make sure Jin-hyuk receives the most credit for his accomplishments. Jin-hyuk, however, remains non-committal. Instead of answering, he suggests they focus on taking down the remaining monsters first, saying he'll think about it afterward. Sango chuckles, remarking that Jin-hyuk is not an easy man to recruit. At that moment, Sango's device buzzes with an urgent message from Hyena. The text is short but alarming. Something terrible has happened. She tells him to look at the sky. Jin-hyuk and Sango both glance upward. The sky above them has darkened unnaturally. Unlike normal storm clouds, these ominous clouds seem to be concentrated in a single area. Suddenly, lightning erupts from the sky, striking indiscriminately at both hunters and monsters, creating chaos and destruction. A bolt of lightning crashes dangerously close to where Jin-hyuk and Sango stand, forcing them to jump back. Realizing the severity of the situation, Sango immediately contacts Hyena, demanding an explanation. Hyena's voice comes through with urgency. She reports that a monster has been detected inside the storm clouds. It's just one, but its sheer size is beyond anything they've faced before. Its body length alone measures 500 meters. Another lightning strike surges downward, and both Jin-hyuk and Sango barely dodge in time. Jin-hyuk, still breathing heavily, looks up in disbelief. He has never seen anything like this before, a flying monster of that size. The realization dawns on him that at this altitude, their usual skills won't even reach it. Understanding the difficulty of the situation, Sango suggests they retreat to the guild to assess the situation properly. Jin-hyuk, seeing no better alternative for now, agrees to go with them. At the Titan Guild building, Sango watches grimly as the city suffers under the relentless lightning attacks of the flying monster. The devastation spreads rapidly, fires breaking out across multiple districts. Reports flood in, and a guild staff member informs him that the lightning rods set up around the city have proven completely ineffective against the creature's attacks. Sango, his expression tense, asks if there are any viable methods to approach the monster in the sky. Another staff member responds that they attempted using drones, but none could get close before being struck down. Any aerial approach is just as impossible. The lightning neutralizes everything before it can even get near. Hyena steps forward, explaining the core issue. Whether on the ground or in the air, the monster's attacks are unnervingly precise. It strikes down anything within a 1 kilometer radius with near-perfect accuracy. Sango crosses his arms, his brows furrowed. If they want to intercept the monster, they have to do it from outside the lightning's range. However, attacking from such a distance is far easier said than done. The situation is becoming more worrisome by the second. Jin-hyuk, standing nearby, considers the problem as well. With such a massive creature positioned at such a long range, they would need someone with enough power to take it down in one decisive strike. But where would they find a person like that? A thought suddenly comes to him, Lucia. Without hesitation, he turns to Sango and says that he might have a way to deal with the monster. He then asks if they are willing to take the risk and give it a try. Sango stands tall at the front of a big meeting room, facing a group of important hunters and top leaders from the Titan Guild. The air feels heavy, everyone's on edge because things are getting serious. One of the guild executives, a sharp-eyed guy named Han Young-suk, leans forward in his chair, looking doubtful. He asks Sango if he really trusts this guy Jin-hyuk. He calls Jin-hyuk a lowly C-rank cleric, like he's not worth much, and says he's surprised Sango's pinning their hopes on someone like him. Young-suk admits they're running out of good options, but he still didn't expect Jin-hyuk to be the one with a plan. Another guild member jumps in, trying to offer a different idea. He says Sango's special skill can hit anything within 300 meters. If Sango could just get close enough to the monster, maybe sneak in somehow, there's no way it could survive one of his attacks. It'd be over in a single blow, he says, sounding hopeful. Sango doesn't even flinch. His face stays serious as he shuts the idea down fast. He reminds everyone that he already explained this in the briefing. If anyone gets within 1 kilometer of this monster, it'll lock onto them and strike with perfect aim. No mistakes, no misses. He looks at the guild member and asks if they really think he'd claim there's a solution without having a solid plan in mind. His voice is firm, like he's daring anyone to question him again. The guild member's face turns red. He stammers an apology, realizing he spoke out of turn, and quickly sits back down, keeping quiet. Then Hyena, Sango's secretary, speaks up with another worry. She says maybe their best bet is to hold off and wait for backup from a group called Geishia. Sango shakes his head right away, cutting her off. He explains that Geishia's a guild full of super strong A-rank and higher male hunters who specialize in crazy powerful magic. Sure, they might be able to crush the monster, but there's a big problem. Geishia doesn't care about keeping people safe. They've got a bad reputation for letting civilians get hurt in their fights. Sango says they'd probably get distracted trying to catch this new monster for themselves instead of focusing on protecting the city. If they got involved, the damage would be a disaster, way worse than just leaving the monster alone. He'd rather take his chances than call them in. With all that laid out, Sango takes a deep breath and makes his decision clear. He tells everyone that Jin-hyuk's plan is their best shot right now. If it doesn't work, then he'll have no choice but to step up himself. He'd risk his own life, get close to the monster, and take it out with his own hands. The room goes quiet, everyone knows he means it. Meanwhile, across town, Jin-hyuk steps out of his apartment building with Lucia right behind him. He looks at her and thanks her for agreeing to help out. He knows having her on his side could be the key to winning this fight. Lucia just shrugs, acting like it's no big deal. She says she didn't have much going on anyway, so she figured she might as well tag along and help. Then she flashes a big, playful grin and reminds him of their deal. She's expecting a huge pile of sweet snacks from his world as her reward. She's already dreaming about all the chocolate and candy she'll get to eat. Suddenly, Lucia scrunches up her nose and makes a face. She complains that the air in Jin-hyuk's world stinks, like it's so bad it's shaving years off her life every time she breathes. She turns to him, genuinely curious, and asks how he even survives living in a place with such awful air. Jin-hyuk lets out a tired sigh and says he doesn't really have a choice. It's just how things are here. He doesn't want to get stuck on that topic, so he changes the subject. He asks her straight up if she's sure she can take down this monster they're facing. Lucia doesn't even hesitate. She says she's so good she could hit it with her eyes shut. It's a giant target, after all. How hard could it be? She sounds totally relaxed, like it's just another day for her. Jin-hyuk's not so sure, though. He frowns and tells her this isn't some random beast. It's the monster Leviathan, a level 300 nightmare. That's the strongest thing anyone's ever seen in history. He asks again, more serious this time, if she really thinks she can beat something that tough. Lucia stays calm and says yeah, she can handle it, but she's going to need his help. She explains that if she goes all out with her power, the area around them won't hold up. Buildings will crumble, streets will crack, it'll be a mess. If Jin-hyuk doesn't want the whole place turned into a pile of rubble, he's got to step up and do his part to keep things under control. Jin-hyuk's eyes widen as he realizes how serious this could get. He pulls out his phone and calls Sango right away. When Sango picks up, Jin-hyuk warns him that if they take down the Leviathan, the fallout's going to wreck the buildings nearby. He asks if Sango's got a plan to deal with all that damage afterward. Sango doesn't miss a beat. He tells Jin-hyuk not to worry about it, just focus on beating the monster. He promises he'll take care of everything else once it's over. His voice is steady, like he's already got it all figured out. With Sango's words putting his mind at ease, Jin-hyuk turns back to Lucia and gives her a quick nod, signaling that it's time to get moving. But Lucia's already one step ahead. She's got her bow raised, golden aura swirling around her like a storm waiting to break loose. She smirks at him, her power growing stronger by the second, almost like she's teasing him to hurry up and keep pace with her. Jin-hyuk takes a deep breath, steadying himself. He focuses hard and summons a huge holy shield behind her, planting his feet firmly to brace for what's coming. In a flash, Lucia lets her arrow fly. It's glowing bright with pure aura and shoots through the air so fast it's almost a blur. The second it leaves her bow, a massive shockwave explodes outward, rattling everything around them. Jin-hyuk stumbles but manages to stay standing, his shield soaking up most of the blast's force. The monster Leviathan doesn't even have time to blink. 2 aura-charged arrows slam into its gigantic body, tearing right through it. The creature's torn clean in half, and both pieces come crashing down from the sky, landing with earth-shaking thuds on either side of the battlefield. For a moment, everything goes quiet. The Titan Guild members, who'd been fighting tooth and nail against the Leviathan just minutes ago, stand there with their mouths open, too shocked to move. They can't believe what they just saw, something that's strong, gone in an instant. Even with Jin-hyuk's holy shield blocking most of the shockwave, the top floor they're standing on takes a beating. Cracks spread across the ground, and dust swirls in the air as bits of debris settle around them. Lucia lowers her bow and clicks her tongue, looking a little let down. She mutters that the monster was weaker than she expected. It couldn't even handle her full strength. Jin-hyuk, still catching his breath, shakes his head and lets out a small laugh. She's right. The Leviathan was a big deal, but Lucia? She's something else entirely. He smirks and admits out loud that she's way too powerful for this world. Then he looks at her and says a quiet thanks for stepping in. Lucia brushes it off, saying she didn't do it for free. She tosses the monster hunting counter back to him, a little device that tracks points for kills. It's showing 240 points now. With a sly grin, she tells him to watch his back and not trust people so easily. When things get serious, she warns, people stop thinking straight. They'll try to trick him the second they see an opening. She adds that she's been fooled plenty of times herself on her own adventures. Jin-hyuk just smiles and tells her not to worry about him. If he ever gets a bad feeling about someone, he's not the type to sit around and let it happen, he'll handle it. Right then, a rumble of engines cuts through the silence. Armored trucks roll up, and Sango steps out with his guild members behind him. As soon as he spots Jin-hyuk, he walks over, looking genuinely impressed. He claps Jin-hyuk on the shoulder and says he did an amazing job. Then he asks, curious, how exactly Jin-hyuk managed to take down something as huge as the Leviathan. Jin-hyuk scratches his head, gives a little shrug, and says sorry, it's a secret. Before Sango can respond, Han Yongsuk butts in with a scoff. He's one of the guild executives and he's not buying it. He snaps that Jin-hyuk's dodging the question because he didn't actually kill the monster himself. Someone else must have done it. Without saying a word, Jin-hyuk casually tosses him the monster hunting counter. Han Yongsuk catches it, checks the screen and freezes. It says 240 points, way higher than Sango's own score of 173. Hyena, standing off to the side, steps in to back Jin-hyuk up. She says the counter's the same one she gave him earlier, there's no way he could have messed with it. Han Young-suk's face twists, but he's not ready to let it go. He glares at Jin-hyuk and demands to know why he's still hanging around instead of waiting to pick up his reward later like everyone else. Jin-hyuk stays cool and reminds him that Sango promised him the rights to the monster himself. Since he's the one who took it down, it's only fair he gets what's coming to him, and Sango already said it was fine. Han Young-suk's temper flares. He practically shouts, asking if Jin-hyuk even knows how much the Leviathan's body is worth. He's clearly not about to let Jin-hyuk walk away with something that valuable without a fight. But before he can keep going, Sango yells at him to stop. His voice is sharp, cutting through the argument like a knife. He tells Han Young-suk to quit making a fool of himself. Does he really think the Titan Guild's so broke they can't afford to honor a deal? Why is he acting so stingy? Sango goes on, saying this kind of attitude makes the guild look bad. Reputation matters more than money, and Han Young-suk's greed is dragging them down. Realizing he's crossed a line, Han Young-suk stiffens up and mutters a quick apology, though it's clear he doesn't mean it. Sango's had enough. He tells him to get out of there and cool off. The discussion's over. Turning back to Jin-hyuk, Sango softens his tone and says he's sorry about all that. He sticks to his word. Jin-hyuk gets full rights to the reward, including the Leviathan's carcass, just like they agreed. Then he adds that he'd love to team up with Jin-hyuk again someday. Fighting alongside him felt like a win. Jin-hyuk nods, still a little cautious about the Titan Guild as a whole. But Sango? He seems like a decent guy, someone he might be able to trust. Meanwhile, Han Young-suk storms off, fuming to himself. He can't believe Sango's siding with a random C-rank hunter over the guild's own interests. Sure, Sango's a strong leader, and the Titan Guild needs him, but if he keeps putting outsiders first, something's got to change. Han Young-suk pulls out his phone and starts scrolling through his contacts, his mind already racing with plans. If Sango won't look out for the guild's future, then he'll find another way to make things right. Word starts spreading fast about the giant monster that showed up in the sky not long ago. The official story says Seo Sango, the big boss of the Titan Guild, was the one who brought it down. But quieter rumors are floating around, hinting that it wasn't Sango at all, it was some C-rank hunter nobody's heard of who actually did the job. Inside a fancy high-rise building, two guys are chatting about it over coffee. One of them shakes his head, saying there's no way a C-rank could take out a monster that's strong. It's just too hard to believe. The other guy nods and adds that this must be why Sango himself went out of his way to try and recruit this hunter. What's even crazier, he says, is that the C-rank guy said no to joining the Titan Guild, which is a shock to everyone. At the same time, a scout from the Ultron Guild is on his phone, getting an update. The person on the other end tells him they've confirmed something big. An A-rank hunter named Ndoyen, one of Titan Guild's best fighters, just ended up in the hospital. The scout's eyebrows shoot up. He knows Ndoyen's a tough guy with serious skills. How could he get taken down? The caller says the rumors point to that same C-rank hunter everyone's talking about being the one who beat him. The scout hangs up and turns to his partner, his face getting serious. He says they've got to dig deeper into this C-rank hunter, something's up with him. His partner isn't so sure, though. He frowns and asks if they're getting ahead of themselves. After all, hidden classes, super rare powers that don't fit the usual ranks, are almost impossible to find. Could this guy really have one? The scout doesn't budge. He says their guild, Ultron, climbed to the top because they've got 3 hidden class hunters on their team. They can't risk letting another one fall into someone else's hands, especially a rival guild like Titan. Their plan's simple: track this guy down and convince him to join Ultron. And if he won't sign up, well, they'll have to make sure he doesn't join anyone else, by taking him out. Meanwhile, back at his apartment, Jin-hyuk wakes up feeling like he's been hit by a truck. He groans as he sits up, his whole body heavy and slow, like he hasn't moved in ages. When he checks the clock, his eyes nearly pop out. He's been asleep for 2 full days. It's like he was knocked out cold. He rubs his head, realizing the exhaustion from pushing his stamina too hard really took a toll. his stomach starts rumbling loud enough to wake the dead, so he decides to order some food to fill it up. But as he shuffles out of his bedroom, he stops dead in his tracks. There's Lucia, plopped down on the floor, happily chowing down on a pile of snack bars. Empty wrappers are scattered everywhere around her like a candy explosion went off. Jin-hyuk's eye twitches as he stares at the mess. He bends down, grabbing a plastic bag to start picking up the trash, and lets out a long sigh. He mutters that he was saving those snacks for her, but he didn't expect her to polish them all off in just 2 days. Lucia doesn't even look up, she just shrugs and says they were too good to resist. Plus, she adds, all she could find in the house was sweet stuff anyway. Jin-hyuk straightens up, trash bag in hand, and asks why she didn't just head back to her own world instead of sticking around here waiting for him to wake up. Lucia snaps back quick, asking who he thinks looked after him while he was out cold. She says she would have left ages ago if she could, she hates breathing the awful air in his world, but she's stuck. Turns out, she can't get the dungeon entrance to open up and let her go home. Jin-hyuk raises an eyebrow and decides to check it out himself. He walks over and finds the dungeon door still there, looking totally normal. Lucia's jaw drops. She swears it wasn't there a second ago. She pushes him aside, telling him to step back, and tries opening it herself. When she does, the entrance is gone, just like she said. Now Jin-hyuk's confused too. He tells her he's only ever seen the entrance work fine before. Lucia crosses her arms and says it's because he's tangled up in some wizard's magic, something about dimensional coordinates being locked onto him. Jin-hyuk blinks and asks her to explain it in plain words he can actually understand. She sighs, rolling her eyes, and breaks it down. The dungeon's basically glued to him now. Wherever he goes, it'll follow him around like a shadow. Jin-hyuk's eyes widen as he processes that. He asks if she means the dungeon could have just popped up and squashed him flat. Lucia smirks and says he's a quick learner. Yep, that's exactly it. Lucky for him, though, the spell didn't work perfectly, so he's safe for now. Before he can think too hard about that, his stomach growls again, loud and impatient. He remembers he's still waiting on that food delivery, but something feels off, it's taking way too long. Just then, the delivery guy finally shows up at the door, looking a little lost. He hands Jin-hyuk the bag of food and apologizes, saying he's been driving around in circles trying to find the place. It's weird, he says. He knows the area, but he just couldn't pin down the apartment until now. Jin-hyuk's suspicion kicks in as he takes the food, but he brushes it off for the moment. He turns to Lucia and calls her over to eat with him. She hesitates, narrowing her eyes, and asks if it's more sweet stuff. He laughs and promises it's not, it's savory, and he's sure she'll like it if she gives it a shot. As Jin-hyuk and Lucia dig into their meal, Lucia casually mentions something while chewing. She says she cast a little spell, a recognition suppression spell, on the apartment while he was asleep. It's a basic trick, she explains, but it works like a charm. It makes the place super hard to find, so hard that even Jin-hyuk wouldn't have been able to spot his own home if he'd stepped outside. She leans back, looking pleased with herself. Jin-hyuk stops eating, his chopsticks frozen halfway to his mouth. He blinks at her and asks why she'd bother doing something like that. Lucia shrugs and says that while he was knocked out, all kinds of weird people kept showing up at the door. They were throwing around names like Guardian and Ultron. She guesses there's some kind of hunter groups or guilds, but she's not really sure what that means. They were so loud and annoying, she says, that she decided to zap them with the spell to keep them away for good. Jin-hyuk's forehead wrinkles as he frowns, wondering why big-time guilds like that would be sniffing around his place. He grabs his phone and starts scrolling through the news to figure out what's going on. His eyes widen when he sees the headline, "New Giant Monster Defeated by C-Rank Hunter Jin-hyuk." There's even a blurry video making the rounds online, showing the fight. He mutters to himself that the officials were supposed to keep this quiet with a gag order, but clearly, nobody's bothering to enforce it. Lucia tilts her head, noticing he's stopped eating. She asks what's wrong, and Jin-hyuk sighs, saying he's got a problem, a big one. The issue, he admits, is that he's doing too well. He's starting to feel greedy, piggybacking off Lucia's skills to claim rewards and fame he didn't expect. He glances out the window, imagining guild scouts prowling around, trying to track him down. The hunter world's brutal. He knows, everyone's so protective of their turf that when someone new and strong pops up, they'll do whatever it takes to knock them down. He's in hot water now, especially after claiming that monster's corpse, but there's no use crying over it. What's done is done. He turns to Lucia and tells her to grab her stuff if she's finished eating. They're heading back to the dungeon. His plan's clear. He needs to get stronger, fast. If he levels up more and uses the Leviathan corpse he snagged, he can craft some seriously powerful gear. That way, no hunter or guild will dare mess with him. As he's talking, a shadowy figure in a pullover hoodie stands on a rooftop nearby, watching silently. Later, Jin Hyuk's at the dwarf workshop, standing next to a gruff little craftsman who's inspecting the Leviathan's head. The dwarf scratches his beard and says it's been ages since he last saw a beast this big. Then he squints at Jin Hyuk and asks why he only brought the head. What happened to the rest of it? Jin Hyuk rubs the back of his neck and tries to explain that the body got too banged up to use. Lucia, standing nearby, pipes up and says it's because the monster was too weak. Her arrows shredded it like paper. The dwarf snorts and shakes his head, telling Lucia she's got no clue how valuable that monster's parts are. He grumbles that this is exactly why he can't stand elves. They're too reckless. That sets Lucia off, and soon the two of them are bickering like kids, trading jabs back and forth. Jin Hyuk steps in, raising his hands to calm them down, and asks the dwarf if he can still make something useful out of what's left of the corpse. The dwarf huffs, looking at Jin Hyuk like he's clueless. He says Jin Hyuk doesn't even know what he's holding on to and tells him to wait a sec. The dwarf reaches out and touches the Leviathan's head. Sparks of lightning suddenly crackle around his hand. Then he shouts that the monster's still alive, sort of. Before Jin Hyuk can ask what he means, the dwarf stabs into the head with a tool and pulls out a glowing, pulsing orb. Jin Hyuk stares at it, wide-eyed, and asks what the heck it is. The dwarf grins and explains it's the Leviathan's lightning organ, the part that let it shoot bolts of electricity. He says if Jin Hyuk enchants this orb into his orichalcum bat, he'll be able to fire lightning whenever he wants. Jin Hyuk's jaw drops, and he asks what it'll cost him. The dwarf waves him off, saying there's no charge this time. But then he leans in and adds that if Jin Hyuk really wants to help, he should get Lucia out of there. Her presence is throwing off his vibe, and nothing will go right with her around. Lucia's face turns red with anger. She grabs her bow, aims it right at the dwarf, and threatens to put an arrow through his skull. Jin Hyuk jumps in fast, trying to smooth things over. He tells her the dwarf's probably just stressed about the big enchantment he's about to do, nothing personal. To cool her down, he promises to buy her the best sweets he can find. That seems to work, though she still glares at the dwarf as they leave. Later, Jin Hyuk's trudging home with two packages tucked under his arms. One's his upgraded bat, and the other's a bag stuffed with candy for Lucia. He mutters to himself that she's like some sugar-crazed ghost who'd haunt him if she didn't get her fix. Seriously, he thinks, a normal person would keel over from all that sugar. She's got to be immune or something. But then he stops walking. His joking mood fades as a chill runs down his spine. Ever since he started using aura, his senses have gotten sharper, way sharper. And right now, he can feel it. Someone's following him. He tightens his grip on the packages and scans the street, knowing he's not alone. Jin Hyuk drops the packages he's carrying, candy and all, right onto the ground. He spins around, glaring down the empty street, and shouts for whoever's following him to stop sneaking around like a coward and show themselves. Out of nowhere, a figure flickers into view, a sword gleaming in his hand. The guy smirks and says he's impressed. He didn't think Jin Hyuk would even notice him. Before Jin Hyuk can respond, the stranger lunges forward, slashing at him fast. Jin Hyuk reacts quick, blocking the strike with his arm, and snaps at the guy, demanding to know who he is and why he's attacking out of the blue like this. The attacker's eyes widen. He didn't expect Jin Hyuk to stop his sword so easily. He mutters to himself that the rumors must be true. This guy's no ordinary C-rank hunter. Jin Hyuk doesn't waste time. He charges at the attacker, ready to pound some answers out of him. But the guy's smart. He sees fighting head-on won't work, so he switches things up, fading out of sight with some kind of camouflage trick. Jin Hyuk squints, trying to spot him, but the guy's gone invisible. Still, he can faintly feel the attacker's presence lingering, like a whisper in the air. He realizes it's a skill, a sneaky one at that. Suddenly, the attacker strikes again, his sword flashing out of nowhere. Jin-hyuk blocks it just in time and swings back, but his fist hits nothing. The guy's already vanished again. It's getting harder to track him now, and Jin-hyuk's starting to get annoyed. He can only sense the jerk when he attacks, and even then, it's barely enough to react. He grumbles to himself, wishing he had his trusty bat, the one he left with the dwarf for enchanting. If he had it, this fight would have been way easier. Why'd he have to get jumped right after dropping it off? Realizing he's at a disadvantage, Jin-hyuk bolts down the street, deciding he's got to get out of there fast. What he doesn't know is that the attacker already slipped a tiny tracking device onto him during the scuffle. The guy pulls out his phone, watching the signal move, and smirks. He knows Jin-hyuk can't run forever. Eventually, he'll slip up and be alone, and that's when he'll finish him off. Later, the attacker steps out of an elevator into a busy department store, blending in with the crowd of shoppers. He checks his phone. The tracking signals stopped moving somewhere inside. He thinks for a second, narrowing it down, and figures there's only one spot nearby where Jin-hyuk might be by himself, the restroom. He heads that way, activating his camouflage skill again to stay hidden. Inside the restroom, he's ready to end this once and for all. He kicks the door open hard and stabs forward with his sword, aiming for where he thinks Jin-hyuk's standing. But instead of hitting flesh, his blade slams into the wall, and there's the tracking device, stuck right to it. His stomach drops as he realizes it's a setup. Before he can turn, Jin-hyuk steps out from behind the door, gripping his newly enchanted bat. He grins and says there's no disappearing in a cramped space like this. He swings the bat hard, and the attacker barely dodges, leaping back just in time. The guy swings his sword in return, but Jin-hyuk sidesteps, grabs his arm, and slams him down onto the tile floor with a loud thud. Pinning him there, Jin-hyuk presses the bat against the attacker's neck and warns him to spill everything, why he's trying to kill him, or he'll smash his head in. The attacker gasps, holding up his hands, begging Jin-hyuk to hold off. A small, under construction, "Do not enter" sign hangs crookedly on the restroom door outside. Nearby, a dad's talking to his little boy, explaining they can't go in because it's closed. The kid whines that he can't wait any longer, pushes the door open anyway, and tells his dad to keep watch while he runs in quick. The boy freezes when he steps inside, wide-eyed at the sight of Jin-hyuk about to hit the pinned attacker. Jin-hyuk glances over. This is exactly why he put up that sign, hoping to keep people out. He yells at the kid to get out of there, saying it's dangerous. But the attacker sees his chance. While Jin-hyuk's distracted, he unleashes a burst of fire from his hands, aiming right at him. Jin-hyuk twists away, dodging the flames, but the guy follows up with another fiery blast. Jin-hyuk throws up his holy shield fast, blocking the attack while shoving the boy behind him to keep him safe. Smoke fills the tiny room, and in the chaos, the attacker scrambles to his feet and bolts for the door. As he runs, he mutters to himself that his bosses only told him to grab some materials from a new monster. Nothing fancy, just a simple job. But now that it's gone south, he decides to cut his losses and slip away, figuring he'll get another shot later. Or so he hopes. Before he can make it out, Jin-hyuk's on him in a flash. He swings his bat with everything he's got, smashing it into the attacker's back. The blow lands hard, too hard. The guy crumples to the ground, lifeless. Jin-hyuk stares down at him, breathing heavy, realizing he lost control and went too far. It's his first time killing someone, and a sick feeling twists in his gut. A glowing system screen pops up in front of him, cold and emotionless. It says his karma's gone up because of the murder, and the disgust hits him even harder. But then it adds that since the killing was justified, self-defense, the villain title won't be slapped on him. Still, there's a catch. His cleric skills are tainted now, corrupted by what he's done. And without him even noticing, he's met the secret requirements for a second job change. Jin-hyuk stands there, stunned, his mind racing as he tries to process what this new job system means for him. Jin-hyuk stays inside the department store, his mind spinning as he tries to make sense of everything that just happened. He's still shaken from the fight, and from taking a life. He remembers something he learned a while back. When a hunter kills another person, the system automatically slaps them with the villain title. For clerics like him, that's a disaster. If they get that title, all their skills get locked up tight. They can't heal, shield, or do anything useful anymore. At first, Jin Hyuk's heart sinks, thinking his days as a cleric are done for good. But then he recalls the system message about a job change popping up out of nowhere. It's a lifeline, a second chance he didn't see coming, and it gives him a flicker of hope amid the mess. As he's lost in thought, standing near the restroom where it all went down, a man walks up to him. The guy's wearing a sharp coat and flashes a badge, introducing himself as Jo Kyungin, a detective from the Hunter Division. He's got a calm, steady vibe, and he asks Jin Hyuk if he can spare a few minutes to talk. Kyungin starts asking about the attacker, a magician hunter who'd come after him with fire magic. Jin Hyuk explains how the guy didn't care that a kid was nearby, blasting flames like it was nothing. Kyungin nods, taking notes, and says the boy, named Jinwoo, only got a few light burns. Nothing too bad, thankfully. Another officer steps up beside the detective and adds that Jinwoo and his dad wanted to thank Jin Hyuk for stepping in. Jin Hyuk scratches his head, feeling a bit awkward, and says he's just glad things didn't turn out worse. He'd been terrified the kid might get seriously hurt, or worse, in the middle of that chaos. Kyungin gives him a small, reassuring smile and says that because Jin Hyuk acted fast and did the right thing, they're pretty sure this'll be ruled as self-defense. Once they wrap up the investigation, he'll be free to head home, no trouble at all. Jin Hyuk blinks, surprised it's going so smoothly. He'd braced himself for a bigger mess, especially after what happened. The detective explains why it's working out this way. He says Jin Hyuk's got a decent reputation from his past actions, and that's helping his case. Plus, the rules for hunters aren't quite the same as for regular people, they're a little more flexible. But the biggest thing? Jin Hyuk didn't get the villain title. Kyungin leans in a bit and lowers his voice, saying that title only shows up if someone kills on purpose, with bad intent. If it's purely self-defense, like what happened here, the system lets it slide. It's an unspoken rule, he adds, something people in the know keep quiet about. Kyungin's eyes lock onto Jin Hyuk's, and he makes it clear, as long as Jin Hyuk doesn't go blabbing about this little detail, there won't be any legal headaches. If word gets out, though, it could stir up trouble for the authorities, and they'd rather avoid that. Jin Hyuk gets it right away. He nods and promises he'll keep his mouth shut. He's not about to spill secrets and make life harder for himself or anyone else. Before sending him off, Kyungin pulls a small gadget from his pocket and hands it over. He says it's a safety thing, a monitoring device. It's set to ping the Hunter Division if Jin Hyuk says any of 3 specific words: murder, villain, or self-defense. Kyungin's tone stays light but firm as he explains that as long as Jin Hyuk steers clear of those words and doesn't talk about today's lesson, everything'll be fine. He pats Jin Hyuk on the shoulder and tells him to go home, get some rest, he's earned it. Jin Hyuk thanks him quietly, tucks the device in his pocket, and heads out, still feeling the weight of it all. Once he's gone, Kyungin's partner, a younger officer with a skeptical look, crosses his arms and says Jin Hyuk doesn't seem like your average C-rank hunter. Kyungin nods slowly, agree. He points out how Jin Hyuk blocked a wild flame storm without taking much damage, all while keeping a kid safe. On top of that, he took down a high-level magician hunter single-handedly. That's not normal C-rank stuff. Those rumors about him having extra power might actually be true. Kyungin sighs, hoping Jin Hyuk doesn't let it go to his head and turn reckless. If he plays it smart, he could be someone worth counting on down the road. Back at home, Jin Hyuk's alone, staring at the glowing system screen hovering in front of him. It's showing something new. His class has shifted to Inquisitor, a rare hidden class he'd always dreamed of getting someday. But he never imagined it'd happen like this, tied to a fight he didn't want. Still, the idea of a hidden class sparks something in him. It's powerful and he's curious. He decides the best way to figure out what it can do is to test it out for real, in a fight where he can push its limits. He heads to a nearby dungeon, stepping into the dim, rocky tunnels with a mix of nerves and excitement. A goblin lunges at him, swinging a rusty blade, and Jin-hyuk blocks it with just his arm, no shield, no bat. The attack bounces off like it's nothing, and he freezes for a second, stunned at how easy that was. That's when it clicks. His old cleric skills have morphed into something new. They used to be all about healing and helping others, but now they're focused on protecting himself. The screen pops up again, breaking it down for him. His heal and cure abilities are gone, replaced by a skill called Hardened Skin. It toughens him up, cutting down the damage he takes from hits. He's also got a new one called Status Resistance, which makes him harder to knock out with stuff like poison, sleep, or stuns. Jin-hyuk runs a hand through his hair, piecing it together. His skills might look different now, but deep down, they're still about keeping him in the fight, just in a tougher, more defensive way. He takes a deep breath, ready to see how far this Inquisitor class can take him. Jin-hyuk stands in the dungeon, feeling tougher than ever with his new skills. He swings his fist at a goblin charging toward him, and it flies back like it's nothing, no sweat at all. His old Holy Aura skill, the one that used to glow around him in fights, is gone now. But instead, he's got something called Fighting Spirit. It's a cool trick that turns his will to fight into a kind of energy he can feel buzzing around him. Then there's his Holy Shield. It's been swapped out for Defense Charge. This new skill lets him rush forward like a tank, smashing through anything in his way with a wall of protective power. To try it out, he spots a group of goblins huddled together. He takes a deep breath, focuses, and charges right at them. They scatter like bowling pins, knocked aside easily. Jin-hyuk grins. These new abilities are all about soaking up hits, pushing forward, and shrugging off nasty effects like poison or dizziness. He's built like a fortress now. After testing how well he can fight, Jin-hyuk glances at the glowing system screen floating in front of him. It's showing off another new skill, Discernment. This one's interesting. It lets him see how much karma someone's carrying, like a number that shows how much bad stuff they've done. The screen says it's at level C right now, which means he can look at people and see their karma as a clear digit above their heads. Ever since he got this skill, he's been noticing little numbers popping up over everyone he passes. Curious, he pulls out his phone, flips on the camera, and aims it at himself. Above his own head, he sees the number 64. He scratches his chin, wondering how useful this'll be for figuring out who's good or bad. Does a higher number mean someone's more rotten? He's not sure yet, but it's got him thinking. Then there's another skill tied to discernment called Judgment. This one's a game changer. It boosts his strength and adds extra perks when he's up against someone with a lot of karma. Basically, the worse the bad guy, the tougher Jin-hyuk gets in a fight. It clicks in his head. His new Inquisitor class is all about tracking down and taking out evildoers. That's what it's made for, punishing the wicked. Still, he's a little thrown off by how blunt it is. A skill that flat out rewards him for fighting villains? It's almost too perfect, and it makes him wonder what he's gotten himself into. Later, Jin-hyuk swings by the dwarf's workshop to pick up his upgraded weapon. The dwarf hands him his bat, now sparking with little jolts of electricity. He explains that it's enchanted with lightning power and can hold up to 3 charges. Each charge takes about 30 minutes to refill, so Jin-hyuk's got to use them wisely. Jin-hyuk's eyes light up. He's pumped to try it out. He asks how it works, and the dwarf points to a scruffy kobold tied up in the backyard. The little monster was caught sneaking around, trying to swipe stuff from the shop. The dwarf suggests Jin-hyuk test the lightning on it, like a practice dummy. Jin-hyuk grips the bat and asks if he's got to say some fancy spell to make the lightning shoot. The dwarf chuckles and says nope, it's all in his head. Just picture it, and it'll happen. But Jin-hyuk hesitates. He admits to himself that he kind of likes chanting spells out loud. It feels dramatic, like he's a hero in some epic story. Skipping that part bums him out a little. Still, he decides to give it a shot. He closes his eyes, imagines a bolt of lightning and swings the bat. A crackling ball of electricity forms at the tip, then zaps out fast, blasting the kobold into bits with a loud bang. Jin-hyuk stares, jaw dropped. Fighting's going to be a breeze with this thing. Right then, Lucia storms up, looking annoyed. She crosses her arms and asks what he's been up to outside. She tilts her head, frowning, and says she can't feel any holy energy coming off him anymore. Then her eyes zero in on the little monitoring device clipped to his belt, the one the detective gave him. She squints and asks if he's hiding something, maybe even plotting against her and the dwarf. Jin-hyuk waves his hands quick, saying it's not like that at all, just a big misunderstanding. But Lucia's sharp. She figures something big must have happened to mess with his holy powers, and that device means he can't talk about it freely. The dwarf, who's been watching the whole thing, chimes in. He suggests they deal with that pesky device first before digging into anything else. Jin-hyuk surprised. The dwarf sounds so sure of himself, like there's nothing he can't fix. But then the dwarf adds a catch. He'll help, but only if Jin-hyuk does him a favor first. If Jin-hyuk pulls it off, the dwarf promises to tinker with the device and sort it out. He reaches into a drawer, pulls out a strange, old-looking compass, and hands it to Jin-hyuk. He says it's for the errand he's got in mind. Lucia's face tightens with worry. She steps closer and asks the dwarf if he's seriously sending Jin-hyuk there. The dwarf brushes her off, saying it's no big deal, even a newbie like Jin-hyuk should be fine. Jin-hyuk catches the tension in her voice and feels a knot in his stomach. He turns to the dwarf, hesitating, and asks if this favor's going to take him somewhere risky. The dwarf just grins, not answering, and Jin-hyuk's left wondering what kind of trouble he's about to stumble into this time. Jin-hyuk descends the side of a cliff using a red rope, grumbling about being tasked with mining ores in such a dangerous place. Lucia, holding the rope from above, brushes off his complaints and leads the way, telling him to stick close and not stray. She performs a backflip off the edge, skillfully catching herself on the cliffside. Jin-hyuk hesitates, pointing out that he isn't as light or agile as she is. Lucia continues without concern, implying that his fear is baseless and the descent is manageable. Inspired by her confidence and movements, Jin-hyuk finally lets go of the rope, manages to catch himself mid-fall on a ledge, and lands safely below. Jin-hyuk and Lucia are later seen resting after their descent. Jin-hyuk begins explaining how he lost his divine power and shows a strange device he brought along with him. Lucia notices the device and brings up the idea of removing it. Jin-hyuk admits that normally it wouldn't be safe to do that, but since a dwarf who's skilled in such things claimed it would be fine, there must be a proper method. He adds that the dwarf has a real talent for unusual devices, which makes him trustworthy in this situation. Lucia agrees with his reasoning and doesn't push the matter further. As the conversation shifts, Lucia brings up the concept of karma value, something that measures the weight of a person's evil deeds. She asks about her own value, and Jin-hyuk informs her that hers is 82, the highest among the three in their group. Lucia isn't surprised. She says it makes sense, considering her past and the hard choices she had to make just to survive. Jin-hyuk points out that the difference between her value and his own is only about 20 points. Lucia replies that there's no way of knowing whether that kind of gap is significant or not. Lucia then shares a bit about the world she came from. She says there were saints there, individuals gifted with the ability to see good and evil with just a glance. Jin-hyuk replies that he's nothing like a saint. Lucia clarifies that she wasn't calling him one, only that such people existed where she came from. She then says they should analyze his abilities first. When Jin-hyuk questions her curiosity, Lucia casually says it's because she finds him entertaining. Jin-hyuk and Lucia remain in the dungeon for a while, but she eventually points out that staying inside won't help them understand the concept of karma value in any meaningful way. She explains that they need to head outside to see how karma interacts with the real world. She also reassures Jin-hyuk that if he's worried about being attacked outside, she will take responsibility for protecting him. Jin-hyuk thinks carefully about what to do next. He remembers that he was supposed to carry out a task for the dwarf, something he promised to handle. However, his curiosity about his newly gained ability is stronger, and he feels it's important to explore it further. Though he feels a bit guilty about postponing the dwarf's request, he decides to go along with Lucia's suggestion. To prepare for their departure, Jin-hyuk pulls out a small return stone. He explains that this stone allows him to teleport back to a specific location, as long as there is a larger, fixed return stone placed at the destination beforehand. The large return stone stays at the original location, while the smaller one must be carried. When activated, the small stone brings the user back to the spot where the larger stone is set. As soon as they finish preparing, a portal suddenly appears in front of them. They step through it together, and the system interface immediately responds by showing that Jin-hyuk's karma value has increased. Later, the two of them are seen at a small CAF, sitting at a table and having drinks. Jin-hyuk glances around and comments on the way people seem to be staring at them. He mentions Lucia's unusual outfit and asks if she's properly using her camouflage magic. Lucia casually assures him that her clothes are hidden by magic and that there's no need to worry. However, Jin-hyuk still notices the attention they're attracting and finds it hard to believe that everything is hidden as well as she claims. Lucia then jokes that maybe people are staring because she didn't hide her beauty. With that said, she shifts the conversation back to the main topic, Jin-hyuk's new ability. Jin-hyuk explains that the karma system appears to track a person's actions, especially the negative ones. From what he has observed, karma increases whenever someone does something considered morally or socially bad. For example, his own karma value went up by 1 simply because he didn't follow through on his promise to the dwarf. He also notes that directly harming others causes the value to rise, but if the harm is done with mutual agreement, it doesn't seem to count as negative in the system's eyes. He admits that the full details aren't clear yet, especially what exactly defines a high or low karma value. But from what he's learned, anyone with a karma value over 200 is automatically labeled a villain by society and becomes recognized as such by the system. Lucia eventually brings up the question of why someone would care about the karma value reaching over 200. Jin-hyuk explains that if a person kills someone whose karma is over that threshold, it doesn't count as murder. The system sees it as self-defense or an act of justice, so there's no penalty. Lucia reflects on that, realizing that both she and the dwarf haven't even reached a karma value of 100 yet. She comments that finding someone with a value higher than 200 might be difficult. Jin-hyuk agrees, mentioning that he has been quietly observing people for a while now but hasn't come across anyone with a karma level that high. He then tells Lucia that they need to go somewhere known for attracting dangerous people, places where individuals with high karma values are more likely to gather. As they walk through the city streets, brightly lit even during the night, Lucia glances around in confusion. She wonders why the lights are left on so openly, expecting that it would attract monsters. Jin-hyuk explains that the world therein isn't like hers. Monsters don't typically wander around cities or attack randomly, so people aren't afraid to light up the streets even at night. As they continue walking, a man approaches them. He compliments Lucia's beauty, then casually mentions an event at his bar. He claims that women as beautiful as Lucia can enjoy 5 cocktails for free. Lucia gives him a cold rejection without hesitation, but before she can walk away, Jin-hyuk stops her and suggests that they take the offer. Since it's free, he says, there's no harm in checking it out. The man eagerly agrees and leads them toward the bar. What Jin-hyuk doesn't immediately say out loud is that he already noticed something suspicious. The system has revealed that the man's karma value is over 300, well beyond the danger threshold. This raises Jin-hyuk's interest, and he decides to play along. Later, the two of them are seen inside the bar. They sit at a small table as drinks are served. Jin-hyuk drinks what appears to be a regular cocktail, but the man now revealed to be the bartender watches him closely. He knows that the drink is laced with a paralyzing poison and waits for Jin-hyuk to lose control. Quietly, he signals 3 men seated in the corner of the bar, who stand up and begin walking toward Jin-hyuk with clear intent to attack. But things don't go as expected. Jin-hyuk suddenly lifts his head with a fierce, focused expression. The system, recognizing the poison and its harmful intent, has automatically neutralized its effect on his body. He remains completely unaffected. As the first attacker approaches, Jin-hyuk doesn't hesitate. He immediately strikes with a clean, powerful punch, taking the man by surprise. The impact of Jin-hyuk's punch sends the first man crashing into the wall, knocking him out instantly. Without losing momentum, Jin-hyuk spins and launches a powerful kick into the second attacker's chest, dropping him to the ground with a heavy thud. Only one of the men remains now. He calmly removes his suit jacket, stretching out his arms as he cracks his knuckles with a loud snap. At the same time, the bartender, watching from behind the counter, shouts at the last man to do something and take care of the situation. The remaining attacker, showing a bit more confidence than the others, steps forward with a smirk. He remarks that Jin-hyuk might have had some fun until now, but this is where it ends. Without hesitation, he charges at Jin-hyuk with full force. Lucia, still sitting casually, lifts her drink and gulps it down. She glances toward Jin-hyuk and casually offers her help. But Jin-hyuk waves her off, saying he's got this under control. As the attacker throws a heavy punch, Jin-hyuk stops it cleanly with the flat of his palm, showing no effort. The man's eyes widen in shock. He hadn't expected such strength. He blurts out the question of whether Jin-hyuk is a hunter. Jin-hyuk, calm and sharp, remarks that the man must be a hunter too, questioning why someone with that kind of power is hiding in a place like this. That statement catches the man off guard. He begins to panic internally, realizing that he's up against someone dangerous and trying to find a way out of the situation. But Jin-hyuk doesn't give him a chance. He seizes the man's wrist and breaks it with a quick twist, followed immediately by a brutal punch to the face that sends him flying into the chairs and tables scattered across the bar. Without missing a beat, Jin-hyuk turns his attention to the bartender. In a flash, he closes the distance, grabs the man by the neck, and lifts him off the ground. His voice is low and serious as he states that there's a lot he wants to ask, but before anything else, he's going to beat the answers out of him. Jin-hyuk accuses the bartender of having pulled this sort of trick many times before. He demands to know who is backing him, arguing that it's impossible for someone like him to keep operating without support. Either it's an organization or someone powerful protecting him, because getting away with poisoning customers shouldn't be this easy. Jin-hyuk warns that this is the bartender's last chance to talk. But the bartender insists there's no one behind him, claiming he works alone. Jin-hyuk, skeptical, considers two possibilities: either the man's loyalty is shockingly strong, or the people backing him are terrifying enough to make him keep quiet, even under threat. Realizing the bartender won't give up the truth easily, Jin-hyuk decides to take a more painful approach. He grabs the bartender by the ankle, raising him upside down, calmly stating that he's just helping him find the right motivation to speak. Just as he's about to do something more violent, Lucia interrupts him. She steps forward and tells him to stop complicating things any further. Lucia walks up to the bartender, raises her hand, and releases a soft pulse of glowing magic that envelopes the man, signaling she has a different method in mind. The bartender, still caught in Lucia's spell, begins to speak loudly, his voice trembling with panic. He rambles without control, repeatedly asking if they're from Alton, muttering that if they are, then Titan will massacre everyone. His words come out in bursts, frantic, desperate, and filled with dread. Jin-hyuk narrows his eyes at the mention of Titan, the name confirming the suspicion already forming in his mind. He glances toward Lucia and calmly asks what she did to him. Lucia, unbothered, replies that she simply cast a spell to make confession easier, nothing invasive, just enough to strip away resistance. The bartender continues to spill everything. He insists that Titan can carry out a massacre, speaking with unnerving confidence. Jin-hyuk, trying to understand the logic, scoffs at the idea. The guilds are evenly matched. He says there's no way Titan alone can overpower the others. What could possibly give them that kind of edge? Then the bartender says it, Alon's elixir. The words hang in the air, strange and ominous. Jin-hyuk frowns. He's never heard of it before, but something about it feels wrong. Later, Jin-hyuk and Lucia stand on the rooftop of a tall building, the city lights flickering beneath them. The air is cool, and for a brief moment, everything is quiet. Lucia looks out over the skyline, her voice low as she admits that things are getting more serious than she thought. Jin-hyuk nods. He never expected to get involved with a major guild like Titan, not like this. He now understands what Alon's elixir is. A drug that doubles a person's stats, pushing their strength to terrifying new levels. But the cost of creating it is monstrous. It requires the sacrifice of countless young women. The revelation sickens him. Lucia is clearly shaken as well. She admits that even in her world, she didn't expect to find something so vile here. Then her voice hardens. She speaks of the Queen's Tear elixir, a similar drug in her world. When she was young, someone dear to her was taken and used in its creation. That tragedy pushed her to grow stronger, and years later, after reaching platinum rank, she destroyed the organization responsible with her own hands. Turning to Jin-hyuk, she asks what he's going to do. Jin-hyuk answers without hesitation. If the elixir is almost complete, then they can't afford to wait. They need to wipe out the enemy before it's too late, before Titan has a chance to use it. Meanwhile, deep within the same bar, a masked man sits in a shadowed room. He speaks into a phone with tension in his voice, reporting that there's been a problem. Park Min-jae is dead. It doesn't look like an internal fight, and he finds it hard to believe that another guild is responsible. As the masked man crouches beside the bloodstains, his sharp eyes scan the room with precision. The signs of struggle are minimal, just the aftermath of a single, lethal encounter. His gaze falls on the outline left where Park Min-jae's body had fallen. It's clean, too clean for a brawl. He mutters under his breath that something doesn't add up. Only Park Min-jae was targeted. No one else was touched. He straightens up, his voice low but certain as he speaks into the communicator. He says it doesn't look like the work of another guild, not with this level of precision. And if it was someone from their side, the hit wouldn't have been so clean or quiet. This wasn't an internal message. This was a warning. The voice on the other end is sharp and cold, instructing him to identify the culprit immediately. A slow grin spreads under the mask as the man replies with quiet confidence. He promises that it won't take long. Whoever did this may be clever, but they've left a trail and he's already on it. During an overseas business trip for the Titan Guild, Hyena meets Sango in a building and reports excellent results from their recent Hong Kong trip. She suggests that if the guild maintains this performance through the first half of the year, it might be worth expanding their numbers by 15%. However, she notices something is off with Sango. He brings up Alon's elixir, something Hyena has never heard of. He mentions that the association is trying to keep it under wraps, claims he's asking out of curiosity, and acknowledges how difficult it is for her to return to Korea. She agrees, noting that her current mission remains incomplete. Sango abruptly asks her to issue an urgent order to the entire guild. Titan Guild is now declaring a hostile relationship with the Tyrant Guild. Hyena is stunned by the announcement. Sango warns that without immediate preparation, they'll be swept into chaos. If the information he has is true, any delay would be disastrous. Hyena presses him for details, questioning what kind of intel warrants such a drastic move. Sango stays silent. She reminds him that this order amounts to a declaration of war against the Tyrant Guild. Sango acknowledges this, assuring her that both the Ultron Guild and the government will back them. Still, Hyena urges caution, warning that war brings immense risk and suggesting they at least consult the other executives. Sango responds coldly, asking if he seems like someone speaking nonsense. At that moment, Hyena realizes he has already made up his mind. Knowing how cautious he usually is, she understands the weight of the decision he's reached. Sango then explains that he understands that she is surprised, but she should first declare this confidentially within the guild and prepare investigators that they will delay the official announcement until later. Jin-hyuk is at his home, sitting with Lucia. She looks at him and asks if he has received any news from the trusted person they've been waiting to hear from. Jin-hyuk responds that he has, and the person has said that they will contact them again once the investigation team is ready to move forward. Lucia seems a bit relieved and comments that it's good to know there are still some people with a clear head out there. She then adds that if no one had agreed to help, she would have taken matters into her own hands and dealt with it herself, without waiting for others. Jin-hyuk then explains that if the people they are dealing with understand what Alon is, then it makes sense that they are acting cautiously. He goes on to ask if Lucia is planning to return to the dungeon. Lucia shakes her head and says that she doesn't plan on returning just yet. She refuses to miss out on all the action and excitement that is happening. She explains that if their opponents are crazy enough to do something like this, it means they are not ordinary people. She warns Jin-hyuk that he won't be able to handle such powerful opponents on his own. Jin-hyuk agrees with her assessment, acknowledging that he can't take on everything alone. Lucia then tells him that she will help him and insists that they work together to wipe out the people behind this. At that moment,
there's a sudden knock at the door. Someone on the other side claims to have a delivery for Jin-hyuk. Even though he knows he isn't expecting anything, he feels confused, not knowing who it could be. Outside, a masked man stands nearby holding a magical compass. He is sure that the person who has been hiding in Park Minji's blood is close by. The man's eyes are focused on Jin-hyuk's house, knowing that it is the location he's been tracking. Just a few moments before, the masked man had landed right in front of Jin-hyuk's house. When he arrived, he noticed that the house looked a bit hazy, which seemed odd to him. He quickly recognized the house as belonging to the hunter who had captured the new type of monster. The masked man wondered if Jin-hyuk was the same person who had attacked the scene earlier. Realizing that Jin-hyuk could be the one responsible, he decides that his next step will be to capture Jin-hyuk and find out the truth behind what happened. Back in the present, Jin-hyuk stands at the door, hesitating before he opens it. He knows something isn't right. There's no way a delivery would come at this hour, especially considering the recognition suppression spell he had cast around the house. He's certain that for someone to have bypassed the spell and come pretending to be a delivery person, something fishy is going on. His instincts tell him that this is no ordinary situation. When Jin-hyuk finally opens the door, he's met by the masked figure, who lunges forward, holding a needle aimed directly at him. But Jin-hyuk is quick. He catches the masked man's hand mid-attack, his grip firm as he stops the surprise assault. Jin-hyuk smirks, telling the masked man that he knew something was off. He jokes that these days, deliveries seem to come with poison darts as a bonus. The masked man is visibly surprised, realizing that his surprise attack has been blocked, and that Jin-hyuk is no easy target. Meanwhile, Lucia, standing behind Jin-hyuk, reacts swiftly. She tells Jin-hyuk to move aside and quickly notches an arrow in her bow. With a smooth motion, she fires the arrow, hitting the masked man squarely. The force of the shot sends him flying against the opposite building, crashing into the wall with a heavy thud. However, Jin-hyuk tells Lucia to stay back, claiming that he will handle it. He knows the opponent came looking for him because of the incident at the bar. He's not about to let things escalate further. Lucia, though, remains cautious and warns Jin-hyuk to be careful. She points out that despite being hit by her arrow with such force, the masked man is still moving, which means he is no ordinary person. Meanwhile, the masked man pulls the arrow out of his body, his mind racing as he tries to process the situation. He can't help but wonder who Lucia is, as her single arrow managed to inflict such a heavy blow. Realizing he's at a disadvantage, he decides that retreat is his best option for now. He starts to run, making his escape. Jin-hyuk, however, is surprised by the sudden retreat, watching the masked man flee. Lucia, standing by his side, asks Jin-hyuk if he plans to chase after the man. But Jin-hyuk calmly shakes his head and says no. He explains that the masked man will likely come after him again, and that the guy's karma score is over 900, which indicates he is someone who kills without hesitation. Jin-hyuk feels a sense of relief. He was wondering how to clean up this mess once everything settles, and now it seems the masked man might be useful in the future. The next day, Jin-hyuk and Lucia are driven to the investigation site. The car ride is quiet until they reach their destination, and the driver informs Jin-hyuk that the guild leader has specifically instructed him to bring Jin-hyuk, but with a warning. He mentions that Jin-hyuk must be careful, as there are still many members of the Titan Guild who are not fond of him. When they arrive, Jin-hyuk takes note of the group of Titan Guild members gathered at the site. He observes that at least half of them appear to be a rank or higher, indicating that this is an elite group of individuals. His attention then shifts to a man with white hair among the group. Jin-hyuk's eyes narrow as he wonders if this could be the same man he encountered earlier. A bad feeling settles in his stomach as he realizes that this person might be the one leading the operation. Jin-hyuk can sense that things are about to get much more complicated than he had anticipated. The white-haired hunter steps forward and introduces himself as Han Young-sik, the one in charge of leading the operation. He mentions that they had met during the last airstrike, though he isn't sure if Jin-hyuk remembers him. Jin-hyuk, however, claims that he remembers Young-sik and remarks that the hunter seems quite kind today. Yang-sik apologizes for his behavior during their previous encounter, explaining that he had gotten a bit too excited in his efforts for the guild. He acknowledges that he was out of line at the time and offers a genuine apology, hoping that the current operation will go smoothly. He then turns to Lucia and asks who she is. Jin-hyuk introduces her as his colleague, assuring Yang-sik that she is quite skilled and won't be a hindrance. Yang-sik raises an eyebrow, noting that there had been no mention of her being a colleague before. Just then, he notices that the recon team has returned, and he excuses himself to check in with them. As he walks away, he thinks to himself that Jin-hyuk's confidence is surprising, considering he's only a C rank. But Yang-sik brushes it off, thinking that as long as Jin-hyuk gets the job done, it doesn't matter. Lucia, however, leans toward Jin-hyuk and quietly tells him that Yang-sik seems to be up to something. She asks if it's okay to leave things as they are. Jin-hyuk reassures her, saying that things won't go the way Yang-sik expects. He is confident that the situation is under control. Lucia then brings up another issue: someone has been tailing them since earlier, and she's curious why Jin-hyuk hasn't taken any action. Jin-hyuk responds calmly, saying that they can just leave the person alone for now. He believes they can use this individual elsewhere later on when it serves their purpose. With that, Jin-hyuk hands Lucia a small communication item, explaining that it will allow her to contact anyone within a 10-kilometer range. He tells her she'll need it later, ensuring that she is well prepared for what's ahead. Yang-sik approaches Jin-hyuk and confirms that Jin-hyuk's report was accurate. After their investigation, it is clear that the Tyrant Guild is involved in human trafficking. Jin-hyuk, ever cautious, asks what Yang-sik plans to do about it. Yang-sik tells him that they have a favor to ask of him. The investigation revealed a strong barrier installed around the building, and there's only one person capable of breaching it without being detected. Jin-hyuk is the most suitable candidate for the job. Jin-hyuk, with a hint of sarcasm, responds that Yang-sik might as well admit it directly, that they want him to walk into certain danger. Yang-sik reassures him, claiming that all they need is reconnaissance. He acknowledges Jin-hyuk's skill, citing his success in taking down the powerful new monster. Yang-sik argues that rather than relying on guild members Jin-hyuk has never worked with before, it would be easier for Jin-hyuk to operate alone and gather the needed information. Jin-hyuk, however, sees through the reasoning. He understands that the Titan Guild members are reluctant to risk their own lives and are pushing this dangerous task onto him. The irony isn't lost on him. This is exactly the kind of opportunity he has been waiting for. Later, Jin-hyuk is seen running alongside the Titan Guild members. As they move, Yang-sik explains the plan. Their objective is simple: create a breach in the barrier, and once that is achieved, Jin-hyuk will infiltrate through it. Jin-hyuk nods in acknowledgement, understanding his role. Yang-sik explains that the breach in the barrier will only last a few seconds, so Jin-hyuk needs to move quickly. The team works together to create the breach, and once it's done, Jin-hyuk is urged to enter as fast as possible. Jin-hyuk rushes through the barrier, his mind racing with questions about what could be hiding inside. He is armed with his enhanced bat, a powerful weapon he has customized for situations like this. As he surveys the building, he immediately notices that it looks nothing like the exterior. It is vastly different inside, and the layout feels strange to him. He decides to start by locating the entrance, hoping to find a way to move through the building undetected. To his surprise, there are fewer guards than he had anticipated. He soon spots someone guarding the entrance. Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk launches a swift attack, but as his strike hits the ground instead of the guard, he quickly realizes it was an illusion. Frustrated, he thinks about how he had planned to capture the guard and use him to open the door. Now, he is left with no choice but to figure out how to proceed. As he approaches the door, it suddenly opens on its own, which strikes him as odd. The defense here seems unexpectedly lax. Looking around, he notices the lack of CCTV cameras, which raises more questions in his mind. Still, he remains cautious. To be on the safe side, he pulls out an EMP generator made from the materials of an electric-type monster. This device can disable any communication or security systems in the building. While it will also render his phone useless, he had prepared for this by leaving a communication item with Lucia, anticipating that something like this could happen. The EMP generator crackles loudly, sending electric pulses through the entire building, temporarily disabling any security measures. Meanwhile, the masked man, lurking somewhere in the shadows, reflects on the recent events. He remembers Minji's death and the involvement of the Titan Guild. He senses that they must have caught on to something, but this works in his favor. He begins to think that because of Jin-hyuk's actions, things may actually go more smoothly than he had originally expected. Jin-hyuk moves through the building with caution, carefully navigating the space. As he notices a man sitting idly and playing a game on his phone. Suddenly, the phone shuts off by itself, causing the man to mutter a few complaints. But before he can react further, Jin-hyuk strikes him swiftly with his enhanced bat, taking him down in one clean blow. The guard, an ordinary one with a karma score of 800, doesn't even have the chance to defend himself. As Jin-hyuk surveys the situation, he reflects on how easily he can eliminate these low-tier guards. The place feels filled with such trash that he has no hesitation in wiping them out. He moves forward, intent on reaching his goal. Eventually, Jin-hyuk arrives at a hallway lined with multiple locked rooms. He deduces that these must be the prison cells where the kidnapped women are being held. His stomach tightens as he realizes the severity of what is happening here. It's far worse than he had anticipated. The sense of injustice grows stronger as he walks past the locked doors, knowing he's about to uncover something much darker. Suddenly, he hears a voice coming from one of the rooms. It's a man's voice, urgently asking who Jin-hyuk is. The man warns Jin-hyuk to leave, claiming that everyone inside is crazy. Jin-hyuk, ever observant, quickly notices the man's attire, a clear sign that he's a member of the Tyrant Guild. Yang-sik's eyes flicked to his watch, the faint glow illuminating the passage of time since their operation had begun. The stillness surrounding them was almost unnatural, a quiet that suggested their infiltration had gone unnoticed, at least for now. Satisfied with the silence, he turned to his fellow Titan Guild members, his posture calm but commanding. He signaled that they would hold their position nearby, ready to spring into action at the first sign of trouble. The group absorbed his instructions with practiced discipline, their faces set with determination. Without delay, they surged forward, their movements swift and purposeful, disappearing into the shadows of the facility's perimeter. Yang-sik lingered for a moment, his gaze briefly meeting Lucia's before he, too, melted into the darkness, leaving her alone to maintain a watchful vigil over the unfolding plan. Lucia stood rooted in place, her thoughts swirling as she processed the weight of her role. The quiet gave her pause, stirring a sense of unease about whether the moment to act had finally arrived. Jin-hyuk's earlier instructions echoed in her mind, clear and insistent. Her task was to manage the situation outside, keeping a close eye on the Titan Guild members who remained oblivious to Yang-sik's deeper motives. Her instincts sharpened, urging her to stay alert, particularly to Yang-sik's unpredictable nature. His fleeting glance had carried an unreadable weight, and she couldn't shake the feeling that he was a wild card in their carefully laid plans. Deciding that staying close to the group was the safest course, she steeled herself and moved forward, her steps measured but resolute, ready for whatever lay ahead. Inside the facility, Jin-hyuk navigated the labyrinthine corridors until he reached a heavily guarded prison room. The air was thick with tension as he stepped inside, his eyes locking onto the figure chained within Young Dae-yoon, a man whose presence raised immediate questions. Jin-hyuk studied him, noting the weariness in his posture, and sought to understand why a member of the ruthless Tyrant Guild was locked away like a common traitor. Dae-yoon's explanation came slowly, his voice carrying the weight of his choices. He'd been imprisoned for attempting to kill Ulron, a revelation that piqued Jin-hyuk's curiosity. The audacity of such an act against the guild's prized monster should have been a death sentence. Yet here Dae-yoon sat, alive and unbroken. Dae-yoon offered a theory, suggesting that his survival hinged on his rare ability, specifically his mastery of illusion techniques. The words struck a chord with Jin-hyuk, who recalled an earlier encounter where a guard had seemed to vanish under an inexplicable haze. It clicked. Dae-yoon's skills had likely woven that deception, a subtle but powerful display of his craft. Intrigued, Jin-hyuk pressed further, his tone a mix of wariness and fascination. He wanted to know what drove Dae-yoon to challenge Ulron, to risk everything against his own guild. Dae-yoon's face darkened as he recounted the tyrant guild's callous practices, using innocent people as bait, sacrificing them to monsters without a shred of remorse. That cruelty had pushed him to act, though his rebellion had ended in capture. Jin-hyuk listened intently, his mind racing to reconcile Dae-yoon's words with his reputation. A low karma score of 62 painted him as untrustworthy. Yet his defiance spoke of a moral compass at odds with the guild's brutality. The contrast was striking, and after a moment of reflection, Jin-hyuk saw potential in Dae-yoon's skills and resolve. He extended an offer of alliance, sensing that their goals might align in the chaos to come. Meanwhile, in the facility's control room, a tyrant guild member jolted awake from an unintended doze, his heart pounding as he stared at the blank monitor before him. The screen, once alive with data, was now a void, and a quick check of his phone revealed it, too, was lifeless. Panic surged through him, the implications crashing like a wave. Something had gone terribly wrong. He leapt to his feet, his mind racing with the possibility that the entire system had collapsed, and bolted from the room, desperate to alert the others. Elsewhere, 3 tyrant guild members lounged around a table, their card game a fleeting escape from duty. The clatter of cards and low laughter filled the air until the control room operative burst in, his face pale with dread. His arrival shattered their calm as he revealed the crisis. The system was down, and the women they'd been holding captive had vanished. The realization that an intruder had breached their defenses sent a chill through the group. The leader's expression hardened, and he wasted no time issuing orders. One team was to secure the Ulron production room, while he would lead another to hunt down the intruder and recover the escapees. Before storming out, he turned to the shaken operative, demanding that he find a way to contact headquarters immediately, no matter the obstacles. With urgency driving their steps, they scattered, each determined to wrest back control of the spiraling situation. The heavy prison doors groaned as they swung open, releasing a tense wave of freedom into the stale air. Dae-yoon moved swiftly, his focus razor-sharp as he guided the women toward the exit, urging them to hurry. Their footsteps echoed in the dim corridor, a desperate rhythm of escape. But their flight didn't go unnoticed. A tyrant guild member, stationed nearby, caught sight of the group and raised a sharp alarm, his voice cutting through the silence. The call spurred the other guards into action, their panic rippling as they rushed to block the prisoner's path, determined to halt the breakout before it could succeed. One of the guild members zeroed in on Dae-yoon, his eyes blazing with fury as he charged forward. His intent was clear. Dae-yoon was the target, the orchestrator of this defiance, and he meant to end him on the spot. His fist arced through the air, a powerful strike aimed to crush its mark. But before it could land, Jin-hyuk intervened, his enhanced bat swinging with brutal precision. The impact was instantaneous, sending the attacker sprawling to the ground, his body limp from the force. The sudden takedown stunned the nearby guards, their momentum faltering for a fleeting moment. Jin-hyuk had no time to savor the victory. Another tyrant guild member seized the opportunity, launching an attack from behind, hoping to catch him off guard. Jin-hyuk's reflexes kicked in, his body twisting to avoid the blow. With a fluid counter, he struck back, his bat connecting with a force that dropped the second opponent in a heartbeat. His gaze swept the area, sharp and assessing. The heavy presence of guards clustered around this section of the facility was no coincidence. It confirmed his growing suspicion that Ulron, the monstrous heart of the Tyrant Guild's operation, was close. Without hesitation, he pressed forward, his resolve hardened, determined to see the mission through. As he approached the entrance to a new section of the facility, Jin-hyuk steadied himself, his mind bracing for what lay beyond. The door slid open with a low hiss, revealing a subterranean complex that dwarfed his expectations. The sheer scale of the underground chamber was staggering, its vastness swallowing the light and amplifying the sense of foreboding. At the far end, his eyes locked onto a chilling sight: a woman suspended in a compression chamber, her form unnaturally still, as if trapped in a dreamless void. The air around her thrummed with an unsettling energy, a quiet menace that set his nerves on edge. But it was the second chamber that gripped his attention, its occupant far more terrifying. A colossal figure loomed within, its silhouette barely contained by the shadows. The creature was grotesque, its massive tentacles coiling and twisting in a sinister dance that seemed to defy the laws of nature. Jin-hyuk's instincts screamed a single truth: this was all wrong. The monstrous entity he'd come to destroy. Its presence radiated power, a living nightmare that pulsed with malevolent intent. Gripping his bat tightly, Jin-hyuk prepared for the confrontation, his body tensed for battle. He noted the creature's stillness, its tentacles hanging limp as if it were dormant, perhaps even asleep. The observation sparked a flicker of hope. Maybe he could strike before Ulron awakened, ending the fight before it truly began. He took a cautious step forward, his senses heightened, every muscle ready to act. But fate had other plans. Without warning, Ulron's eyes snapped open, glowing with a predatory intensity that froze the air. Its tentacles erupted from the chamber, lashing toward him with terrifying speed. Jin-hyuk dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the first strike, the tentacle grazing past him with a force that shook the ground. The creature's power was overwhelming, each movement a deadly promise of destruction. He could feel the raw energy behind every attack, the air itself trembling as the tentacles tore through it, missing him by mere inches. A single hit, he knew, would be catastrophic. Ulron's strength was enough to crush him outright, armor or no. His heart pounded, but he forced himself to stay focused, weaving through the onslaught with desperate precision, searching for any chance to strike back. Just as he thought he might find a moment to regroup, Ulron surged forward, its massive form breaking free from the compression chamber. The creature lunged with a speed that belied its size, its tentacles fanning out to envelop him. The sheer ferocity of the attack sent a jolt of adrenaline through Jin-hyuk, his mind racing to keep up. He realized, in a fleeting moment of clarity, that this battle would push him to his limits and beyond. Every dodge, every counter would demand everything he had, and even then, it might not be enough. The fight had only just begun, and its dangers were unlike anything he'd ever faced. As the compression chamber shattered, sending a storm of glass shards hurtling through the air, Jin-hyuk instinctively triggered his hard skin ability. The protective barrier formed just in time, deflecting the deadly debris that would have torn into him. His focus sharpened, and he turned his attention to the massive tentacles whipping toward him with alarming speed. Each one moved like a living weapon, their sheer force cutting through the air. Jin-hyuk danced around them, his movements a blend of agility and precision, dodging as best he could. But even his skill wasn't enough to avoid every strike. One tentacle broke through his defenses, slamming into his chest with bone-rattling power. The impact sent him skidding backward, his body crashing against the cold, unyielding floor. Pain radiated through his chest, but Jin-hyuk gritted his teeth and pushed himself up, using his enhanced bat as a brace. He stomped the ground hard, halting his slide and regaining his footing. The ache lingered, a stark reminder of the blow's intensity. Even with his armor and hard skin, the attack had nearly breached his defenses, a testament to the creature's unparalleled strength. This was no ordinary monster. Its power dwarfed anything he'd faced before. The close call only fueled his resolve, sharpening his determination to stay vigilant and fight smarter. With renewed focus, Jin-hyuk wove through the onslaught of tentacle strikes, each one testing his reflexes to their limit. The monster's relentless assault was overwhelming, its strength a constant threat. Yet Jin-hyuk refused to falter, his eyes scanning for any opportunity amidst the chaos. He blocked where he could, dodged when necessary, and kept moving, waiting for the perfect moment. Then, it came. Ulron's tentacles tangled briefly in the air, their rhythm disrupted just long enough to expose a vulnerability. Seizing the chance, Jin-hyuk surged forward, channeling all his strength into a single, decisive strike. His enhanced bat hummed with energy, crackling as he swung it toward one of the tentacles. The impact unleashed a burst of lightning, the electric surge exploding on contact with a deafening roar. The shockwave rippled through the chamber, forcing Ulron to recoil, its massive form retreating into its enclosure. Jin-hyuk pressed his advantage, relentless in his pursuit. Strike after strike, he hammered at the creature, each blow infused with purpose until Ulron could no longer withstand the onslaught. With a final, guttural roar, the monster collapsed, its body crumpling in defeat. Where Ulron had stood, only a dark crimson ore remained, glinting faintly in the dim light. Jin-hyuk approached it warily, his curiosity tempered by caution. He wondered if it was the creature's magic stone, though its appearance was unlike any he'd seen before. The system offered no confirmation, leaving him to rely on instinct. Based on its shape and size, he felt certain it was a magic stone of some kind, its value undeniable despite the mystery. Carefully, he secured the ore, tucking it away with plans to consult the dwarf later for answers. Turning his attention outward, Jin-hyuk retrieved his communication device, eager to check on the situation beyond the chamber's walls. He reached out to Lucia, his mind racing with questions about the broader operation. Her response came swiftly, carrying a mix of relief and urgency. She confirmed that the girls they'd been protecting had escaped, making their way safely down the mountain. But her update carried a note of concern. One of the men pursuing them wore the distinctive garb of the Tyrant Guild, raising questions about their intentions. Jin-hyuk's thoughts sharpened as he considered the information. He clarified the man's identity, revealing that he was a former captive of the Tyrant Guild, turned against them after a betrayal. Far from an enemy, this man was an ally, someone Jin-hyuk had chosen to trust in their shared fight. The situation, he assured Lucia, was under control, and the man's presence was no cause for alarm. With their alliance secured, Lucia could focus on her role without fear of betrayal, the pieces of their plan falling into place amidst the chaos. With the dust of the Ulron battle still settling, Jin-hyuk's focus shifted to Lucia's voice coming through the communication device, her tone laced with urgency. She sought confirmation that he'd handled the monstrous creature, and he reassured her with quiet confidence, affirming that Ulron was defeated. He added that he'd secured the dark crimson or the magic stone at the heart of their mission, a sign that his efforts had borne fruit. The weight of the fight lingered in his muscles, but the victory fueled a flicker of satisfaction as he scanned the chamber, its eerie silence a stark contrast to the chaos moments before. Yet, he knew the mission was far from complete, with new challenges looming just beyond the horizon. Lucia's next update carried a heavier edge. She described a clash unfolding outside, where Tyrant Guild members, once pursuing Dae-yoon, had turned their aggression on the Titan Guild. Something about the encounter felt wrong, she noted. The Tyrant Guild fighters moved with unnatural strength and altered appearances, their bodies warped in ways that defied normal limits. Lucia suspected they'd consumed a dangerous substance, likely the Ulron drug, a volatile extract derived from the creature's magic stone. Like the stone itself, the drug amplified physical power to extraordinary levels, but at a horrific cost. It stripped away sanity, transforming its users into frenzied, monstrous versions of themselves, driven by instinct rather than reason. The gravity of the situation sank in. Lucia's concern mirrored Jin-hyuk's own as she explained that the Titan Guild members were struggling, their defenses crumbling under the onslaught. If they fell, the chaos would spiral, complicating their carefully laid plans. Jin-hyuk's mind raced, recognizing the need for swift action to prevent a larger disaster. He urged Lucia to step in, to lend her strength to the faltering Titan Guild and stabilize the fight. She hesitated briefly, weighing the risks, before agreeing, but not without a condition. Her playful demand for a hefty supply of sweets as payment for her efforts broke the tension. Jin-hyuk's amusement surfaced, and he accepted the terms without protest, knowing her help was worth far more than a light-hearted bargain. As their exchange concluded, a faint sound pierced the quiet, soft footsteps echoing from behind. Jin-hyuk's instincts flared, and he spun to face the source. Emerging from the shadows was the masked figure, the same enigmatic presence who'd been trailing him earlier. The man's eyes glinted with intent behind his mask, his posture radiating quiet menace. Jin-hyuk stood his ground, unfazed, his mind already dissecting the stranger's motives. He wondered aloud whether the man was after Daeyun or perhaps the Allron magic stone, sensing that the figure's agenda was layered with hidden goals. The masked man offered no clear answer, his silence only deepening Jinhyuk's suspicions. Instead of words, the figure responded with action, launching himself at Jinhyuk with startling speed. His movements were precise, each step calculated to close the distance in an instant. A faint smirk played across the man's face as he hinted at a shift in his plans. Once aligned with Jinhyuk's own objective, he'd now set his sights on something new, something he kept shrouded in ambiguity. The cryptic admission only sharpened Jinhyuk's wariness, confirming that this was no simple foe. As the masked figure struck, his attack swift and lethal, Jinhyuk braced himself, his grip tightening on the enhanced bat. Determination surged through him, and he met the assault head-on, his body coiled with readiness. He issued a silent warning to the stranger, a promise that this reckless challenge would come at a steep cost. The air crackled with tension as Jinhyuk prepared to counter, his senses honed for the fight ahead. The masked figure's intentions remained a puzzle, but Jinhyuk had no intention of letting him dictate the outcome. With the magic stone secured and Lucia handling the chaos outside, he steeled himself for this new battle, knowing that every move would test his strength and cunning in ways he couldn't yet foresee. The masked figure, determined to take down Jinhyuk, lunges forward with his dagger, aiming to end the fight quickly. Jinhyuk, moving faster than anyone expects, dodges the sharp blade with ease and blocks a second strike that comes right after. The masked man pauses, surprised by how quick Jinhyuk is. He mutters to himself that Jinhyuk's reflexes are way better than what he'd expect from an ordinary C-rank hunter. Still, he shakes off the thought, convincing himself that Jinhyuk is just a C-rank, nothing more, and presses on with his attack. Jinhyuk doesn't give him a chance to regroup. He hurls his bat at the masked figure, who twists out of the way with a nimble dodge. But Jinhyuk's not done. He leaps into the air, using a special trick that makes the bat fly back to his hand like it's magnetized. In one smooth motion, he closes the gap between them and swings hard. The masked man slips away again, quick as a shadow, and appears behind Jinhyuk in a flash. He tries to stab Jinhyuk, but his dagger can't even scratch Jinhyuk's armor. It's like hitting a brick wall. Undeterred, the masked man aims for Jinhyuk's neck, hoping to land a fatal blow. Jinhyuk reacts instantly, shoving him back with a powerful push that sends the man stumbling. Seizing the moment, Jinhyuk unleashes a burst of lightning, crackling with energy. The masked figure scrambles to put up a magical shield just in time, but the force of the attack still hits hard, making him stagger. Before he can catch his breath, Jinhyuk charges forward, slamming into him with a strike so strong it pins him against the wall. The masked man's mind reels. None of this adds up. How is a C-rank hunter this powerful? Jinhyuk doesn't let up. He hits the masked man with another lightning strike, this one even closer and more intense. The impact shakes the masked figure to his core. His shield cracks, his body trembles, and he's barely able to stand. He's stunned by the raw strength coming from someone he underestimated. Meanwhile, outside the facility, the Titan Guild members are cleaning up the aftermath of their battle. They're burning the bodies of the enemies they defeated, making sure no trace is left behind. Yongsik, his hand wrapped in a bandage from a fresh wound, takes a moment to think about how close they came to disaster. He knows they barely made it out alive, and without Lucia's help, things would have gone much worse. He's especially shaken by the arrows they faced, each one hit with such force. It felt like something an S-rank hunter might unleash. He wonders aloud if there's a female hunter out there with that kind of power, someone they haven't accounted for. One of his guild members approaches, reporting that the injured have been sent to the hospital and all evidence has been destroyed. With the immediate danger handled, Yongsik decides it's time to wrap up their operation, what he calls their welcome party, and get out. But before they can move, Daeyun steps in, his voice urgent. He tells Yongsik to wait, delivering alarming news. The leader of the Tyrant Guild, along with their main fighting force, is heading straight for them. Yongsik's heart sinks. The thought of facing an S-rank hunter and the Tyrant Guild's elite is a nightmare. They're not prepared for that kind of fight, and staying here would be a death sentence. Another Titan Guild member backs up Daeun's warning, saying they've gotten word from their allies confirming the Tyrant Guild's reinforcements are closing in fast. There's no time to hesitate. Yongsik makes the call to abandon the mission entirely. He orders everyone to retreat immediately, telling them to leave the area and scatter before the Tyrant Guild arrives. Turning to Daeun, he suggests that he come with them to safety. But Daeun shakes his head, choosing to stay behind. He explains that he has a plan. If he disappears now, it'll raise too many questions. Instead, he'll stick around and file a fake report, blaming someone else to keep the peace between the Titan and Tyrant Guilds from breaking into all-out war. Yongsik nods, seeing the sense in Daeun's idea. He suggests they pin the blame on Jinhyuk, figuring it's the easiest story to sell. It ties up loose ends and points the finger at someone already causing trouble. With the plan set, Yongsik and the Titan Guild members prepare to flee, leaving Daeun to handle the fallout. In the dense, shadowed forest, Yongsik moves swiftly alongside another Titan Guild member, their footsteps crunching softly on the underbrush. The guild member, his voice tinged with doubt, breaks the silence, asking if Yongsik truly trusts Daeun. He wonders aloud whether the Tyrant Guild will fall for Daeun's deception or see through the ruse. Yongsik's response is calm but resolute. He explains that trust isn't the point. Daeun's actions are a means to an end. Their goal is to buy time, nothing more. During that window, Yongsik plans to rally their forces and prepare for an inevitable clash with the Tyrant Guild. He's certain that when the truth eventually surfaces, it will give them the leverage they need to justify wiping out their rivals once and for all. Meanwhile, back near the facility, Lucia cautiously approaches Daeun, her eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of trouble. She studies him for a moment before speaking, her tone careful but direct. She asks if he's the person Jinhyuk spoke of earlier, adding that Jinhyuk is waiting for them inside the building. Daeun, caught off guard by her sudden appearance, nods slowly, piecing together the connection. Without wasting time, they head toward the facility, their steps quick and purposeful. Inside, Jinhyuk stands alone in a dimly lit room, his attention fixed on a small, weathered book in his hands. The faint sound of footsteps pulls him from his thoughts, and he looks up as Lucia and Daeun enter. He greets Lucia with a nod, his voice steady as he informs her that he's already dealt with the person who was tailing them earlier, a threat now neutralized. Lucia's expression flickers with relief, but Daeun's brows furrow in confusion. He steps forward, asking what's happening, his tone laced with unease. Jinhyuk's gaze shifts to Daeun, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He reveals the bombshell. Allron, the monstrous creature at the heart of the Tyrant Guild's operation, is dead. Before Daeun can fully process the news, Jinhyuk continues, explaining that he needs Daeun's help with one more task to stage a scene involving the masked figure they encountered earlier. Jinhyuk wants it to look like the masked individual perished while battling Allron. Lucia, quick to catch on, realizes Jinhyuk's plan is to frame the masked figure for the creature's death. Jinhyuk confirms her suspicion with a nod, gesturing toward the book in his hand. He tells her that if she examines it, everything will become clear. Daeun, curious, glances at the book as Jinhyuk flips it open. The pages reveal a chilling list of names, recent victims of a string of serial murders. Jinhyuk explains that the masked figure is no ordinary foe but the infamous guild killer, a shadowy assassin responsible for targeting and destabilizing major guilds across the region. By pinning Allron's death on him, they can tie up loose ends without drawing suspicion to themselves. The plan is airtight, no one will question it. Lucia's expression tightens with concern. She asks if pulling off such a deception could backfire, worried about the consequences of tampering with such a high-stakes situation. Jinhyuk reassures her with quiet confidence, insisting that their only task now is to leave the area cleanly. Daeun, stepping in, urges them to go quickly. He volunteers to stay behind and handle the rest, warning that the Tyrant Guild's main forces are on their way. However, he adds a surprising twist. The advance party the Titan Guild spotted earlier, the one that prompted their hasty retreat, was nothing but an illusion he conjured. He hadn't expected them to fall for it so easily, and a faint grin crosses his face at the thought. He estimates they have at least 2 hours before the real Tyrant Guild reinforcements arrive, giving them a narrow but workable window. Dae-yoon pauses, his tone softening as he turns to Jin-hyuk. He thanks him sincerely for saving not only him but the others trapped by the Tyrant Guild schemes. Jin-hyuk, brushing off the gratitude, advises Dae-yoon to stay sharp and reach out once the dust settles. With a final nod, Jin-hyuk motions for Lucia to follow, and the two slip out of the facility, disappearing into the night. Left alone, Dae-yoon stands in the quiet, his mind racing. The Tyrant Guild has taken a devastating hit, and he knows the ripple effects will be massive. When other guilds catch wind of what happened Alron's death, the escaped prisoners, the chaos, it'll be a death knell for their rivals. A part of him feels a spark of anticipation, almost eager to watch the Tyrant Guild collapse under the weight of its own misdeeds. Elsewhere, Sango walks beside Hyena, his expression heavy with thought. He admits that the situation within the Tyrant Guild is far worse than he ever imagined, a tangled mess of corruption and cruelty that spiraled out of control. What started as a problem for one guild has grown into a crisis that threatens everyone. Sango proposes a bold move. They should anonymously leak the information they've uncovered, sending it to the Hunter Association, the police, the government, and even the media. By doing so, they can expose the truth without painting a target on their own backs. Hyena hesitates, her brow furrowing. She points out that sharing the information could let other guilds swoop in and exploit the chaos for their own gain. Sango acknowledges the risk but argues that keeping their involvement secret is the safer play. If their role in this comes to light, they could be dragged into a full-blown guild war, a conflict they're not equipped to handle. He emphasizes that resolving the situation quietly, without further bloodshed or collateral damage, outweighs any short-term advantage they might gain by claiming credit. The cost of more lives lost is too steep a price. Before long, the media seizes the story, and it spreads like wildfire. News channels blare headlines about the prosecution labeling the Tyrant Guild's actions as serious hunter crimes, vowing a thorough investigation. Major guilds, including the respected Alton Guild, pledge their support, offering resources to aid the authorities. The public's reaction is swift, and fierce anger boils over as footage shows Tyrant Guild members stonewalling investigators, refusing to cooperate. Several high-ranking members are arrested in dramatic raids, each broadcast fueling the growing outrage. Citizens take to the streets, demanding justice for the guild's victims. In a dimly lit room, Yang-sik sits alone, his fury palpable. The television blares the latest report on the Tyrant Guild's downfall, and in a fit of rage, he hurls the remote at the screen, shattering the glass. He curses Sango's name, his voice dripping with venom. Yang-sik had been certain he'd set everything up perfectly, handing Sango the tools to crush their enemies. Yet somehow, it's all unraveled, leaving him humiliated and sidelined. Unable to contain his anger, Yang-sik dials Sango for a video call, his face twisted with indignation. He demands to know why Sango would leak the information anonymously when it was their guild, their sweat, their blood that did the heavy lifting. He's livid that the Alton Guild is being celebrated as heroes while they're left forgotten, their contributions buried in the shadows. Sango, unflinched, responds with measured calm. He explains that going public with their involvement would have been a death sentence. The Tyrant Guild would have retaliated with overwhelming force before the other guilds could rally against them. Yang-sik scoffs, insisting that his plan to recruit an S-rank hunter would have tipped the scales, rendering the Tyrant Guild powerless. Sango's eyes narrow as he challenges Yang-sik's confidence. He asks if Yang-sik can truly guarantee victory against the Tyrant Guild's master, even with an S-rank hunter in their ranks. More than that, he presses Yang-sik to consider the cost a guild war would devastate the city, leaving countless civilians caught in the crossfire. Yang-sik brushes off the concerns, his voice cold. He argues that absorbing the Tyrant Guild's power would make such losses trivial, a necessary sacrifice for their dominance. Sango's patience snaps. He demands to know what the point of a hunter guild is if it abandons its duty to protect innocent people. Yang-sik, unmoved, admits his focus was solely on the guild's ambitions, not the broader consequences. The words ignite Sango's anger, and with a sharp retort, he ends the call, leaving Yang-sik staring at a blank screen. Seething, Yang-sik paces the room, muttering about Sango's infuriating principles. He questions why Sango always puts ideals over strategy, warning himself that such leadership could doom their guild. In a surge of desperation and defiance, Yang-sik grabs his phone and dials a new number. The voice on the other end is curt, stating they're not interested unless the guild master position is up for grabs. Yang-sik's jaw tightens, but his resolve hardens. With a steely edge to his voice, he promises them the role, setting a dangerous new plan in motion. Under the dim glow of streetlights, Jin-hyuk navigated the bustling city streets, his gaze fixed on a nondescript building ahead. Its unassuming facade belied the weight of the meeting he was about to attend. As he stepped inside, a familiar voice called out to him, cutting through the quiet hum of the interior. Dae-yoon stood waiting, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp with purpose. Jin-hyuk approached, noting a subtle change in Dae-yoon's demeanor, a lightness that hadn't been there before. He couldn't help but wonder if things were finally falling into place for his ally, a sign that their risky maneuvers were paying off. Settling into a chair across from Dae-yoon, Jin-hyuk's mind turned to the delicate web of deception they'd spun. He was eager to know if Dae-yoon's carefully crafted alibi had held up under scrutiny. Dae-yoon's expression softened with cautious optimism as he confirmed that the excuse had worked, easing his standing within the Tyrant Guild. Yet, he tempered his relief with a warning full security was still out of reach. The guild, though teetering on the edge of ruin, was stirring with new plans. Whispers among its ranks suggested forming a team to hunt Jin-hyuk down, a move that struck Jin-hyuk as almost absurd given the guild's crumbling foundation. He couldn't help but question whether they had the resources to chase such a vendetta when their own survival hung in the balance. Dae-yoon leaned forward, his tone growing serious. He revealed that some of the guild's higher-ups were growing suspicious. The discovery of the supposed murderer's body had happened too neatly, and the speed with which the news spread only deepened their doubts. They were beginning to wonder if someone else, another true mastermind, was behind the chaos. Jin-hyuk's pulse quickened at the thought of being exposed, but he kept his composure, pressing Dae-yoon for details. Was there any evidence tying him to the events? Dae-yoon's response was reassuring. Nothing concrete linked Jin-hyuk to the scheme. The lack of proof kept him safe for now, but Dae-yoon urged caution. The Tyrant Guild might be faltering, but it was still dangerous, and staying under the radar was essential. Reaching into his pocket, Dae-yoon produced a phone, its screen displaying profiles of those leading the guild's investigation. He offered Jin-hyuk a chance to review the information, a glimpse into the forces aligning against him. But Jin-hyuk waved it off, his confidence unshaken. To him, the investigators were mere phantoms, illusions conjured to intimidate. Intrigued by his certainty, Dae-yoon pressed for an explanation. Jin-hyuk's answer was cryptic yet firm. He'd seen through the deception from the start. Shifting the conversation, he asked about the hunters tasked with tracking him. Dae-yoon described a formidable parent archer and a mage, both adept in the arts of disguise and concealment. Their skills allowed them to blend seamlessly into any environment, even mimicking familiar faces, making them nearly impossible to spot until it was too late. Dae-yoon's hand moved to another object, pulling out a peculiar item that resembled a coin. He presented it with a mix of curiosity and concern, asking if Jin-hyuk was familiar with the concept of a monster counter. Jin-hyuk examined it closely, noting its distinct design compared to the versions he knew. Dae-yoon explained that this was no ordinary tool but an advanced prototype developed by the Hunter Association in the wake of the Alron incident. Unlike its predecessors, this counter was designed to monitor all hunters, tracking their movements and activities with unprecedented precision. Soon, every hunter would be required to carry one, placing them under the association's watchful eye. The revelation hit Jin-hyuk like a cold wave. He quickly grasped the implication such a system could turn even routine tasks, like dungeon hunts, into potential liabilities. Every move would be scrutinized, every spike in power noted. Daeun emphasized the urgency of acting before the monitoring network was fully implemented. If Jinhyuk grew stronger after the system's rollout, it would draw attention not just from the association but from the Tyrant Guild, whose suspicions could reignite. For his own safety, he needed to seize this fleeting window to build his strength and secure his position. Later, as Jinhyuk wandered the city streets, his thoughts churned with purpose. The weight of Daeun's words lingered, sharpening his resolve. He knew what he had to do. Grow stronger, even if only by a fraction, before the association's net tightened. The path ahead was clear. A dungeon awaited, its challenges offering the power he needed to stay ahead of his enemies. Without hesitation, he set his course, determined to act before time ran out. Deep within the dungeon's winding tunnels, Jinhyuk arrived at a bustling dwarf workshop, the air thick with the clang of metal and the glow of forges. The moment he stepped inside, the head dwarf's voice boomed, laced with irritation. The craftsman wasted no time in chastising Jinhyuk for vanishing after being sent to gather rare ores. Weeks had passed without a word, leaving the workshop in disarray. Now here Jinhyuk was, strolling in with a magic stone as if nothing had happened. Jinhyuk's posture softened, and he offered a sincere apology, explaining that unforeseen circumstances had kept him away. The dwarf's scowl lingered, but the sight of the magic stone hinted at a chance to move forward, their uneasy reunion sparking the next step in Jinhyuk's quest. In the smoky, clang-filled dwarf workshop, the head dwarf's frustration boiled over as he continued his tirade, his voice sharp with exasperation. Jinhyuk stood before him, doing his best to soothe the craftsman's temper, his gestures calm and conciliatory. The dwarf's irritation finally eased just enough for him to shift focus, his eyes narrowing as he questioned whether Jinhyuk even grasped the significance of the item he'd returned with. He revealed that the ore Jinhyuk had brought was no ordinary material. It was cursed, steeped in the bitter of countless souls. For dwarves, creatures uniquely sensitive to such malevolent energies, handling it was a dangerous prospect. The revelation hit Jinhyuk like a spark, suddenly explaining Lucia's abrupt departure earlier. She'd mentioned urgent business and vanished, likely sensing the ore's dark aura. The dwarf's demeanor grew stern as he insisted that Jinhyuk dispose of the cursed ore immediately, unwilling to let such a threat linger in his workshop. Jinhyuk, contrite, acknowledged his ignorance about the ore's true nature, his tone heavy with regret. Yet, despite the dwarf's command, Jinhyuk hesitated. The ore, for all its dangers, was too valuable to simply cast aside a rare find that could prove crucial. The dwarf, sensing Jinhyuk's reluctance, softened slightly and declared he would deal with the cursed material himself, his pride as a craftsman overriding his caution. A mischievous glint flickered in Jinhyuk's eyes as he decided to stir the pot. He casually let slip that Lucia had doubted a dwarf's ability to handle the cursed ore, implying it might be too much for even their renowned skills. The dwarf's expression darkened, his curiosity piqued by the mention of Lucia and her supposed challenge. He leaned closer, clearly eager to know more about what she'd said, his pride now tangled with intrigue. Jinhyuk's playful taunt had struck a nerve, setting the stage for a new dynamic between them. Later, Jinhyuk stood at the threshold of an ancient temple, its weathered stone facade looming with an ominous presence. In his hand, he gripped a key, its weight heavy with promise and mystery. Lucia stood beside him, her face etched with a seriousness that made the air feel heavier. Jinhyuk's mind buzzed with anticipation as he considered using the key to unlock the temple's secrets. Lucia's gaze met his, and her expression shifted to one of caution. She made it clear that this was no ordinary place. It was far more treacherous than any dungeon he'd ever faced. In his current state, she warned, stepping inside could lead to his death, the temple's dangers unforgiving and relentless. Her concern was unmistakable, and she pressed him to abandon the idea of entering for now. The temple's perils demanded thorough preparation gear, plans, and strength far beyond what they had at the moment. Jinhyuk, though, felt a pull toward the challenge, his instincts urging him to push forward. He wondered if such extensive precautions were truly necessary. his confidence teetering on the edge of recklessness. Lucia, sensing his hesitation, sprang into action, her urgency cutting through his indecision. She moved swiftly, her energy infectious, and used an unexpected tactic to spur him along. She teased that dawdling would leave him stuck eating an overwhelming pile of sweets back home. The light-hearted threat broke through his reluctance, and with a reluctant grin, Jin-hyuk agreed to follow her lead. Together, they turned away from the temple, their footsteps quick as they headed back toward safety. As they moved through the fading light, Jin-hyuk's thoughts churned, grappling with the weight of what lay ahead. The temple's mysteries lingered in his mind, a tantalizing puzzle he wasn't ready to solve. Not yet. Unbeknownst to him, the path he'd chosen to delay would soon draw him back, its dangers and secrets waiting in the shadows. For now, though, he followed Lucia, his focus shifting to the preparations that would shape his next steps, unaware of the trials that loomed on the horizon. Jin-hyuk lies on the floor of his residence, panting as he reflects on Lucia's impressive speed. He tries to think of what he should prepare but draws a blank, with only potions and scrolls coming to mind. Without hesitation, he rushes into the room, reminding Lucia that he had warned her not to eat the food, since it was meant to last an entire month. Just then, he receives a call from Hyena, who pleads for help, warning that Sango's life is in danger. Shocked by the news, Jin-hyuk immediately sets off after asking for their location. Meanwhile, Sango lies severely injured as Hyena tends to his wounds, urging him to hold on just a bit longer, assuring him that Jin-hyuk will arrive soon. Sango winces and coughs up blood, which deepens Hyena's concern as she realizes the extent of his condition. Despite his pain, Sango still tries to comfort her, insisting that she shouldn't cry and that he can still manage. Moments later, Jin-hyuk arrives. Upon seeing Sango's brutal injuries, he acts at once, pulling out a healing potion. Knowing the urgency, he tells Sango to endure the pain as he pours the potion directly onto the wound. Sango grits his teeth and grunts in agony as the liquid begins to work. After giving Sango the healing potion, Jin-hyuk takes a moment to breathe, then asks what exactly happened. Sango, still weak but conscious, begins to explain. He says it was a trap. Someone from his own guild betrayed him. It happened during a guild event he went to after returning home. At first, everything seemed normal, but when he arrived, he noticed that people from Han Young-sik's faction were there. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. He had been poisoned through a drink he consumed. Even while his mind was clouded and his body barely able to move, he fought with all his strength to escape. But despite his efforts, he ended up in his current badly injured state. Jin-hyuk finds this hard to believe. He knows Sango is powerful, and even if he was poisoned, normal guild members shouldn't have been able to hurt him this badly. Something doesn't add up. Jin-hyuk wants to know the full story, how Sango really ended up like this. Before Sango can answer, he suddenly coughs up more blood. Jin-hyuk quickly checks on him and notices that the wounds he just treated with the potion are starting to open up again. That's when he realizes the poison Sango was given must be incredibly strong enough to overpower even advanced healing magic. He urgently asks Hyena if she knows what type of poison it is and whether there's an antidote. Hyena, looking panicked, says she has no idea. She also mentions that the usual antidotes hunters carry aren't working on Sango. Seeing no other option, Jin-hyuk decides they can't treat Sango here. He suggests they take him to a hospital that specializes in treating hunters. But Sango, struggling to speak, refuses in a weak voice. He explains they can't go to a hospital. His enemies are probably still watching and might come after him if they find out where he is. Jin-hyuk thinks it over and realizes Sango is right. The hospital isn't safe. Without wasting any more time, Jin-hyuk tells Hyena to get ready. They're taking Sango to his place instead. Hyena asks if he has the antidote at home. Jin-hyuk doesn't give a direct answer but tells her not to worry. He believes there might be a way to treat the poison once they get there. While speeding through the streets, a red supercar suddenly swerves near them at an intersection and nearly crashes into their car. Hyena, alarmed, asks if everyone is okay. Jin-hyuk calmly tells her to stay focused on driving and leave Sango to him. She nods and steps harder on the gas. They're almost at Jin-hyuk's place now, waiting briefly at a crosswalk as pedestrians pass. Just then, Hyena glances into the rearview mirror and senses something's wrong. She calls Jin-hyuk's attention to it. He looks back and immediately sees what she's talking about. The red supercar is following them. As the traffic light turns green, Jin-hyuk quickly decides that heading home directly is no longer an option. He tells Hyena to follow the route he's already given her, explaining that he'll stay behind to stall the person tailing them. While he holds off the pursuer, she should get Sango to his place as fast as possible. He reassures her that he has already contacted a trusted colleague who will be there to open the door when they arrive. The person following them slows down as Jin-hyuk steps out of the vehicle. The tracker is caught off guard, clearly expecting Sango to confront him, not Jin-hyuk. Without wasting time, Jin-hyuk immediately calls Hyena and urges her to leave, but she hesitates, clearly worried about his safety. She warns him that the man following them is no ordinary opponent. He's an S-class hunter named Kang Juntae. Jin-hyuk is stunned by the revelation. Before he can process it, Juntae begins to make his move. At that moment, a translucent system interface flashes before Jin-hyuk's eyes, announcing that his presence detection skill has been activated. Responding instantly, his weapon, an iron bat, appears in his hand, and he charges straight at Juntae. However, as soon as their weapons clash, Juntae deflects the attack effortlessly, sending Jin-hyuk's bat flying several meters away. The impact leaves Jin-hyuk momentarily shaken by the overwhelming force of the counter. Realizing he can't hold off Juntae for long, Jin-hyuk shouts once more for Hyena to drive away, assuring her that he'll catch up somehow. Hyena hesitates again, torn with concern, but finally nods and speeds off, clutching the steering wheel with trembling hands. As the car disappears into the distance, Jin-hyuk notices that Juntae is preparing to chase after it. In response, Jin-hyuk quickly summons his spear and throws himself into Juntae's path. Juntae reacts instantly, dodging Jin-hyuk's kick and retaliating with a powerful blow of his own. His kick lands solidly, sending Jin-hyuk crashing into the ground several meters away. Juntae, clearly annoyed, snarls at Jin-hyuk for getting in his way again. But in that brief moment of combat, Hyena's car has already turned the corner and vanished from sight. Inside the vehicle, Hyena grips the wheel tightly, her eyes filled with fear and guilt, silently hoping for Jin-hyuk's safety and return. Juntae expresses clear frustration, annoyed that no one informed him about the possibility of interference. The repeated obstruction by Jin-hyuk only adds to his irritation. Declaring that he has no time to waste, he warns Jin-hyuk to step aside if he values his life. However, Jin-hyuk has no intention of backing down. He stands his ground, refusing to retreat in the face of a powerful opponent. His stance reflects determination, showing he won't be intimidated so easily. Juntae acknowledges Jin-hyuk's bravery, albeit with a condescending tone, admitting that it takes a certain kind of courage to face someone like him. Without warning, he closes the distance between them and launches a fierce assault. Jin-hyuk barely manages to dodge the attacks, immediately recognizing that Juntae is not only blindingly fast, but that every strike carries immense power and precision. The attacks continue in a relentless sequence. Juntae, now focused on overwhelming his opponent, taunts Jin-hyuk by saying he wants to see how long he can endure and what he is truly capable of. As his spear spins in a wide arc aimed directly at Jin-hyuk, it becomes clear that taking the blow head-on would be disastrous. Realizing this, Jin-hyuk quickly opens his inventory and equips himself with mithril chainmail armor, known for its rare ability to reduce both physical and magical damage by half. Just in time, he braces himself as the spear lands a solid hit. Although the force of the blow sends him skidding backward, the armor absorbs the worst of the impact, preventing serious injury. Juntae pauses briefly, visibly impressed. He admits he hadn't expected Sango to have someone like Jin-hyuk backing him. A moment of recognition flashes across his face as he recalls a detail. He then identifies Jin-hyuk as the C-class hunter who captured a newly classified monster, recalling that Young-sik had mentioned his name before, particularly noting Jin-hyuk's close association with Sango. Jin-hyuk becomes fully aware that his identity has been compromised. The realization strikes him hard. If he manages to survive the current situation, it's likely only a matter of time before his residence is tracked down. This adds another layer of pressure, but even more pressing is the thought that he might not be able to escape at all from someone as dangerous as Juntae. In the middle of this tense moment, Juntae shifts tactics. Instead of attacking, he makes a proposition. He suggests that Jinhyuk abandon Sango and join forces with him, claiming that the newly formed Titan Guild could use someone with Jinhyuk's capabilities. Jinhyuk reflects on the situation for a brief moment. He acknowledges to himself that he had hesitated before the battle even began, and that moment of doubt makes him feel ashamed. But now, with everything laid bare, he solidifies his resolve. He rejects the offer outright with no trace of uncertainty. For him, there is no room for compromise. The only path left is to see the battle through to its conclusion, no matter the cost. At Jinhyuk's residence, Sango lies motionless on the bed as a soft green glow shimmers over his face. The light comes from Lucia's healing spell, its orbs pulsing with gentle energy as they swirl above his skin. After maintaining the spell for a while, Lucia lets the magic fade and tells Hyena this is as far as she can go for now. She then asks her to step outside so they can talk. In the living room, Lucia explains the situation. The poison coursing through Sango's body is too potent, and while she has done enough to stabilize him and suppress the pain temporarily, the effect won't last. Hyena grows increasingly anxious, asking if there's anything else they can do, if there's another way to save him. Lucia thinks for a moment and concludes that the dwarf might have the ability to help. But to even reach the dwarf's dungeon, they need Jinhyuk. She mentions that there may still be a chance and then asks why Jinhyuk hasn't arrived yet. Hyena responds, recounting how Jinhyuk stayed behind to confront their pursuer, buying them time to escape. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk struggles to keep up with Juntai's relentless assault. He dodges the incoming spear strikes as best he can, but the shockwaves still batter him, their sheer force unrelenting. Then comes a sudden punch to the face, followed by a brutal kick to the chest that sends him crashing to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Jinhyuk forces himself back up, knowing he's nearing his limit. He desperately wants to drink a potion, but the barrage leaves no opening. With no other option, he braces for one decisive strike. He charges at Juntae, swinging his bat with all the strength he has left. But Juntae effortlessly leaps over the blow. Frustration builds in Jinhyuk's chest. He can't land a single hit. He narrowly evades a thrust but is caught off guard by another kick, this one slamming him into a wall. Juntae wastes no time and hurls his spear straight at him. Jinhyuk tries to move, but his body no longer responds fast enough. Blood splashes as the spear pierces the upper part of his right chest. His bat falls from his hands. Juntae watches closely, realizing that in the final moment, Jinhyuk twists just enough to avoid a fatal wound. He acknowledges the effort and tenacity, even repeats his offer once more, inviting Jinhyuk to abandon Sango and join the new Titan Guild. But Jinhyuk's refusal is unwavering. As Juntae prepares to deliver the finishing blow, an arrow suddenly whistles past him, forcing him to back away. The moment Jinhyuk sees the arrow, he knows Lucia has arrived. Lucia moves swiftly through the dim streets, her eyes briefly flicking to the tracker app on her device. The automated voice guides her with clear directions, confirming she's nearly arrived. Despite her composed expression, urgency burns in her steps. She hopes Jinhyuk can hold out just a little longer. Back at the fight, Juntae draws closer to Jinhyuk, preparing a devastating final strike. But he halts mid-motion, instincts flaring, as he senses something. An arrow whistles through the air. He narrowly dodges it before it detonates with a thunderous explosion, sending debris and dust scattering across the scene. The sheer force of the blast forces him back, and he quickly realizes this was no ordinary projectile. Jinhyuk, barely conscious, recognizes the familiar surge of energy. Relief flickers across his face. Lucia has arrived. Lucia steps calmly into view, her posture composed despite the tension in the air. She mutters that she made it just in time. Juntae turns his attention to her, now aware that the arrow came from her. Her presence doesn't impress him at first glance, and he questions her strength. Still, the explosion piques his curiosity, prompting him to test her himself. With a fluid motion, he yanks his spear from Jin-hyuk's shoulder and declares that if Lucia truly came to save him, she'd better be stronger than she looks because he's not holding back. He charges, spear aimed directly at her. Lucia doesn't flinch. A shimmering barrier materializes before her just in time, halting the spear effortlessly. The unexpected resistance surprises Juntae, and before he can recover, Lucia ridicules him for relying on fragile power. She raises her hand, unleashing a wave of concentrated aura that engulfs his spear, disintegrating it into fragments. Juntae instinctively activates his shield, bracing for a follow-up. But Lucia is already upon him. Her strike bypasses his guard, and a heavy punch lands squarely, sending a shock through his body as he stumbles from the impact. Jin-hyuk watches from the side, eyes wide with disbelief. He's always known Lucia was strong, but witnessing her overwhelming power firsthand stuns him. The way she dismantled Juntae's assault and landed a decisive blow is far beyond what he expected. Juntae staggers back from the force of the punch, his balance briefly faltering. Confusion flickers across his face as he tries to make sense of the situation. Being pushed back so easily is not something he's accustomed to. He eyes Lucia warily, suspicion growing that she might be an S-class hunter from overseas, because if someone of her caliber were registered domestically, he's certain he would have heard of her. Lucia, calm and composed, turns to Jin-hyuk and asks if he's able to move. Jin-hyuk, still catching his breath, manages a nod. She then asks him to make the call should she eliminate Juntae right now, but Jin-hyuk shakes his head and tells her not to go any further. Turning to Juntae, he suggests they end it here. The implication in his tone, quiet but firm, implies that continuing would only end in defeat for Juntae. Juntae narrows his eyes, irritated by Jin-hyuk's composure. It feels like Jin-hyuk is speaking from a position of power, as if he had the upper hand all along. But deep down, Juntae knows continuing this fight with Lucia involved would only result in unnecessary damage. He concedes, saying he's had enough for today. Still, as he turns to leave, he leaves a final remark behind. He won't forget what happened, and the next time they cross paths, both Jin-hyuk and Lucia will die that much, he promises. Lucia carefully applies her healing magic to Jin-hyuk, the green glow of her spell enveloping his body. After a short while, she ceases the magic, her expression showing satisfaction as she assesses the result. She tells him that he should be able to move now and that, fortunately, his injuries weren't as serious as she initially feared. Jin-hyuk, still processing the rapid healing, thanks her and marvels at the sight of his previously open wound now completely closed. He can't help but express his amazement, to which Lucia proudly responds that he should recognize her greatness. Jin-hyuk, amused by her confidence, agrees, acknowledging that with her level of combat skill and healing ability, she's essentially an overpowered character. Lucia, however, seems confused by the term, prompting Jin-hyuk to clarify that it's just a compliment. As the moment passes, Jin-hyuk's thoughts shift back to the situation at hand. He asks about Sango, and Lucia responds that he's resting at home, but that proper treatment is difficult to administer. She adds, however, that the dwarf might have the antidote. Upon hearing this, Jin-hyuk's expression hardens. Without wasting another second, he rushes off, determined to head back immediately. Lucia calls after him, warning him not to push himself too hard, lest his wound reopen, but Jin-hyuk doesn't slow his pace. As he moves toward home, his mind races. His identity has been exposed, and he knows it's only a matter of time before they come for him. He needs to act quickly, not just to save Sango, but to ensure that the danger doesn't reach his doorstep any sooner than necessary. The urgency builds within him, and he forces himself to focus on the one thing he can control in this moment: getting back to Sango before it's too late. At the dwarf's workshop, Jin-hyuk stands before the grumpy dwarf, who snaps at him in frustration. The dwarf had clearly been expecting the or Jin-hyuk promised for purification, not a poisoned person. Jin-hyuk apologizes, explaining that things didn't go as planned, but the priority is saving Sango first. The dwarf growls, clearly irritated, and shakes his head. He informs Jinhyuk that he can't treat Sango. The poison is basilisk venom, and they need an antidote to counter it. However, they don't have the materials necessary in this area. Jinhyuk, not willing to give up, suggests that the dwarf might have the materials needed. The dwarf sarcastically retorts, asking if Jinhyuk believes he's some kind of magical treasure chest that contains everything. But, despite his irritation, he tells Jinhyuk to wait a moment. As the dwarf steps away, Sango, still weak from the poison, turns to Jinhyuk and asks where they are. Jinhyuk tries to reassure him, saying that he'll understand soon enough, and that for now, he should consider this place just another one of his abilities. Sango looks at him suspiciously, asking if it's really okay for Jinhyuk to reveal such a place. Jinhyuk responds honestly, explaining that since Sango trusted him first, he figured it was only fair to trust him back. The dwarf soon returns, holding a vial of potion. He hands it to Sango, telling him to drink it. He explains that the potion will only buy them time at most half a day. If they don't find the antidote by then, Sango will die. Jinhyuk, not willing to accept this limitation, asks the dwarf if there are any other treatments. The dwarf shakes his head, confirming that there's nothing more he can do. Jinhyuk's mind races as he thinks through the situation. He wonders if a hunter specialty hospital might have the antidote, but he knows the enemies will be coming for them soon, and they don't have time for that. There are places where the antidote is likely stored, but those places are hidden from most people. An idea flashes in his mind, and he feels a surge of determination. There might still be a way. Back at Jinhyuk's residence, Sango is resting, trying to regain some strength after taking the potion. Jinhyuk sits with Hyena, explaining the situation. They've bought some time with the potion, but without the antidote, there's little hope of saving Sango. Jinhyuk mentions that there is one last method, a risky one, that could potentially work. If it fails, however, they'll have no other options left. At that moment, Junchul receives a call from Jinhyuk, who asks if he has an antidote for basilisk venom. Junchul informs Jinhyuk that he doesn't have the antidote, but he knows of a backdoor doctor who might have it. He then asks Jinhyuk why he needs it. Jinhyuk explains that something urgent has come up, and he needs the antidote. He asks if Junchul can introduce him to the doctor. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Junchul tells Jinhyuk to send him an address, and Jinhyuk acknowledges the request. Jinhyuk feels uneasy about the doctor, worried about the discretion needed. Junchul reassures him, understanding that Jinhyuk wants the doctor to come secretly. Junchul tells him not to worry, as Jinhyuk is a VIP, and they will make sure to keep the visit discreet. After the call, Jinhyuk turns to Hyena and assures her that everything will be fine. Hyena, feeling relief, begins to cry and thanks him for his efforts. Later, the doctor arrives and injects the antidote into Sango. Soon after, Sango is able to sit up on his own. The doctor announces that the poison has been completely removed, but it will take 2 weeks for Sango's body to fully recover. Until then, Sango must rest completely. The doctor then takes his leave. Jinhyuk reflects on the situation and realizes that this is a big problem. With 2 weeks required for full recovery, Sango won't be able to move or fight during that time. Jinhyuk knows they won't be able to withstand the Titan Guild's pursuit, even if Lucia helps. He acknowledges that he is too weak compared to Juntae and that he severely underestimated the power of S-class hunters. Even if Sango recovers, Jinhyuk fears he will only be a hindrance. Lucia, noticing Jinhyuk's troubled expression, comments that he seems filled with unnecessary worries. Jinhyuk admits that after facing Juntae, he has realized just how weak he is. Lucia reassures him that while it is true, he will still grow stronger in the end. She then suggests there is a risky but sure way for him to gain power. Jinhyuk, determined to get stronger, agrees that he will do anything if it means improving his abilities. In the morning, Jinhyuk is busy restocking his inventory, making sure he has enough supplies. He fills his bag with 300 mana potions, 300 health potions, and plenty of explosion scrolls. His armor and bat are also ready for the challenges ahead, but as he organizes everything, he starts wondering if it's enough to handle what's coming. Lucia then asks him about the return stone, and Jinhyuk confirms that he has it. They'll be able to use it to escape in case of an emergency. Lucia nods in approval, saying that it's good to have at least one escape route, especially in case things go wrong. Before he leaves, Jinhyuk tells Lucia that while he's away, he needs her to help take care of both Hyena and Sango. Lucia agrees, but she warns him that the Dragon's Temple is far more dangerous than he might realize. She understands his determination to get stronger, but she tells him that if he gets too greedy there, it could cost him his life. She advises him to leave the temple once he feels strong enough, emphasizing that his life is more important than his pursuit of power. Jinhyuk acknowledges her warning, agreeing that if things get too dangerous, he will use the return stone immediately. Hyena, feeling guilty, apologizes to Jinhyuk, expressing how bad she feels that he is embarking on such a dangerous trial because of them. Jinhyuk reassures her, telling her not to apologize. He explains that he has been seeking revenge for a long time, and this way it works out for both of them. As Jinhyuk prepares to leave, he turns to Lucia, telling her that he'll be counting on her while he's gone. He reminds her that she's the only one they can rely on right now and promises to return stronger, no matter what happens. Jinhyuk stands at the entrance of the Dragon's Temple, his hand gripping a small item that activates the entrance mechanism. As he watches the doors slowly open, Lucia's warning echoes in his mind. Not to get greedy, to leave once he feels strong enough. But Jinhyuk knows that if he wanted to play it safe, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. With determination, he steps inside, deciding that he won't leave until he faces an S-class opponent. The doors close behind him, sealing his decision. As he walks deeper into the dungeon, Jinhyuk finds it strange. He's been walking for what feels like a while, but there's still no sign of anything, just an eerie silence. He begins to wonder if he's even going the right way. Suddenly, the surroundings grow brighter, and he sees two rows of knight armors facing each other. They look like mere decorations, but there's something unsettling about them, an eerie aura that seems to hang in the air. Out of nowhere, one of the armors suddenly glows red, and without warning, it charges toward him with a sneak attack. Jinhyuk narrowly dodges, jumping back and narrowly avoiding the strike. He wonders to himself if these armors are some sort of monsters. Before he can think further, the rest of the armors spring to life and charge toward him all at once. Jinhyuk realizes this is the challenge he's been waiting for, the kind of fight he came here for. With swift movement, he swings his bat, sending one of the armor monsters flying. It crashes into pieces, but to his surprise, the pieces begin to reassemble, forming the monster once again. He quickly assesses the situation, wondering if he needs to destroy the cores inside them to finish them off for good. Back in the past, Jinhyuk might have panicked at this sight, but now he's prepared. He knows exactly what to do. The armor monsters may be metal-clad, but he has just the thing to deal with them. With a burst of energy, he leaps high into the air and unleashes a powerful lightning attack. The electricity spreads quickly, surging through the armors, striking their cores. One by one, the armored monsters are fried, their forms collapsing as their power is neutralized. With the last of them defeated, Jinhyuk lands gracefully on the ground, satisfied. Inside the towering headquarters of the Titan Guild, the atmosphere is thick with tension. Youngsik, one of the guild's top leaders, is furious, his face contorted with frustration as he paces the room. His carefully laid plans, which were supposed to be straightforward and airtight, have gone completely off the rails, and he's not shy about letting everyone know who he blames. Juntae. With clenched fists and a piercing glare, Youngsik demands answers from his subordinate, barking questions about the executives who had once backed Sango. He wants to know exactly where they stand now and what's being done to keep them in check. The subordinate, quick to respond, explains that the executives who supported Sango have been dealt with decisively. They've been confined to their homes, locked away under tight surveillance. Every possible line of communication phones, internet, even mail has been cut off, ensuring they can't contact anyone or stir up trouble. The subordinate's report is thorough, and Youngsik nods, his mind already shifting to the next steps. He issues a sharp order. Keep the executives under constant watch and, above all, make sure Sango doesn't slip away through any cracks. The last thing they need is for Sango to rally support and complicate things further. Just as Young-sik finishes speaking, the office door explodes inward with a deafening crash, the force rattling the walls. Standing in the doorway is Juntae, his face twisted with rage. He storms into the room, his voice booming as he demands to know why Young-sik kept him in the dark about the new obstacles they're facing. His anger fills the space, and the air feels heavier with every word he spits out. Young-sik, unfazed by the outburst, raises an eyebrow and leans back in his chair. In a calm, almost mocking tone, he asks Juntae what he's so worked up about. He reminds him that he'd already shared all the critical information about Jinhyuk. So what's the problem now? But Juntae's fury isn't about Jinhyuk. Instead, he's ranting about Lucia, the female archer who's become a thorn in their side. Young-sik's subordinate, sensing the situation spiraling, steps forward, trying to take control and calm Juntae down. But Juntae, in no mood for interference, shoves the subordinate aside with a snarl, warning him to back off or face the consequences. Young-sik's eyes narrow as he processes Juntae's words, his sharp mind piecing things together. He realizes that Lucia is the source of Juntae's frustration, and in a cool, calculated tone, he asks if Juntae lost to her. The question cuts through the room like a blade. Juntae, still fuming, snaps back, insisting that there's no way he could have lost to Lucia. He claims that the only reason things didn't go his way was because his spear broke during their fight. If it hadn't, he says, he would have crushed her without a doubt. His words are laced with defiance, but there's a hint of defensiveness that doesn't escape Young-sik's notice. Young-sik listens closely, his expression unreadable but his mind working overtime. The way Juntae talks about Lucia, his excuses, his intensity tells Young-sik that she's far more dangerous than he'd initially thought. She's not just a minor nuisance. She's a serious threat, capable of standing toe-to-toe with someone as powerful as Juntae. Young-sik's calculating nature takes over as he acknowledges that Lucia, alongside Jinhyuk, represents an unexpected variable in their plans. They'll need to prepare for both of them, and they can't afford to underestimate either. Shifting focus, Young-sik reminds Juntae of their top priority, eliminating Sango. He stresses that taking Sango out is the key to securing full control of the Titan Guild. Young-sik lays out the situation with cold precision. Sango has been poisoned and is either on the brink of death or barely clinging to life. Even if he's somehow survived, he's no longer the formidable fighter he once was. All they need to do is track him down, and the job will be done. Young-sik's tone is confident as he assures Juntae that the guild is closing in on Sango's location. As for Jinhyuk and Lucia, the only remaining obstacles, Young-sik vows that the Titan Guild will find them soon, and this time, they'll make sure neither escapes. Inside the Titan Guild's headquarters, the air crackles with tension as Juntae's anger still simmers. His fists are clenched, his voice sharp with determination as he vows to take down both Jinhyuk and Lucia once and for all. Young-sik, his face hardening with a steely resolve, nods in approval. He tells Juntae that once those two are out of the way, everything will fall into place. With Sango eliminated and no one left to challenge them, the leadership of the Titan Guild will belong to Juntae. The promise hangs in the air, fueling Juntae's resolve as he prepares to make good on his word. Meanwhile, deep within the Dragon's Temple, Jinhyuk presses forward after defeating the armored creatures from his previous trial. He steps into the next room, expecting another challenge, but finds it strangely empty. The vast space feels quiet, almost too still, until his eyes land on a solitary figure seated at the far end of the room on a grand throne. The figure's presence is striking, radiating an aura that feels both powerful and unsettling. As Jinhyuk draws closer, he senses something even stranger. This person has no karma at all, a karma level of 0. It's an anomaly that sets his nerves on edge, as karma is a measure of one's actions and essence, and having none is unheard of. The figure breaks the silence, his voice calm but tinged with amusement. He remarks that it's been a long time since a challenger has reached this point in the temple. Jinhyuk, his curiosity piqued, asks who the figure is, noting that he doesn't seem like an ordinary being. The figure chuckles softly, asking why Jinhyuk would make such an assumption. With a knowing tone, he wonders if it's because he lacks any karma, a detail that catches Jinhyuk off guard. How does this stranger know about his karma or lack thereof? Jinhyuk's mind races, wondering if the figure has some ability to see through him or if he's somehow aware of Jinhyuk's own powers. Before Jinhyuk can press further, the figure shifts the conversation, asking why Jinhyuk has come to the dragon's temple. The question feels pointed, as if the figure already knows the answer. Jinhyuk hesitates, suspicious that the man might have mind-reading abilities, but decides to be honest. He pulls out the cursed stone he's been carrying, a dark object pulsing with malevolent energy, and explains that he came to the temple to purify it. The figure studies the stone, his expression unreadable, and comments that it's grown powerful by feeding on the souls of countless people, carrying the weight of their grudges and pain. Without a moment's hesitation, the figure begins to purify the stone. Jinhyuk watches in awe as the stone's dark, ominous aura fades, its color shifting to a brilliant, vibrant blue. The oppressive energy that once clung to it is gone, replaced by a serene glow. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Jinhyuk thanks the figure for his help, amazed at how easily he accomplished such a feat, but the figure waves off the thanks, his tone casual yet firm. He tells Jinhyuk there's no need to thank him for something so simple and that he should save his gratitude for when the true purpose of his visit is fulfilled. Suddenly, the figure's demeanor changes. He releases a powerful blue aura that fills the room, its intensity making the air feel heavy. With a commanding voice, he announces that the real trial has already begun. He warns Jinhyuk to stay sharp and give everything he has, because failure in this trial means death. Jinhyuk's heart races as the room around him shifts, the walls and floor dissolving into an entirely new environment. He realizes he's no longer in the throne room. He's been transported to a different space, one that feels vast and unfamiliar. This, he understands, is the true trial of the dragon's temple. As Jinhyuk takes in his new surroundings, he spots something approaching in the distance. Another armored figure, similar to the ones he fought before. Its metallic form gleams under the strange light of this new space, and Jinhyuk's mind races. He wonders aloud where he is, questioning if he's been pulled into another dimension or a deeper layer of the temple. A simple thought crosses his mind. To escape this place, all he needs to do is defeat the armored figure. He sizes up his opponent, assuming it's on the same level as the previous armors he's faced. To him, this feels like just another warm-up, a challenge he's already proven he can handle. But then, the armor does something unexpected. It speaks. In a deep, chilling voice, it tells Jinhyuk to prepare himself, declaring that the trial has already begun. The words send a jolt through Jinhyuk, and he realizes this armor is different. The fact that it can talk means it's no ordinary foe, and the stakes are far higher than he'd assumed. Before he can fully process the situation, the armor charges at him with blinding speed, its movements far faster and more precise than anything he's faced before. Caught off guard, Jinhyuk barely has time to react as the armor's attack closes in. In a cold, menacing tone, it warns him that this is his only warning, signaling that the fight ahead will be unlike anything he's encountered in the temple so far. The Titan Guild members sent by Juntae to hunt down Jinhyuk are growing more frustrated by the minute. They've scoured every house in the neighborhood, following the address they were given, but Jinhyuk is nowhere to be found. Their leader, a stern and driven man, feels the pressure mounting. He knows that returning to Juntae empty-handed isn't an option. Juntae's wrath would be merciless, and the consequences would be dire. Determined to avoid that fate, the leader hatches a ruthless plan. He orders his team to destroy every house on Jinhyuk Street, believing that if they tear the entire area apart, they'll eventually uncover Jinhyuk's hiding place. The team hesitates, aware of the chaos this will cause, but they know better than to defy their leader's orders. As they discuss the plan, suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, striking the leader with deadly precision. He collapsed instantly and chaos erupted. The others froze in panic, unable to grasp what had just happened. until another arrow hit the one on the right, wounding him badly. The last guild member, still determined to capture her, charges forward with a fierce glare. But Lucia is faster and sharper. She dodges his attack and strikes back, taking him down quickly and silently, ending the threat before he can get any closer. With the danger neutralized, she knows she can't stay out in the open, so she hurries back to the base, determined to warn the others. When Lucia arrives, Hyena is waiting, her face etched with worry. She immediately asks why Lucia left the base so suddenly, sensing something's wrong. Lucia takes a deep breath and explains what happened. The Titan Guild's tracking team attacked her out of nowhere, clearly hunting for Jinhyuk. Hyena's eyes widen in shock, her concern deepening as she realizes the Titan Guild is closing in on them again. Lucia, ever calm under pressure, reassures her that there's no immediate danger. She took care of the attackers quickly and quietly, ensuring they couldn't report back. But Lucia's expression turns grim as she shares a more troubling detail. She tells Hyena that the Titan Guild is so desperate to find Jinhyuk that they're willing to destroy entire homes in the neighborhood. It's clear they're convinced he's hiding somewhere in the area, and they're ready to tear everything apart to get to him. Hyena's face pales as she processes the news, understanding just how serious the situation has become. Lucia meets Hyena's gaze, her voice firm but urgent. She explains that their base is the only safe place for now, but if the Titan Guild sends its full force, she can't guarantee anyone's safety, not even her own. The weight of her words hangs in the air, and Hyena feels the gravity of their predicament sinking in. Lucia's resolve hardens as she tells Hyena that their only real hope lies with Jinhyuk. She knows it's a lot to ask, but she believes he's the only one who can turn things around if he can grow stronger and return soon. Meanwhile, deep within the dragon's temple, Jinhyuk faces a harrowing challenge. The armored creature he's battling swings its sword, and the blade slices through his neck. For a fleeting moment, Jinhyuk feels a sharp, searing pain, and his heart lurches as he thinks he's done for. But then, as he instinctively reaches for his neck, he's stunned to find no wound, no blood, nothing. His neck is perfectly fine, as if the attack never happened. Confusion washes over him as he looks around. The world feels off, almost like the temple he entered has transformed into something strange and unfamiliar. The air feels heavy, the surroundings distorted, and Jinhyuk's mind races with questions. Why is he unharmed? Why does everything feel so wrong? As his thoughts spiral, the elder he met earlier appears, sensing Jinhyuk's bewilderment. With a calm and reassuring tone, the elder explains what's happening. The moment Jinhyuk thought he died was just an illusionary virtual space created as part of the trial. The elder assures him that no real harm has come to him. The danger he faced exists only in this illusory world. He emphasizes that as long as Jinhyuk is in this virtual space, he doesn't need to fear death. No matter what happens here, it won't affect his body in the real world. The elder's words sink in, easing Jinhyuk's panic but leaving him with a new sense of purpose as he prepares to face whatever the strange trial throws at him next. Inside the dragon's temple, the elder continues to guide Jinhyuk, shedding light on the true purpose of this mysterious place. He explains that the temple isn't just a physical structure, it's a sacred space crafted to forge strength through trials. The elder emphasizes that Jinhyuk's heart, his unbreakable will to fight, and his ability to bounce back from setbacks are the real keys to becoming stronger. He offers Jinhyuk a piece of advice that feels almost too simple. Keep pushing forward, no matter what, and never stop striving to grow. Jinhyuk is taken aback by the elder's calm, almost casual tone. With the life or death challenges he's facing, the elder's words seem out of place, like they belong in a far less dangerous setting. But as the elder's advice sinks in, Jinhyuk's thoughts drift to the world outside the temple. The weight of his responsibilities comes crashing down on him. He knows that if the Titan Guild finds their hideout, Sango and Hyena's lives will be in grave danger. And if Juntae himself shows up, Jinhyuk knows he's not strong enough to stop him, not yet. The realization hits him hard. If he doesn't grow stronger, everything he's been fighting for, his friends, his mission, his purpose, will fall apart. The stakes couldn't be higher, and the thought of failing those who depend on him fuels a fire in his chest. Jin-hyuk sees now that he's been holding himself back, letting doubts and fear cloud his focus. The trials in the Dragon's Temple are his only shot at gaining the power he needs to protect what matters most. Overwhelmed with emotion, he drops to his knees before the elder, his voice trembling with desperation. He begs for the temple doors to open again, swearing that he'll never let his guard down or waver again. His words are raw, filled with the weight of his realization that without this chance, everything he's worked for will be for nothing. He pleads with every fiber of his being, determined to prove he's ready to face the trials once more. The elder gazes down at Jin-hyuk, his face calm but stern. He can see the fire in Jin-hyuk's eyes, but he's not convinced Jin-hyuk fully understands the challenge ahead. He warns that desperation alone won't change the reality of the trial. If Jin-hyuk steps back into the arena, he'll likely face death again, a relentless cycle with no guarantee of victory. The elder believes Jin-hyuk is acting out of panic, not true clarity, and fears he's not ready for what's to come. But Jin-hyuk refuses to back down. He looks up at the elder, his voice steady despite his desperation, and argues that no one can know the outcome unless he tries again. He insists that as long as he stays sharp and keeps his guard up, he has a chance to win. The elder's eyes widen, struck by Jin-hyuk's unyielding resolve. In all his time overseeing the temple's trials, he's never seen someone so determined, especially after facing the illusion of death. Jin-hyuk's refusal to give up, even after such a harrowing experience, sets him apart. Quietly, Jin-hyuk adds that he was never afraid of dying in the first place. That's why he took on the trial to begin with. For him, it's not just about surviving. It's about pushing forward, no matter how impossible the odds seem. Jin-hyuk's words strike a chord with the elder, who sees a rare and powerful determination in him. After a long, thoughtful pause, the elder makes a rare decision. He grants Jin-hyuk an exception, allowing him to re-enter the trial. With a nod, the elder signals for the temple doors to open once more, giving Jin-hyuk the chance he's begged for. Jin-hyuk rises to his feet, his heart swelling with gratitude. He gives the elder a respectful nod, silently thanking him for his fairness and for believing in him enough to offer this second opportunity. As the heavy doors swing open, Jin-hyuk steps forward, his resolve stronger than ever. The familiar armored creature awaits him, its presence as intimidating as before. The battle begins anew, but this time, the armor fights differently. Its movements are just as fierce, but there's a new intensity to its attacks. Jin-hyuk, however, is ready. When the armor swings its sword in a powerful strike, Jin-hyuk manages to block it, though it takes every bit of his strength to hold his ground. The force of the blow shakes him, and he can't help but marvel at the armor's incredible power. How can anything be this strong? The armor, too, notices a change in Jin-hyuk. It senses a new clarity in his movements, a focused determination that wasn't there before. His eyes are sharp, his actions deliberate, as if he's finally grasped what it takes to survive this trial. The armor acknowledges, in its own silent way, that Jin-hyuk has come to his senses, ready to fight with everything he has. Jin-hyuk, meanwhile, is already thinking ahead. He knows he needs to gain the upper hand, and he comes up with a plan. He focuses his aura into his legs, channeling the energy to unleash a powerful strike that could push the armor back and give him some breathing room. He moves quickly, preparing to launch the attack, but the armor is one step ahead. Before Jin-hyuk can strike, the armor reacts with lightning speed, delivering a swift kick that sends him stumbling backward. The impact rattles him, and he realizes with a jolt that this opponent is no ordinary foe. It's as if the armor can read his thoughts, predicting his moves before he even makes them. The experience reminds him eerily of his past fight with Juntae, who seemed to anticipate his every action with unsettling precision. The armor, growing impatient, decides that playtime is over. It no longer sees Jin-hyuk's efforts as amusing or worthy of restraint. With a shift in its stance, it prepares to end the fight for good, its intent to finish Jin-hyuk clear in its movements. Jin-hyuk's heart races as he senses the armor's resolve, knowing that his chances of surviving this trial are slipping away. The battle has reached a critical point, and he'll need to dig deeper than ever to overcome this relentless foe. Jin-hyuk feels a cold chill run through him as he battles the enchanted armor. What started as a test of his abilities has turned into something far more dangerous, a fight where only one of them will walk away. The armor isn't just challenging him anymore, it's trying to finish him off. But Jin-hyuk isn't ready to give up. He's noticed that the armor has been outsmarting him, predicting his every move by sensing the energy or aura he gives off. As the armor swings at him again, Jin-hyuk speaks up, letting it know he's caught on to its trick. The armor doesn't bother denying it, but it taunts him, saying that figuring it out won't save him from losing. Jin-hyuk knows the armor's words sting because they're true. If he keeps fighting the same way, using his aura in a predictable pattern, he's just setting himself up to fail. It's tough to admit, but he realizes he needs to try something different. In a bold move, he decides to wrap his entire body in a layer of aura, hoping this will confuse the armor and make it harder for it to guess his next move. To give himself a boost, he quickly chugs a mana potion, which recharges his energy. The armor, not understanding why he's drinking the potion, just thinks it's a boring and desperate tactic. As the potion takes effect, the armor senses a change. Jin-hyuk's body is now glowing with aura, his strength surging thanks to the potion's power. The armor quickly figures out that this boost didn't come from Jin-hyuk's own skills, but from the potion he drank. It sneers at him, saying he should have worked harder to gain that kind of strength naturally. Jin-hyuk, though, isn't fazed by the criticism. He's in a tight spot, and if the potion gives him even a slight advantage, he's not too proud to use it. The armor challenges Jin-hyuk to show that his gamble was worth it. The fight gets even more intense, and Jin-hyuk, now stronger and harder to predict with aura covering his body, starts to fight differently. His new approach throws the armor off, and each attack he lands forces it to rethink its strategy. Jin-hyuk knows he's still got a lot to prove, but he can feel the fight starting to tilt in his favor. His determination grows stronger, and he faces the daunting challenge with a fire in his heart. At the same time, far away from the Dragon's Temple, Junchul is sitting in his car when he spots a group of Titan Guild members walking down the street. His sharp instincts kick in, and he quietly points them out to his driver, guessing they're on a mission to find Sango. The driver nods, confirming Junchul's hunch and noting that they need to be careful. Any sudden move could tip off the guild members. Cool-headed as always, Junchul tells the driver to keep driving smoothly, acting like nothing's out of the ordinary to avoid drawing attention. Junchul pulls out his phone and calls Hyena. When she answers, he introduces himself in a calm, steady voice, asking if Jin-hyuk has ever mentioned him. Hyena recognizes his name right away, remembering that Junchul was the one who helped Jin-hyuk find a doctor. Lucia, who's close by, overhears Junchul's name and perks up, curious about the conversation. Once they've established they know each other, Junchul asks about Sango's condition. Hyena assures him that Sango is safe and doing okay, which eases some of Junchul's worries. But he quickly moves on to a more urgent issue. He tells Hyena that while driving near Jin-hyuk's house, he saw a bunch of Titan Guild members gathered around. It's obvious they think Sango is hiding there and are determined to track him down and capture him again. Junchul lays it out plainly. Even if Sango is healed and back to full strength, the Titan Guild's heavy presence around Jin-hyuk's house is a serious problem. The area is becoming too risky for anyone to stay there safely. Then, he hints that he has an idea to help fix the situation, but it's not something he can explain over the phone. He asks Hyena if she's free to meet up in person, emphasizing that the meeting is important and could make a big difference. Back at the Dragon's Temple, Jin-hyuk is still caught in his fierce battle with the armor. Every moment strengthens his will to keep going. After a tough struggle, he finally lands a strong hit on the armor, putting everything he's got into the attack. To his shock, the armor doesn't even seem phased. It's as if the blow bounced right off. The armor's toughness feels like it has no limits, leaving Jin-hyuk stunned at how little his attack did. The armor, calm and unshaken, tells Jin-hyuk he's still too inexperienced to take it down. Points out that after his attack failed, Jin-hyuk just stood there, lost in thought instead of jumping into his next move. The armor's voice is cold, like it's stating a simple truth about Jin-hyuk's struggle to keep up in this deadly fight. The armor makes it crystal clear. In a battle like this, there's no time to pause. If one attack doesn't work, you have to try something else right away, no second-guessing allowed. Before Jin-hyuk can even process the advice, the armor is already on the move, launching a fierce counterattack. Its speed and adaptability catch Jin-hyuk off guard, showing just how ruthless and quick it is to turn the tables. Now fully aware of how dangerous this fight is, Jin-hyuk scrambles to defend himself. He calls on his lightning ability, hoping to block the armor's onslaught. To his horror, the lightning fizzles out, doing nothing to stop the attack. It's like the armor is immune, and Jin-hyuk is left wide open, his confidence shaken. The armor doesn't let up, pressing its attack with relentless force. Jin-hyuk has no choice but to dodge and retreat, his mind racing as he tries to process why his lightning, one of his strongest moves, had no effect at all. The armor, seeing Jin-hyuk throw everything he's got into the fight, taunts him. It demands to know if he's hiding any secret skills, expecting him to pull out some kind of surprise. But Jin-hyuk doesn't hesitate. He shoots back that he's got no tricks left up his sleeve. What the armor sees is all he has. Instead of backing down, he raises the stakes, challenging the armor to a final, all-or-nothing clash. He proposes they both risk everything in a battle to the death, putting their full strength on the line. The armor, impressed by Jin-hyuk's boldness, agrees, its curiosity piqued. It begins to prepare for a massive, devastating strike, ready to give this fight everything it's got. The air around them grows heavy, crackling with tension as the armor channels an enormous amount of energy. Jin-hyuk's eyes narrow as he watches, his heart pounding. He recognizes the technique the armor is building up. It's something a paladin, a holy warrior, might use. The realization hits him like a shockwave, and he can't help but blurt out, asking if the armor is a paladin. The armor's response is short and mysterious. It's not a paladin, but something close to one, leaving Jin-hyuk with more questions than answers. The armor locks eyes with Jin-hyuk and asks if he's ready for what's coming. Without a hint of fear, Jin-hyuk declares that he's been ready for a long time. He urges the armor to make its move, his voice steady and brimming with confidence. His words catch the armor by surprise. It can feel the raw determination pouring off Jin-hyuk, and it only makes the moment more intense. Jin-hyuk doubles down, saying his confidence comes from knowing that he's on the verge of becoming even stronger. His conviction hangs in the air, adding fuel to the already electric atmosphere. The armor doesn't waste another second. It unleashes its full power in an earth-shaking strike, the kind of attack that could end the fight in an instant. Jin-hyuk, who's usually quick to dodge or outsmart his opponents, tries to rely on his usual tricks, feints, and clever maneuvers. But as the attack barrels toward him, he realizes the armor isn't falling for it. The sheer force behind the strike is too overwhelming for his usual tactics to work. There's no dodging this one. In a split-second decision, Jin-hyuk changes his approach. He knows that trickery won't cut it anymore. What he needs is raw power to match the armor's strength. If he's going to survive, he has to meet this attack head-on with everything he's got. With no time to spare, he braces himself, digging deep to summon every ounce of strength and willpower. His heart races, but his resolve is unbreakable as he prepares to counter the armor's devastating blow with a full-force strike of his own, ready to pour his entire being into this one critical moment. Jin-hyuk clenches his jaw, his body trembling as he pours every ounce of his strength into one final clash with the enchanted armor. His aura, which has been growing stronger throughout the fight, now burns with a fierce, almost blinding intensity. He focuses it all into a single, powerful strike, aiming everything at the armor's sword. The upper part of the sword starts to crack under the pressure, and Jin-hyuk feels his attack growing stronger, fueled by his sheer determination and everything he's put into this moment. The armor, though rattled by the force, stays calm. It acknowledges Jin-hyuk's grit, noting how he's bet everything on this one attack, channeling all his aura into this last, desperate effort. But the armor isn't impressed. With a swift motion, it scatters Jin-hyuk's aura like it's nothing, declaring that this level of power isn't enough to defeat it. Not giving Jin-hyuk a moment to recover, the armor launches another attack. Jin-hyuk, running on fumes, barely manages to block it, but the impact shakes him to his core. His body quakes from exhaustion, and with one last push, he collapses to his knees, completely drained. His aura is gone, his energy spent, leaving him defenseless and struggling to even stay upright. The armor looms over him, its cold voice cutting through the silence. Questions whether this is really all Jinhyuk has to offer, mocking his efforts by pointing out that all he did was crack its iron sword. With a dismissive tone, it reveals that a broken sword means nothing. It can easily replace it with a blade made of pure aura. The armor challenges Jinhyuk, asking how he plans to keep fighting now that he's out of strength and tricks, with nothing left to throw at it. Even in his weakened state, Jinhyuk refuses to back down. He glares up at the armor, his voice steady despite his exhaustion, and tells it to stop talking so much. If it's going to end him, it should just do it already. He says he's given everything he had and has no regrets. Even if he dies here, he insists it wouldn't be a true defeat, because he knows deep down that he hasn't really lost. With a fire in his eyes, Jinhyuk vows that no matter how many times he faces this kind of challenge, he'll keep getting back up, keep fighting, and keep growing stronger. The armor pauses, as if it's carefully considering Jinhyuk's words. Then, in a surprising turn, it declares that the trial is over. It acknowledges Jinhyuk's unyielding spirit but adds a twist. Jinhyuk has misunderstood the whole point of the trial. The armor explains that the test was never about beating it in a physical fight or breaking its sword. The real challenge was about proving himself worthy of its approval, showing the strength of his character and resolve. Still kneeling, exhausted and confused, Jinhyuk asks if he passed the test. The armor's answer is vague but firm. Jinhyuk has a lot of room to grow, but he has indeed passed. With that, the armor vanishes in a flash, and in its place stands a man. Jinhyuk, caught off guard and still reeling, looks up at the new figure and asks who he is, his voice a mix of curiosity and suspicion. The man doesn't give a direct answer. Instead, he tells Jinhyuk that his potential is impressive, but he needs to work on his attitude. He explains that being reckless isn't the same as being confident, and Jinhyuk's habit of charging in without thinking could hold him back. Still, the man admits he's impressed by how Jinhyuk fought with everything he had until the very end. When Jinhyuk asks if the man is the knight behind the armor, the man flicks him on the forehead, telling him not to interrupt. He promises to teach Jinhyuk how to become stronger, starting with understanding his aura. The man explains that Jinhyuk's aura is tied to divine energy, a sacred power that can be harnessed in a straightforward way. He reaches out his hand, and a soft blue glow surrounds Jinhyuk, wrapping him in warmth. The man tells him that to grow stronger, he must connect with this divine energy. He adds that he's taken a liking to Jinhyuk and wants him to use the gift he's about to give wisely, as it's a rare opportunity. Suddenly, Jinhyuk finds himself in a completely different place, a strange and unfamiliar space. He blinks, trying to figure out where he is, when a massive creature appears before him, a towering beast that looks like a dragon. Its presence is overwhelming, and Jinhyuk feels a mix of awe and nervousness. The dragon's deep, rumbling voice echoes through the space, telling Jinhyuk not to waver. It explains that he's been brought here because the one who acknowledged his strength, chose him to receive a great power. Since Jinhyuk passed the trial, the dragon says it will grant him the power of the divine. A swirling golden light spirals from the dragon toward Jinhyuk, and the dragon urges him to accept it, calling it the blessing of a god who looks kindly upon him. The dragon assures Jinhyuk that from now on, this divine power will be with him, a gift to carry forward as he continues his journey. At Jinhyuk's house, Junchul, Lucia, and Hyena are gathered, waiting for news. Lucia is growing more worried by the minute, because Jinhyuk still hasn't come out of the room where he's been facing the trials of the dragon's temple. Her mind races with possibilities. What if something went wrong? What if he's hurt or trapped? Just as her anxiety peaks, a strange noise echoes from the room. Her heart skips a beat, and without hesitation, she bolts to the door and flings it open. To her astonishment, a glowing dungeon gate has appeared inside, a clear sign that Jinhyuk has succeeded in his trials. Lucia's attention is drawn to a powerful aura radiating from the gate. So intense it sends shivers down her spine. Could this overwhelming energy be coming from Jinhyuk? Before she can dwell on it, Jinhyuk steps through the gate, emerging into the room. As he catches sight of Lucia, she immediately notices something different about him. He carries himself with a new kind of confidence, and there's a spark in his eyes that wasn't there before. It's obvious he's changed in some profound way. Curious and a little awed, Lucia asks if he passed all the trials of the Dragon's Temple. Jinhyuk gives her a simple nod, his expression calm but proud. Out of nowhere, Lucia lunges at him with a dagger, testing his reflexes. Jinhyuk reacts instantly, stopping her attack with ease, a faint glow of divine energy shimmering around his hand. Lucia, still gripping the dagger, reminds him that she'd warned him not to get too greedy and to come back on time. Jinhyuk smiles faintly and explains that he had no choice if he wanted to grow stronger. He had to push himself to the limit. He tells her that without taking that risk, he never would have gained the incredible new power he now possesses. Lucia sheathes her dagger, her expression softening. She admits that Jinhyuk has clearly become much stronger, but she can't help but worry. She urges him to be more careful, warning that if something happened to him, she'd be stuck here, unable to return to her own home. Jinhyuk reassures her with a confident grin, telling her not to stress about him, he's got things under control. Sensing that Jinhyuk is more than capable of handling whatever comes next, Lucia decides it's time for her to step back. She tells him she's leaving the place in his hands and plans to head back into the dungeon to rest for a while. Before she goes, she thanks him for protecting her territory, and Jinhyuk returns the gratitude, appreciating all the help she's given him. Lucia brushes it off, saying she only stepped in because she didn't want the dungeon to fall apart if he died. With a playful smirk, she adds that her help wasn't free. She reminds Jinhyuk about the boss room with the magic circle, saying she'll be staying there for a bit and expects him to bring her a pile of sweets as payment. Jinhyuk chuckles and agrees to her terms. Before leaving, Lucia gives Jinhyuk a serious warning. She explains that once she returns to the dungeon, the magic that hides the place from prying eyes will start to fade. When that happens, the Titan Guild will likely figure out where they are and come looking for trouble. She advises Jinhyuk to come up with a solid plan before the guild shows up, then heads off, leaving him to process her words. Jinhyuk turns his attention to Hyena and Junchul, who are both visibly relieved to see him back safe. He asks them if everything's been okay while he was gone. Hyena assures him that things are under control. Sango is recovering well, and they've managed to deal with the Titan Guild members who were chasing them. Curious about Lucia, she asks where she went, and Jinhyuk explains that Lucia's taking a break in the dungeon. His gaze shifts to Junchul, and he asks why he's here at his house out of the blue. Junchul admits that he tried contacting Jinhyuk earlier but couldn't get through, so he decided to show up in person to check on him. Jinhyuk raises an eyebrow, wondering what prompted the sudden visit. Junchul leans in, his tone serious but excited, and asks if Jinhyuk would be interested in teaming up to start a guild together. Hyena cuts in, sounding surprised, and reminds Junchul that he was supposed to be coming up with a plan to help them escape their current predicament with the Titan Guild, not pitching a guild idea. Junchul raises his hands to calm Hyena, who's still reeling from his unexpected proposal to start a guild. He asks her to hear him out, promising that his reasoning will make sense. Junchul turns to Jinhyuk and Hyena, his voice steady and serious, and explains why a new guild is necessary. He points out that even if Sango fully recovers, going back to the Titan Guild isn't an option. The fact that no one from the guild has come to rescue Sango is proof that the organization is corrupt and falling apart from the inside. Junchul argues that trying to fix something so broken is pointless. They need to start fresh with a new foundation, one built on trust and strength. He looks directly at Jinhyuk and says he wants him to be the heart of this new guild, the key figure around whom everything will revolve. To back up his vision, Junchul pulls out his phone and sends Jinhyuk and Hyena a set of detailed documents he's prepared for the guild. He mentions that he's also shared these materials with a few other trusted allies who might join them. The documents outline his plans, and Junchul begins to explain them in detail, his excitement growing as he speaks. He describes the resources he's gathered. Supplies like weapons, equipment, and funding to get the guild off the ground. He also talks about the talented people he's personally scouted, skilled fighters, strategists, and support members who could form the backbone of their team. On top of that, he's secured access to facilities where they can train, plan, and set up their operations. Junchil stresses that these resources are the building blocks for a strong, independent guild that could stand on its own. Hyena listens closely, clearly impressed by the level of preparation, but she's not entirely convinced. She raises a critical concern, her tone sharp with worry. Even with all these resources, she argues, a new guild might not be strong enough to take on the Titan Guild, which is massive and powerful. And even if they could challenge the Titan Guild, there's a bigger problem. Juntae, a dangerous and formidable enemy who could crush their plans single-handedly. Hyena asks Junchil how he intends to deal with someone as threatening as Juntae, pointing out that no amount of resources or talent will matter if they can't handle him. Junchil doesn't flinch. He responds with calm confidence, revealing that he's already thought about Juntae and has a strategy in mind. But there's a catch. His plan depends on one crucial condition. Jinhyuk must be able to defeat Juntae in a fight. He turns to Jinhyuk, his gaze steady, and explains that the entire strategy hinges on Jinhyuk's strength. Hyena and Jinhyuk exchange glances, both processing the weight of Junchil's words. Jinhyuk, curious and a bit skeptical, asks why Junchil is putting this responsibility on him instead of Sango. Junchil explains that Sango is still recovering from his injuries, and it'll be a while before he's strong enough to fight at full capacity. By the time Sango is ready, their chance to act might have slipped away. Junchil then leans in, his voice lowering as he shares something intriguing. He's heard rumors about Jinhyuk's past, specifically, that Jinhyuk once faced Juntae in a fight and walked away alive. If those rumors are true, Junchil believes Jinhyuk could be the key to making his plan work. But if the rumors are false and Jinhyuk isn't strong enough to take on Juntae, Junchil is blunt. They can act like this conversation never happened, and he'll drop the idea. Junchil's confidence shines through as he assures Jinhyuk that as long as he can handle Juntae, the plan is solid. To show how much faith he has in Jinhyuk, Junchil makes a bold promise. If Jinhyuk can defeat Juntae, he's willing to bet everything, his resources, his reputation, his entire vision for the guild on Jinhyuk's success. He repeats that the plan's success depends entirely on Jinhyuk's ability to take down Juntae, emphasizing the high stakes of the decision. Jinhyuk, however, stays cool and collected, his expression unreadable. Instead of jumping in with an answer, he takes a step back and suggests they hear the full details of Junchil's plan first. He explains that he's not ready to commit until he knows exactly what Junchil has in mind. His decision, he says, will depend on how convincing and practical the plan sounds, showing his cautious but open-minded approach to the bold proposal. Junchil wants to know if Jinhyuk believes he can defeat Juntae, but Jinhyuk shifts focus to the plan instead, knowing that his answer depends entirely on it. At the same time, inside a building, the Tyrant Guild leader, Jo Wonchul, flies into a rage and strikes a Titan Guild member, sending him crashing to the floor. Jo Wonchul reflects on how, after the recent backlash from the Allron incident, he expected the other guilds to keep a low profile. Yet, during this lull, the Titan Guild begins moving aggressively, encroaching on their territory. Enraged, he vows to tear them all apart. Back at Jinhyuk's residence, Junchil sits down and outlines his plan. He intends to draw the Tyrant Guild into the conflict, aiming to pit one fire against another. Given that the Tyrant Guild remains a formidable force, far stronger than the Titan Guild, and led by an S-rank hunter like Jo Wonchul, they stand a real chance of matching the Titan Guild blow for blow. Though Hyena expresses concern over the current state of the Tyrant Guild following the Allron incident and doubts their willingness to wage war, Junchil remains confident. He explains that forcing them to act is simpler than it seems, as the Titan Guild has recently been expanding into areas that originally belonged to the Tyrant Guild. While other guilds have made similar moves, Titan's actions have been excessive. The Tyrant Guild likely already resents them deeply. With just the right provocation, Jinhyuk and Hyena come to understand that the Tyrant Guild would waste no time in retaliating. Hyena brings up the idea of releasing something, and at that exact moment, Jinhyuk says the same thought had just crossed his mind. Junchul becomes curious and wants to know what they are talking about, but Jinhyuk quickly brushes it off, saying it isn't anything too serious. He then casually reveals that during the Ulron incident involving the Tyrant Guild, it was actually them who leaked the information. This revelation leaves Junchul completely stunned. He now understands why the Titan Guild has been moving with such certainty, as if they already knew everything in advance. It all starts to make sense to him now. Junchul believes that this information alone is more than enough to provoke the Tyrant Guild into action. Once they find out about the leak, they will surely go straight after the Titan Guild. With the two powerful guilds fighting each other, Junchul's strategy becomes clear. He plans to take advantage of the chaos created by their conflict. While the two sides are focused on each other, they will move in from the outside and quietly take down Titan's key leaders, Han Young-sik and Kang Junti. This is the core of the plan that Junchul has put together. He turns to Jinhyuk and asks for his opinion, wanting to know if he is ready to give his answer. Jinhyuk finally agrees to join forces with him. Hyena then follows up by pointing out that this decision likely confirms the beginning of a new guild, and Jinhyuk confirms it with a simple answer. He then says he would like to suggest a name for their new guild. Inspired by mythology, he recommends they name it after the temple of the gods who once overthrew the Titans. The name he chooses is Pantheon. Junchul and Hyena both show genuine admiration for the name and agree that it fits perfectly. Junchul suggests that they should not waste any more time and begin moving immediately. He asks Hyena to leak the information to the Tyrant Guild as soon as possible, and while doing so, she should also keep an eye out for anyone in the Titan Guild who might be unhappy and willing to switch sides. Hyena agrees to take on the task without hesitation. Junchul also mentions that he will start preparing the necessary supplies they had talked about earlier. Jinhyuk then asks about the role he needs to play in all this. Junchul tells him there is something specific he would like him to handle. Seo Sango is currently unable to make any moves, and even though the pursuit might stop once the two guilds go to war, Junchul wonders if there's a way to fully distract everyone's attention in the meantime. Jinhyuk thinks for a moment and says he may have an idea to make that happen. At the same time, members of the Titan Guild manage to track down Jinhyuk and Hyena, receiving intel that the two are escaping in the direction of Sector D. One of the guild members quickly relays the information to the other teams, instructing them to move toward that sector. The rest of the teams receive the update and immediately begin their pursuit, heading straight for Sector D with urgency. Meanwhile, Jung Dae-yoon watches as the Titan Guild members rush past him in a frenzy. Jinhyuk, standing nearby, takes a moment to acknowledge Dae-yoon's efforts, noting how every time he witnesses Dae-yoon's ability in action, he is reminded of how incredibly realistic and effective the illusions are. He gives credit where it's due, recognizing that it's thanks to those illusions that they've managed to buy themselves some valuable time. Dae-yoon responds by saying he's happy to be of help. Dae-yoon then brings up the situation within the Titan Guild, expressing curiosity about the rebellion he has heard rumors of. Jinhyuk explains that Han Young-sik made a move to remove Seo Sango from power. Dae-yoon quickly connects the dots and realizes this must be the reason Sango is now here. Jinhyuk confirms it, explaining that Sango had asked for assistance and that he had agreed to help. As a result, the Titan Guild is now sending its forces after them, treating them as threats to be eliminated. He mentions how he was nearly killed during one of the encounters, specifically by Kang Junti, who was hunting him. This revelation shocks Dae-yoon, especially knowing that Kang Junti is a powerful S-rank hunter. However, Jinhyuk assures him that he is not worried anymore, as he now feels confident in his ability to deal with Junti if necessary. Jinhyuk then shares the real reason he asked Dae-yoon to meet. He explains that they are in the process of forming a new guild with the goal of standing up against the overwhelming power of Titan. After laying everything out clearly, he asks Dae-yoon if he is willing to join them in their cause. At the Tyrant Guild's Branch 3, Ju Wonchul receives a report from one of his subordinates. The member informs him that the Titan Guild is responsible for the death of the Ulron, and that they were the ones who leaked the incident to the media. According to the report, The information was handed over by Sango's own secretary, who claims that Sango no longer cares about what happens in the guild since he is planning to leave anyway and is now only interested in securing money for himself. The details reveal that on the night of the incident, Titan Guild operatives infiltrated the area with the goal of stealing an artifact. During the operation, the Ulron ended up being killed. Instead of facing the consequences, they quickly leaked the news to the press to shape the narrative and distract from their true intentions. As Ju Wunchul listens to the report, his expression darkens. He bites his lower lip in frustration and rage, cursing the Titan Guild under his breath. Ju Wunchul makes it clear that he refuses to sit back and watch things unfold in Titan Guild's favor. He orders his subordinate to immediately gather everyone available, anyone who can be summoned at that moment. With the situation escalating to this point, he decides that waiting is no longer an option. They must strike first. From this moment forward, he officially declares war on the Titan Guild. Over at the Titan Guild headquarters, a guild member rushes into Youngsik's office, where both Youngsik and Kang Junti are present. He delivers urgent news that the Tyrant Guild has launched an invasion into their territory. Youngsik, caught off guard, speculates that this might be an act of revenge for the territory Tyrant Guild had previously lost. However, the guild member quickly clarifies that it goes beyond that. Ju Wunchul himself is leading the attack, and he has formally declared war against Titan. The gravity of the situation hits Youngsik hard. He snaps at the subordinate for not mentioning such critical information first and demands to know Ju Wunchul's current location. The subordinate responds that their guild members are already out in the field trying to stop him. Out on the streets, chaos unfolds. Ju Wunchul unleashes his strength without hesitation. He punches a moving bus and sends it flying toward a group of Titan Guild members, forcing them to leap out of the way to avoid being crushed. Without pausing, Ju Wunchul closes the distance and overwhelms them in combat, swiftly taking them down with raw power and precision. Back in the office, the guild member explains to Youngsik that every squad they dispatch is being wiped out, making it nearly impossible to keep track of Ju Wunchul's movements. Kang Junti comments that he had a feeling something was wrong all along. He says the situation had been far too quiet, and there was no way someone like Ju Wunchul would just take a loss without retaliating. He expected a counterattack at some point. In response, Youngsik becomes irritated and snaps at Junti, saying this isn't a joke and there's nothing funny about what's happening. He points out that if things continue like this, both of them could end up dead. He insists that they need to report the situation to the Hunter Association and have them step in to put a stop to the fighting. But before anything can be done, the guild member speaks up again. He explains that the association already knows what's happening but has done very little about it. Instead of taking action, they've only issued a public warning. It seems clear they have no plans to get directly involved. Junti scoffs at this, saying it's just like the association to stay out of conflicts like this. From their perspective, this is probably the perfect opportunity to let the powerful and chaotic guilds tear each other down and weaken themselves. Youngsik, growing more concerned, tells the guild member to try a different approach. He instructs him to request help from the association by pointing out that civilians are in danger and could get hurt. But the guild member responds that even that won't work. At the same time, an emergency evacuation order is being broadcast across the city. Authorities announce that an intense battle is taking place in District 9 between the Titan Guild and the Tyrant Guild. Residents in nearby areas are told to evacuate immediately and move to safe zones. Panic spreads quickly. The streets are in complete chaos as people run in all directions, desperate to escape the danger. Amid the confusion, a young girl is seen beside her mother, who lies unconscious on the ground. The girl cries for help, clearly terrified and unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, a member of the Tyrant Guild is locked in a fierce fight with a Titan Guild member, using powerful flame-based attacks. The fighters show no concern for the civilians nearby, and one of the fire attacks heads straight toward the young girl. She stands frozen, about to be hit. At that critical moment, Jin-hyuk suddenly appears. He steps in just in time and neutralizes the incoming fire attack before it can harm the child. His face shows clear anger, not just at the recklessness of the fighters, but also at how close the girl came to dying. He crouches down and reassures the girl, telling her that everything is going to be okay now and that she no longer has to be afraid. Jin-hyuk quickly takes charge of the situation and instructs Hyena to lead the civilians to safety. He emphasizes that their highest priority right now is to protect innocent lives. Hyena acknowledges his authority as the guild master and immediately relays the order to the other members of their newly formed Pantheon Guild. She declares that their very first mission as an official guild is to protect the civilians, making it clear that this duty comes before anything else. Back at the Titan Guild headquarters, one of the guild members brings urgent news to Young-sik. He reports that a new guild has appeared on the scene and is actively helping civilians evacuate. The guild is called Pantheon. The name doesn't ring any bells for Young-sik, who admits he's never heard of them before. Kang Junti, however, reacts with skepticism. He suggests that this might be a tactic by some mid-tier guild trying to use the chaos as an opportunity to rise in status and gain recognition. He says it's common for smaller or lesser-known guilds to jump into high-profile conflicts to make a name for themselves. But Young-sik urges him to hold on and think it through more carefully. He points out that the actions of this new guild seem far too deliberate. He suspects that they may have ties to Sango or even to Jin-hyuk. Something about the name Pantheon keeps bothering him. He goes on to explain that in Greek mythology, the Pantheon refers to the temple of the gods who defeated and replaced the Titans. The symbolism, he says, seems intentional, as if this new guild is directly challenging the Titan Guild by name and by purpose. Kang Junti starts to put the pieces together and agrees that it's suspicious. The fact that Pantheon suddenly emerged at the exact same time Tyrant Guild launched their surprise war feels too convenient. It suggests that this isn't just a random coincidence. They both begin to suspect that the Pantheon Guild may have been supporting or working with Tyrant Guild behind the scenes all along. Just then, Young-sik receives a call from one of the operatives in the field. The voice on the other end reports that they have successfully tracked Ju Wonchul's movement pattern. Based on the current trajectory and pace, it's clear that Ju Wonchul is heading directly toward the Titan Guild's main headquarters. Upon hearing this, Young-sik turns to Kang Junti and tells him that Ju Wonchul is on his way. With the situation reaching its breaking point, he says that it's time to end things once and for all. He looks to Junti and asks if he's ready to take on Ju Wonchul. Kang Junti, filled with confidence, assures him without hesitation. He says that Ju Wonchul is charging straight toward his own end, and there's no need for concern. With cold resolve, he declares that the Titan Guild headquarters will become Ju Wonchul's final resting place, that this will be where it all ends for him. A fierce battle is unfolding in the middle of the street. One of the Tyrant Guild members is seen clashing with a Titan Guild member, striking with force and confidence. As they fight, the Tyrant member mocks his opponent, making a sarcastic remark about how weak the Titan Guild seems to be. But before he can say more, another Titan Guild member suddenly appears and lands a heavy blow on him, cutting his words short. The Titan fighter comments that the Tyrant member talks far too much without backing it up. From his perspective, the individual members of Tyrant Guild don't seem all that powerful, but the problem is that there are just too many of them attacking at once, making it difficult to hold them back. Elsewhere in the area, two Titan Guild members prepare to unleash a powerful attack. They conjure a large magical circle in the air, which begins to glow and hum with energy. From the circle, several massive fireballs are launched and sent flying through the air. The fireballs crash into nearby buildings, causing loud explosions. The structures begin to shake, and large pieces of debris rain down onto the streets below. Panic erupts as civilians scream and scatter in all directions, trying to find cover from the falling rubble. In the midst of the chaos, Junchul steps forward with a calm but commanding presence. He positions himself between the frightened civilians and the collapsing buildings. He raises his voice to reassure them, telling them not to panic. He promises that the hunters from their side will protect everyone and urges them to use this moment to escape while they still can. He guides them toward the evacuation route, saying that once they reach safety, they will be out of harm's way. As the civilians begin to flee, Junchul speaks again, this time with a firm sense of pride. He tells them that if they ever find themselves in danger like this again, especially caught in a violent conflict between guilds, they should remember that there is one guild that will always come to protect them. He shows them the name of their guild and asks them to remember it well, the name of a guild that exists not for power or fame, but for the people. The civilians look at him with surprise and confusion, whispering among themselves and wondering who this new guild is and where they came from. Many of them have never heard the name before, Pantheon. A short while later, Junchil receives word that an officer from the Hunter Association has arrived on the scene. The officer walks up to him and asks if he was the one who led the evacuation efforts. He explains that because of Junchil and his guild's quick action, a major disaster was avoided, and many lives were saved. The officer says that the association will take over from this point onward. Junchil responds humbly, saying there is no need for thanks. He simply did what anyone should do in a situation like this, what was right. The officer, clearly surprised, admits that he didn't expect to find a guild that genuinely cares about the safety of civilians. He then asks for the name of Junchil's guild. Junchil answers plainly and proudly, saying that they are a newly formed group called Pantheon. Junchil is seen walking away from the scene with a hardened expression on his face. He speaks to one of his subordinates in frustration, clearly annoyed by how things unfolded. He complains about how the Hunter Association arrived far too late, only showing up after most of the damage had been prevented by their guild. He expresses his anger over how the association tried to smooth things over with meaningless words and pretended to take credit, even though they did nothing during the crucial moments. The subordinate tries to ease the tension by pointing out that despite everything, they have still achieved a significant part of their mission. Junchil pauses, and after a moment he agrees. He admits that their true objective wasn't just about stopping destruction, it was about giving their new guild a strong and trustworthy public image. Now, thanks to their efforts, the civilians see them in a positive light, and even the association seems to acknowledge them. Their message has been heard. From this point on, the rest of the plan depends on their guild master, Jinhyuk. Earlier in the day, Jinhyuk had gathered with Hyena and Junchil for a private discussion about their next steps. He explained that since the ongoing conflict was now a full-scale war between two of the largest guilds, it would naturally become very destructive. And because the fighting was happening inside the city, there was no way to avoid putting innocent civilians in danger. He emphasized that their guild's first and most important mission must be to protect civilians at all costs. In doing so, they would not only help save lives, but also build a strong and honorable image for Pantheon in the eyes of the public. Junchil agreed and added that while they are doing everything they can to keep civilians safe, what they really need is a way to end the war entirely. He pointed out that unless the conflict is resolved, more people will continue to suffer. Jinhyuk, with a calm but determined expression, told Junchil not to worry about that part, he had already prepared a solution. Just then, Jinhyuk received a phone call. He answered it and asked how the request was progressing. The voice on the other end informed him that things were going just as expected. Junchil was heading straight toward Titan Guild's main headquarters. Jinhyuk confirmed the update and replied that he would begin moving now. He hung up the call and prepared to leave. Hyena, watching closely, asked who he had just spoken to. Jinhyuk explained that he had asked Young Dae-yoon to track Junchil's movements. Curious, Hyena asked why that was necessary. Jinhyuk then told her that if Junchil and Kang Junhee were to end up fighting each other inside the city, the scale of destruction would be unimaginable. He noted that these two men were both powerful S-rank hunters, and a battle between them could cause massive devastation. Hyena nodded in agreement, saying that if the two clashed, the city would almost certainly be reduced to ruins. She also noted that in such a fight, one of them would definitely end up dead. Still, she seemed uncertain and wondered aloud whether things would truly go that far. That's when Jinhyuk revealed the truth. He explained that Junchil was indeed heading straight for the Titan Guild's headquarters. This shocked Hyena, who hadn't expected the conflict to escalate that quickly. Jinhyuk then added that since both of them would be in the same place, he intended to strike while the opportunity presented itself. He was planning to take them both out at once. Hyena was visibly shaken. She had always known that Jinhyuk was strong, stronger than most, but the idea of him going up against two S-rank hunters all by himself seemed like something beyond belief. Jinhyuk calmly assures Hyena and Junchil that he will handle the two powerful S-rank hunters himself. He tells them that their responsibility now is to stay focused on protecting the civilians and making sure no innocent lives are caught in the crossfire. Hyena nods in agreement, but she can't hide her concern. She tells Jin-hyuk to be careful, her voice filled with worry. Jin-hyuk, however, leaps high into the air with ease, his figure vanishing into the distance as he heads toward the battlefield. As he moves, he remarks sharply that the only ones who need to be worried right now are the guilds themselves, Titan and Tyrant. Hyena watches him disappear, her heart heavy, but she knows they have to believe in Jin-hyuk and focus on their own task. There's no time for hesitation now. All they can do is trust that Jin-hyuk will return safely once everything is over. Meanwhile, at the heavily guarded base of the Titan Guild, things are quickly spiraling into chaos. 2 guards stationed outside the building catch sight of a figure approaching fast. As the figure gets closer, both guild members immediately recognize who it is. It's Ju Wonchul, the leader of the Tyrant Guild. The shock is instant. One of the guards urgently tells the other to contact the control room. The second member does so right away, sending a distress signal and calling for immediate backup. But before the situation can be fully communicated, everything changes. In just a blink, Ju Wonchul closes the distance and knocks one of the guild members out with a powerful strike, sending him flying backward. With a cold, focused expression, Ju Wonchul states that he doesn't care to waste time on weaklings. He charges straight at the second member and tells him flatly that if he doesn't want to die on the spot, he should summon the guild master immediately. The remaining member, trembling in fear, tries to relay the message to the control room once more. But just as he starts to speak, he too is struck down by Ju Wonchul without hesitation. Elsewhere in the building, deep within Titan's command floor, Young-sik is seen answering a call from the panicked guards. He listens as they report that Ju Wonchul has breached the premises and is demanding to face the leadership. Young-sik remains composed and tells the caller to just hold out for a little longer. He promises to head down shortly and deal with it himself. After the call ends, Kang Junti smirks slightly and shakes his head. He expresses disbelief that Ju Wonchul would be so reckless as to march right into enemy territory, practically inviting his own death. He then turns to Young-sik and confidently says that there's no need for him to interfere. He will personally handle the situation. With fire in his eyes, Junti vows that he will defeat Ju Wonchul and bring back the head of the Tyrant Guild Master as a gift. A breaking news broadcast flashes across every screen in the city, urgently reporting that a full-scale war has erupted between 2 powerful guilds right in the heart of the city. Civilians across various neighborhoods are shown watching the live news with worried expressions. The broadcast continues with a grave tone, announcing that to reduce potential casualties, the police and the Hunter Association have initiated a regional lockdown. All traffic is being blocked from entering or leaving the affected zones, and the areas where the battle is most intense have been sealed off completely. In addition to the lockdown, emergency shelters have been opened across the city for the safety of civilians. The Hunter Association urges any civilians who are still within the designated danger zones to follow evacuation orders immediately and head to the nearest safe point according to official guidance. Meanwhile, chaos continues to unfold at the Titan Guild's headquarters. Titan Guild members are desperately trying to hold off the advancing Ju Wonchul, but it is clear they are severely outmatched. Ju Wonchul, powerful and unrelenting, pushes through them effortlessly, mocking their resistance. With a sharp tone and fierce glare, he asks if they truly believe they have any chance of stopping him. His voice booms through the battlefield as he declares that Titan has already fallen. If these so-called elite members are its last line of defense, then the guild is as good as dead. Among the remaining Titan members, one urges the others to retreat, realizing that there's no way they can stand against an S-rank hunter like Ju Wonchul with just their current forces. But another member yells back in defiance, refusing to give up. He insists that if they retreat now, Titan Guild is finished for good. He reminds them that they have to hold the line, even if it costs them everything, at least until their new guild master arrives. With renewed determination, the remaining Titan members launch a desperate charge at Ju Wonchul. But their efforts are quickly crushed. In moments, every single one of them is taken down, their bodies either unconscious or incapacitated. Ju Wunchul stands tall amid the wreckage of battle, staring down the guild's headquarters with disdain. He comments that Seo Sango must have changed a lot if his once proud guild is now reduced to this level of failure. His voice rises into a furious shout as he demands that Sango stop hiding like a coward and face him. If Sango won't come out, then Ju Wunchul threatens to level the entire building brick by brick. Just then, a heavy aura surges from within the base. The ground shakes slightly as a powerful figure bursts from the building. Kong Junti appears, his expression filled with fury and confidence. He moves forward in a blur, placing himself between Ju Wunchul and the guild building. His tone is cold and sharp as he tells Ju Wunchul that he's been making a mess for long enough, asking if someone gave him permission to run wild on their turf. Meanwhile, on the battlefield just outside the Titan Guild's headquarters, Ju Wunchul narrowed his eyes as he saw Junti stepping forward to confront him. With a sharp tone, he questioned why Junti was the one standing in front of him instead of Sango. Junti didn't bother responding with explanations. Instead, he suddenly lunged forward, launching a powerful strike that Ju Wunchul swiftly dodged. But Junti wasn't finished. He grabbed hold of Wunchul mid-motion, using his momentum to hurl him through the air like a ragdoll. As he did, Junti declared with confidence that it was because he had now become the new guild master of the Titan Guild. Ju Wunchul was flung back with great force, crashing straight through a massive tree. The impact shattered wood and bark, but he managed to control his body mid-air, landing in a crouched position without losing his footing. As he stood upright, brushing off the dirt, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He had not expected Junti to have taken over the guild. With suspicion and curiosity, he asked what happened to Sango. Junti smirked with disdain and coldly replied that Wunchul could ask Sango himself when he meets him in the afterlife. Ju Wunchul let out a booming laugh, amused and enraged at the same time. He fired back, saying that Junti would be the one heading to the afterlife today. With that, the air between them cracked with tension as the two S-rank hunters shot forward, their movements blurring as they charged straight at each other. The moment of their clash sent shockwaves through the air, a collision of immense power that signaled the true peak of the guild war. Meanwhile, just outside the crumbling battlefield, young Seek appeared at the scene, rushing out from the building with a fellow Titan member at his side. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the battlefield littered with the defeated bodies of their own comrades. Disturbed by the sight, he asked his subordinate if they could call in the clerics to tend to the wounded. The guild member shook his head with frustration, explaining that the clerics had already been deployed to support other fronts in the ongoing battles across the city. With every branch of the Titan Guild engaged in war, all their remaining resources had been spread thin, including the last of their fighters stationed at the main base. As young Seek absorbed this grim reality, it struck him. Ju Wunchul had waited until the Titan Guild was fully distracted, until their soldiers were stretched to the limit before launching a solo assault on the main headquarters. It was a move too perfectly timed to be coincidence. Young Seek clenched his fists as he realized that this war wasn't the goal, it was only a grand diversion. Ju Wunchul had orchestrated the chaos across the city just to create an opening for himself, allowing him to infiltrate the heart of Titan territory when it was most vulnerable. A plan that reckless shouldn't have been possible. But this was the power of an S-rank, someone capable of rewriting the rules of battle and making the unthinkable real. And now, everything would come down to the result of one decisive confrontation, the head-on clash between Ju Wunchul and Kong Junti. The war would be settled not by armies, but by the might of two elite hunters. Meanwhile, deep underground, in a sealed-off dungeon surrounded by ancient symbols and faint magical light, Lucia sat hunched over a complex magical diagram. She had been analyzing the ancient circle for days, hoping to find a way back to her original dimension. However, despite all her efforts, there were still too many gaps in her understanding. She sighed and muttered to herself that if she could just crack the secrets of the magic circle, she could finally return home. Still, she paused for a moment, glancing toward the small pile of snacks beside her. There was a bittersweet look in her eyes as she admitted to herself that if she really did leave, she wouldn't get to enjoy these snacks anymore. With a soft smile, she decided that, for now, she should savor the treats while she still could. Then, a different concern crossed her mind. Jinhyuk had been gone for quite a while. He had boldly said he didn't need backup, but she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Was he really okay out there? Yet, she knew better than anyone how far Jinhyuk had come. Compared to before, he had grown immensely, probably stronger than even those S-rank hunters by now. Wonchul rushes forward and launches a powerful attack at Junti. In response, Junti spins his lance rapidly, creating a blur of movement as he blocks the blow with precise timing. Without wasting a moment, Junti leaps into the air and counters with a fierce strike aimed directly at Wonchul. Wonchul quickly conjures a magical shield to block the incoming attack. The collision of their powers sends a massive shockwave outward, and the force crashes into a nearby building, causing it to collapse with a thunderous impact. From a distance, Jinhyuk watches the destruction unfold. His eyes narrow as he takes in the scale of the chaos. He realizes now, more than ever, that the power of an S-rank hunter is like a force of nature, a disaster that moves with a human will but brings ruin like a storm. Watching the damage firsthand, he finally understands the meaning of that comparison. As a massive piece of the crumbling building begins to fall, Jinhyuk doesn't hesitate. He charges straight toward it, gripping his bat tightly. The weapon is swirling with a vibrant aura. In the past, he knows he would never have dared to step into a fight like this. But now the situation is different. He leaps up and swings with all his strength, smashing the bat into the falling structure. The impact is massive, and the debris is obliterated midair before it can cause more harm. Confidence flows through him. He is not who he once was. Meanwhile, the brutal clash between Junti and Wonchul continues. Their blows are so powerful that they tear through the environment, shattering buildings and wrecking the battlefield around them. Wonchul begins to acknowledge that Junti is tougher than he expected, while Junti mocks Wonchul for pretending to be strong when, deep down, he is full of fear. Suddenly, both of them hear a voice from above, telling them to stay right where they are. They glance upward just in time to see a massive bat crashing down from the sky, aimed at both of them. Reacting quickly, they each jump back and narrowly avoid the hit. The ground where they stood is smashed to rubble by the bat's force. As the dust settles, it becomes clear that Jinhyuk is the one who launched the attack. He stands tall and unbothered, admitting that it's a shame he missed. He had hoped to take both of them out in one strike. Wonchul looks at him with confusion. He doesn't recognize this newcomer. He tries to figure out who Jinhyuk is, wondering how someone with such powerful energy could be unknown. It almost feels like S-rank energy, and he finds it hard to believe that there's someone like Jinhyuk in Korea that he hasn't heard about. Jinhyuk turns his attention toward Junti, casually pointing out that it's been a long time. Junti sneers and mocks him, calling him the weakling who once ran away after being beaten. While this exchange happens, Wonchul studies Jinhyuk more closely and senses the dangerous pressure radiating from him. It confirms his suspicion. Jinhyuk is not someone to be taken lightly. Jinhyuk's gaze sharpens as he stares directly at Wonchul. He remembers the horrible things he's heard, that this man is responsible for sacrificing countless innocent women to a creature like Ulron. Jinhyuk's expression grows darker as he speaks, reminding both of them of the destruction they have caused. The city around them lies in ruins, and ordinary people are trapped in the middle of their senseless war. He points out that people are suffering and being injured while they fight without care. He challenges them to look at the damage and reflect, asking if they feel no guilt for what they've done. Junti scoffs at the idea and shows no remorse. He belittles the civilians, referring to them as worthless insects. He even mocks the idea of protecting them by comparing their deaths to something meaningless, like bugs getting crushed underfoot. He claims he never expected someone like Jinhyuk to appear acting self-righteous, just like Sango. Hearing this, Jinhyuk's patience snaps. He tightly grips his bat, his aura flaring out with intensity. His body radiates pure energy as he makes up his mind. These two aren't just reckless, they are heartless. He now sees them as worse than beasts. With his bat trembling in his hand, Jinhyuk thanks them. Their lack of remorse has made things easier. There's no doubt in his mind anymore. He can now strike them down with no hesitation, no regret. Junti hears Jin-hyuk's words and pauses, unsure if he misunderstood what was just said. With growing irritation, he asks who exactly is planning to kill whom. He then turns to Wonchul and casually tells him to wait, stating that he'll handle Jin-hyuk first. Wonchul smirks and agrees without protest, thinking this turn of events is working out in his favor. If Junti and Jin-hyuk end up fighting and wearing each other down, he'll have the upper hand without lifting a finger. Jin-hyuk, however, shows no hesitation and says he has no problem taking them both on at once. That remark triggers Junti's rage. He charges forward with his spear glowing with energy and thrusts it at Jin-hyuk. But Jin-hyuk calmly raises a defensive shield that effortlessly blocks the powerful strike. The sudden and easy deflection surprises Junti, who didn't expect such a strong defense. Without missing a beat, Jin-hyuk swings his bat in a powerful counterattack. As he moves, he speaks with confidence, questioning Junti's shock and reminding him that he hasn't even started fighting seriously yet. Junti attempts to block the bat's swing with his spear, but the overwhelming force sends him flying backward across the battlefield. Wonchul watches this unfold with wide eyes, surprised at how easily Junti was overpowered. Jin-hyuk wastes no time and dashes forward, closing the gap between him and Junti. His bat now crackles with lightning, radiating a fierce energy. Junti tries to dodge, narrowly avoiding the full blow, but still gets grazed across the face. He retaliates with a sharp spear strike, but Jin-hyuk parries the attack and gracefully leaps back to reset the distance. Junti wipes the blood off his cheek and admits that Jin-hyuk has definitely gotten stronger than he ever expected. He says it's a shame he didn't finish Jin-hyuk off back then when he had the chance. Jin-hyuk simply chuckles at the admission. He knows Junti must be regretting it now. But Junti denies it, declaring that, regardless of the situation, Jin-hyuk will still die by his hands. Jin-hyuk's expression hardens as he responds, saying that the day he barely escaped from Junti's grasp, he swore to become stronger. And now he's returned not just for revenge, but to kill the one who humiliated him. Junti's confidence begins to waver. He finds the situation increasingly troublesome, especially now that Jin-hyuk's power has become undeniable. Then, a thought strikes Junti. He narrows his eyes and makes a realization Jin-hyuk must have taken the Allron elixir. Wonchul, still watching nearby, snaps his attention to the conversation when he hears the name. He demands to know why the Allron elixir is being brought up. Junti quickly explains that Jin-hyuk was the one who killed the Allron and took the powerful elixir. Wonchul's eyes flare with fury. The moment he confirms it, rage surges through him. He shouts at Jin-hyuk and demands to know if it's true that he was the one who stole the elixir. In response, Jin-hyuk calmly reaches into his pocket and pulls out a glowing pill. With a small, satisfied smirk, he holds it up and asks if this is what they're talking about. That's all the confirmation Wonchul needs. Consumed by rage, he launches himself at Jin-hyuk with a powerful punch, aiming to crush him. But Jin-hyuk reacts swiftly, twisting his body and leaping high into the air with a smooth motion. Wonchul stares in disbelief, stunned by how Jin-hyuk was able to evade his full-powered attack so easily from that angle. Jin-hyuk notices a drone hovering overhead while he is still midair. The drone, operated by the media, streams the battle live to the public. The broadcast reports that the city center has become a complete war zone, with buildings reduced to rubble. It also highlights that a new hunter has appeared on the battlefield. Although his identity remains unknown, he is seen holding his ground against two powerful S-rank hunters. Watching the broadcast from a civilian safety zone, Hyena remarks that everything is going according to plan. With the media now on site and broadcasting the battle, the stage is set exactly as they intended. Junti continues to observe the battle unfolding before him, unable to hide his growing astonishment. The way Jin-hyuk effortlessly weaves through Wonchul's fierce attacks, parrying and countering with sharp precision, leaves a powerful impression on him. Each move speaks volumes about Jin-hyuk's development, and Junti silently acknowledges that something has clearly changed. Jin-hyuk has grown immensely strong enough to push back someone of Wonchul's caliber without even breaking a sweat. Wonchul, after taking a clean hit to the ribs from Jin-hyuk, crashes violently to the ground, sending dust flying in all directions. He quickly rises to his feet, his expression darkening with a mix of anger and disbelief. The force of the blow seems to sting not just physically, but also his pride, as though Jinhyuk's strikes carried an underlying message of condescension. Determined to prove otherwise, Wonchul refuses any interference and powers up, his body radiating a monstrous surge of energy. With a thunderous yell, he charges head-on toward Jinhyuk, fists swinging in a rapid barrage meant to overwhelm. Yet Jinhyuk remains composed, slipping through every strike with practiced ease, and retaliates with a devastating blow directly to Wonchul's chest, forcing the older hunter back several paces, reeling and wide-eyed. The disbelief in Wonchul's eyes grows deeper, as he begins to question whether Jinhyuk is truly achieving this level of force without the aid of any weapon. Before Wonchul can regain his stance, Jinhyuk closes the distance, this time wielding a metal bat with deadly intent. Wonchul barely manages to raise his arms to block the incoming strike, but the force still sends a tremor through his bones. Just as Jinhyuk is about to follow through, Junti unexpectedly launches a sneak attack from the side, attempting to land a decisive hit. Jinhyuk reacts instantly, turning his bat toward Junti. The weapon meets Junti's spear with a brutal clash, shattering the spear in an instant and sending Junti crashing to the ground beside Wonchul from the sheer impact. Bruised and momentarily winded, Junti scrambles up as Wonchul casts a sidelong glance at him. Realizing that their individual efforts might not be enough, Wonchul proposes a temporary alliance, just long enough to bring Jinhyuk down. Despite the bruised pride between them, Junti agrees. The two S-rank hunters, each powerful in their own right, now stand united believing that even if Jinhyuk has grown stronger, the combined might of two top-ranked elites should be more than enough to overpower him. Meanwhile, the live broadcast continues to deliver real-time updates across media platforms, capturing every twist in the chaos that now consumes the battlefield. The anchors confirm the identities of the combatants as Junti and Wonchul, two well-known S-rank hunters, but the third figure, Jinhyuk, remains unverified. The media notes that despite the chaos between the major guilds, the emergence of this mysterious new hunter has caught the attention of both viewers and officials alike. Far from the battlefield, Seo Sango finally stirs from a deep, uninterrupted slumber. He sits up, feeling surprisingly well-rested, noting that it's been an incredibly long time since he slept that soundly. As he prepares himself for the day, a strange sense of unease settles in. The world outside has clearly moved on while he rested. He places a call to Hyena, seeking clarity. Hyena, answering the call with a mix of urgency and relief, informs him of the current situation. During the time he was asleep, a full-blown war erupted between the Titan and Tyrant guilds. The city has essentially transformed into a war zone. Sango listens in stunned silence as Hyena reveals even more shocking news. Jinhyuk has founded a new guild, one powerful enough to stand against both Titans, and she is now counted among its earliest members. Sango, still reeling from the sudden shift in events, mutters to himself that he needs to contact Jinhyuk directly and hear the full story from him. However, Hyena quickly intervenes, explaining that Jinhyuk is currently engaged in a fierce battle and likely won't be able to answer any calls at the moment. She tells him that Jinhyuk is fighting both Junti and Wonchul at the same time, two top-tier S-rank hunters. Hearing this, Sango shoots up from his seat, visibly shaken. While he knows Jinhyuk is powerful, the thought of him going toe-to-toe against both of those formidable opponents simultaneously feels like an impossible feat. Without hesitation, Sango demands that Hyena send him the location, insisting he will head there immediately. But Hyena tries to stop him, pointing out that he just woke up and shouldn't be pushing himself so recklessly. Sango, however, remains firm. He believes that the current chaos unfolded in part because of his absence, and that he has no right to sit idly while others are left to fight in his place. Seeing his resolve, Hyena finally gives in and agrees to send him the coordinates. Despite her concern, she expresses genuine relief that he woke up safely, even if his first instinct is to dive back into the fray. As she drives off to carry out her own mission, Hyena reflects quietly to herself. She's worried Sango is clearly pushing beyond his limits, but deep down, she knows that now is not the time to hesitate. They all have their roles to play. Whatever it is she needs to do, it's something only she can accomplish, and she steels herself for what lies ahead. Back on the battlefield, the intensity escalates. Junti unleashes a relentless flurry of attacks aimed at Jinhyuk, but none of them land. Jinhyuk dodges every strike with uncanny precision, reading Junti's moves as though he's seen them all before. The frustration on Junti's face grows as he realizes that Jinhyuk is not just matching his speed and strength, he's predicting his intentions. At the same moment, Wonchul comes charging in from behind, aiming to catch Jinhyuk off guard. He calls out for Junti to move aside, preparing to land a heavy blow. But before either can react, Jinhyuk launches himself high into the air, causing Wonchul's attack to miss its intended target. Instead, it slams into Junti, who manages to block the strike just in time. The force of the blow still rattles him, and with irritation flaring, he snaps at Wonchul for nearly hitting him. Wonchul, unfazed, fires back, telling him to stop whining and drink a mana potion if he still has the strength to complain. He adds that he'll keep Jinhyuk busy in the meantime. Though Junti finds Wonchul's attitude infuriating, he has to admit the man has a point. Never did he imagine he'd be relying on Wonchul of all people in such a critical moment. But the situation has left no room for pride or bickering. As he gulps down a mana potion, Junti recalibrates his mindset. If they pour all their remaining mana into a single, perfectly coordinated attack, they might finally be able to overpower Jinhyuk. Wonchul throws a powerful punch aimed directly at Jinhyuk, putting his full strength behind the strike. But Jinhyuk, calm and composed, effortlessly catches the attack with a single open palm. There's no struggle in his expression, only a cold, sharp glint in his eyes as he holds Wonchul in place. With biting sarcasm, he taunts Wonchul to stop holding back, to hurry up and kill him if he really wants the Allron elixir so badly. He adds that if Wonchul wants to make that fantasy a reality, he should at least put in more effort. Without warning, Jinhyuk's hand snaps forward, twisting Wonchul's wrist with a sickening crack. His voice, still steady, warns that if Wonchul doesn't try harder, he's the one who's going to die here. And with that, Jinhyuk swings his metal bat in a brutal arc, smashing it squarely across Wonchul's face. The blow lands with a loud, bone-crunching impact, and Wonchul is sent flying, crashing violently into the ground. The force of the strike leaves a cloud of dust in the air, and his body lies sprawled and motionless. Junti, standing a few meters away, watches the entire sequence unfold in stunned silence. He expected resistance, maybe even a stalemate, but witnessing Wonchul get flattened so decisively leaves him frozen in disbelief. Jinhyuk, not breaking stride, begins to walk toward the downed hunter. His expression hardens as he approaches, his gaze locked on Wonchul's battered form. With each step, his tone grows colder. He speaks as if declaring a sentence, stating that someone like Wonchul can't be allowed to live. The crimes he has committed are far too severe. He recounts them without hesitation: how Wonchul lured innocent women under false pretenses, kidnapped them, and imprisoned them before offering them up to the Allron as food. Those who resisted were thrown into confinement, silenced and forgotten, while those who obeyed were drowned in a haze of drugs. For these actions, Jinhyuk concludes, there is no forgiveness. Wonchul has to die. Wonchul struggles to comprehend what just happened. The idea that he, a veteran S-rank hunter, could be so easily overpowered by Jinhyuk feels impossible. His pride, shattered just as much as his body, clings to the last remnants of denial. Yet Jinhyuk stands over him, calm and resolute, offering him a final chance, one last moment to speak before it ends. Grasping that brief opportunity, Wonchul forces out his words. He wants to know if Jinhyuk truly intends to kill him over what he saw earlier. He tries to appeal to reason or perhaps desperation, offering Jinhyuk his position, his power, even control of the guild, anything, if only Jinhyuk would spare his life. But Jinhyuk remains unmoved. Power and status hold no sway over him. He has no interest in corrupt negotiations. To him, it is not about political gain or advancement, it's about justice. He believes that people should leave behind a will, not bribes or bargains. His mind was made up the moment he discovered the truth. The moment he saw the imprisoned victims, those innocent lives discarded like nothing for Wunschel's twisted ambitions. As Jin-hyuk raises his sword, Wunschel's disbelief lingers. Even in that final second, he cannot fully accept that Jin-hyuk would end his life for something he considers so small. But Jin-hyuk makes it clear that what he saw is only a fraction of the reasons. There are far more sins ones even Wunschel himself has perhaps forgotten or denied. And with a single, clean motion, Jin-hyuk brings his blade down, ending it. He hopes, quietly, that in whatever lies beyond, Wunschel will face those he wronged and offer them the apologies they were never given in life. From a distance, Junti watches everything unfold. Shock and disbelief spread across his face as he realizes that Wunschel is truly dead. His ally, his peer, struck down without mercy. Panic rises in him, and a thought flashes through his mind: perhaps he should launch a surprise attack. Strike Jin-hyuk from behind while his guard is down. But fear quickly overtakes the impulse. After witnessing what Jin-hyuk just did, Junti questions whether he even stands a chance. If he tries and fails, he could be next. Quietly, he turns and begins to flee, hoping to disappear before Jin-hyuk notices. But it's too late. Jin-hyuk senses his presence and glances over his shoulder, catching sight of Junti slipping away. Without hesitation, he gives chase. The moment Junti realizes he's being pursued, he turns and awkwardly tries to play it off, pretending he never intended to attack, insisting that he wasn't going to interfere today. But before the excuse can finish leaving his mouth, Jin-hyuk is already there, standing before him, cutting off both his escape and his bluff. Jin-hyuk tells him plainly, there's no need to delay. They should settle this now. No more running, no more hesitation, just a clean fight to decide how this ends. Around this moment, Sango and Hyena arrive near the edge of the battlefield. The tension in the air is palpable, the ground still echoing with the residue of mana and violence. Hyena quickly guides Sango through the safest route, pointing out the path that leads to the heart of the conflict. Sango thanks her with firm resolve in his voice, ready to move forward, but Hyena's concern lingers. She urges him to reconsider, unsure whether it's truly necessary for him to step in. Sango, standing firm despite Hyena's concern, tries to help her understand his resolve. He cannot simply sit back and leave everything to Jin-hyuk, not when this entire situation spiraled from choices and consequences that involved him. Even as Hyena pleads with him to rest just a little longer, to let his body recover before diving into another battlefield, Sango gently but firmly pushes past her concern. To him, this is not just another fight. This is one he has to finish with his own hands. Unable to change his mind, Hyena finally relents. She watches him go, her worry etched deep into her expression. But she knows there's no stopping him now. Before he disappears from view, she calls out, reminding him not to overexert himself when he arrives. But Sango, determined and unwavering, brushes it off with a half-smile, assuring her not to worry about him. Inwardly, Sango carries a silent hope that Jin-hyuk will hold on just a little longer. He recalls the words he said to Jin-hyuk, the promise he made. He intends to keep it. Whatever happens, he will be there to fight, to support, to stand beside him. Meanwhile, perched high on the edge of a rooftop, young Sik watches the chaos unfold below. The tension of the battlefield rises like steam from cracked pavement. From his vantage point, he has a clear view of the confrontation but can't quite make out the fighter's face. What he can see, however, is the raw power and precision with which Junti is being driven backstruck and slammed down with overwhelming force. The display leaves him in stunned silence. He expected a duel between two seasoned S-rank hunters, but what he's seeing now feels like a one-sided beatdown. The mystery fighter's strength is abnormal, too refined, too forceful to be ordinary. Young Sik narrows his eyes, trying to piece together the clues. That kind of ability, that confidence in battle, it reminds him of someone. As he watches Junti falter again, reality sets in. The tide has turned, and Junti is no longer in control. Realizing the situation is now beyond salvaging, young Sik makes a decision. Whatever bonds or alliances once existed between him and Junti no longer matter. His ambitions, his desire to create the greatest guild take precedence. Junti has become a liability. He recalls the thorn that once blocked his path. Sango. Back then, as guild master, Sango stood in his way, and Young Sik had taken the necessary steps to remove him. Now, with Junti failing and the mystery fighter gaining dominance, Young Sik decides to cut ties once again. And when the truth finally hits him that the one battling Junti so fiercely is none other than Jinhyuk, his mind races. Still, instead of choosing revenge or confrontation, Young Sik shifts gears. He decides to let Jinhyuk go for now. There's no gain in getting involved directly. His strength lies elsewhere, not in brute force, but in influence. And so, he turns away from the rooftop edge and disappears into the city shadows, already plotting how to manipulate the narrative, how to twist public perception to suit his needs. Hyena, despite her concerns for Sango's health, stops him once more and insists that there's something important she needs to tell him before he rushes off to aid Jinhyuk. At first, Sango doesn't understand the urgency, but she explains that while reviewing the drone footage earlier, she noticed something critical. Young Sik had been spotted standing atop the Titan Guild's building, silently observing everything from above. The moment Sango hears this, a surge of anger and purpose floods through him. Without wasting another second, he makes his way to the rooftop of the Titan building with incredible speed. Upon arriving, he confronts Young Sik directly, grabbing the front of his clothes and demanding an explanation. His voice sharp with betrayal, disbelief, and pent-up rage. The weight of their history crashes down between them in that moment. Young Sik, seemingly unmoved, responds with cold detachment. He claims that the Titan Guild no longer has any need for a leader like Sango. His words cut deep, and Sango is stunned not because of the betrayal, but because of how casually Young Sik tries to justify it. To Young Sik, it was simply a necessary move. He tells Sango that a guild can't grow with a weak, sentimental leader dragging it down. Sango listens, but his heart rejects every word. To Sango, Young Sik's words are nothing more than an attempt to excuse greed and ambition disguised as progress. He counters that whatever Young Sik believes he saved, it was a delusion because now, Titan Guild is on the brink of collapse, not because of weakness, but because of Young Sik's selfish choices. In Sango's eyes, this entire disaster is a direct result of poor judgment. The accusation enrages Young Sik, who violently shrugs off Sango's grip and tries to flee. As he makes his escape, Sango shouts after him, his voice heavy with disappointment. He's tired of being let down by someone who once stood beside him. But Young Sik, while running, burns with frustration. He doesn't understand why Sango can't see the bigger picture, why he can't accept that all of this was for the sake of building something stronger. In his mind, everything would have worked out if Jinhyuk hadn't appeared. Still, Young Sik convinces himself that once he escapes this rooftop, he'll find a way to prove he was right all along. But Sango isn't about to let him go. He gives chase, determined to end the chaos Young Sik has sown and force him to face responsibility for the damage done. Eventually, Sango catches up and strikes Young Sik in the head with the blunt edge of his dagger sword, stopping him cold. As Young Sik collapses, unconscious and defeated, Sango allows himself a moment of stillness. The anger is still there, but the task is done. The traitor has been stopped, and in Sango's mind, the burden of that justice is fulfilled. He doesn't waste any more time. Realizing he's already lost precious moments, he turns and dashes toward the heart of the battlefield, where Jinhyuk still faces his own challenge. Meanwhile, on the blood-soaked battlefield, Jinhyuk has already pushed Junti far past his limit. The once mighty S-rank is now broken and exhausted, lying on the ground with ragged breath, barely able to move. The pressure from Jinhyuk is overwhelming, so absolute that Junti no longer even has the strength to lift his arms. His defeat is undeniable. Jinhyuk, unflinching, stands over him. His sword gleams with resolve as he prepares the final strike, the end of their rivalry, the final goodbye. But Junti, in one last act of desperation, pleads for mercy. He begs for his life, his voice weak and hollow. He promises to give up everything, his position, the Titan Guild, anything if Jinhyuk would just spare him. But Jinhyuk doesn't forget. He remembers the day they last fought, how Junti had defeated him without hesitation or mercy. That day, Jin-hyuk never begged. He fought until his body couldn't move until the very end. That was the difference. And now, with Junti groveling before him, Jin-hyuk makes his stance clear. If Junti wants to live, he should fight for it. But Junti has nothing left. His eyes are empty, his hands trembling. He admits he cannot continue. Even so, Jin-hyuk refuses to let weakness buy forgiveness. With a final swing of his bat, clean and decisive, he ends Junti's life. After Junti dies, Jin-hyuk feels a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing that he has finally managed to stop two S-class hunters on his own. Just then, Sango arrives and immediately asks if he is injured in any way. Jin-hyuk is surprised to see him there and quickly asks when he even woke up. Sango replies that he regained consciousness not long ago and has already recovered, so he tells Jin-hyuk not to worry about him. As Sango takes in the scene, he asks Jin-hyuk to explain what happened. Jin-hyuk admits that it's a long story, but briefly explains that he recently came across an opportunity that allowed him to grow significantly stronger. Thanks to that, he was able to defeat both Wonchul and Junti. Sango is stunned by the revelation, unable to believe that Jin-hyuk could become so powerful in such a short time. Jin-hyuk tells Sango that he will explain everything in detail later, but for now, their priority should be repairing the destruction caused by the battle between the hunters. However, Sango tells him not to worry about it, assuring him that he and Hyena will take care of the damage. Sango then remembers to inform Jin-hyuk that Hyena received a message from the Hunter Association there calling for him. Jin-hyuk is taken aback when he hears his name, confused as to why the association would be summoning him. At the Hunter Association headquarters, preparations are underway for a fitness test. Jin-hyuk is present, having come as requested. He is instructed to destroy incoming drones while simultaneously dodging their attacks. The task shocks him as he wasn't briefed on it beforehand. Before he has time to fully process the situation, the test begins, and multiple drones begin swarming toward him from every direction. Caught off guard, Jin-hyuk tries to keep up with the sudden rules of the test. As he starts dodging the attacks, he quickly realizes how many drones are involved. They come at him from every angle, forcing him to stay on high alert. Later, when Jin-hyuk compares the drone test to his fight with the two S-class hunters, he realizes the test doesn't even count as a warm-up compared to what he had faced back then. Feeling more confident, he quickly shifts his focus and begins attacking the drones while dodging their incoming strikes. In no time, he clears the test completely, moving with speed and precision. The observers are stunned by how fast he completes it, and his performance even sets a new record in the association's history. After the test, a system interface lights up in the room, revealing a woman who begins speaking to him through the display. Jin-hyuk approaches and bluntly asks why she brought him there to go through something like that. The woman responds that what he just underwent is part of the Hunter Association's official procedure to reassess a hunter's true rank. Given that his record now includes defeating two S-class hunters, the association no longer sees it fitting to classify him as a C rank. Despite the explanation, Jin-hyuk remains frustrated. He doesn't see how the test aligns with such a reassessment and grows more irritated by the lack of communication. Unbeknownst to him, everything he's saying and doing is being broadcasted live through a hidden camera embedded in the system interface, drawing the attention of many viewers across the network. When he demands for the door to be opened so he can leave, the woman tries to calm him down, explaining that there's another test left and they still need his cooperation. But Jin-hyuk, fed up with the lack of transparency, refuses to participate any further. Ignoring her, he walks to the door and forcibly breaks it open before stepping out into the corridor. As he makes his way to the main entrance, he's caught off guard by the sight of three fierce-looking men armed with swords blocking the hallway. At first, he assumes they are just escorts, and without much thought, he tells them to step aside so he can pass. But the men stay in place, unmoving. Annoyed, Jin-hyuk warns them again, saying they should move now while he's still being polite, otherwise they might not walk away alive. The two subordinates begin to panic. One quietly asks their leader if they should just step aside, as he senses that Jin-hyuk is not someone they can handle. The other agrees, feeling a strong sense of danger from him. Both are clearly ready to back off, but they wait for their leader's signal. The leader, however, remains silent. Jin-hyuk takes the silence as a clear answer they want to fight. Without hesitation, he charges toward them, ready to take them down. While Jin-hyuk is running toward the three sword-wielding men, something unexpected happens. All of a sudden, the men lower their heads and bow deeply. Jin-hyuk slows down in confusion, not knowing why they have stopped acting aggressively. As he turns to look behind him, he notices that someone important has entered the hallway. From the way everyone behaves and the respectful atmosphere, Jin-hyuk quickly figures out that the person must be someone high-ranking. That man is none other than the chairman of the Hunter Association. The chairman, with a calm and composed presence, steps forward and faces Jin-hyuk. He notices that something might have gone wrong before he arrived, judging from the scene in front of him. Wanting to clear things up properly, the chairman decides to speak directly to Jin-hyuk. He introduces himself formally as No Teksu, the one who oversees the entire Hunter Association. After hearing the introduction, Jin-hyuk finds himself puzzled and frustrated at the same time. He feels unsure why someone as important as the chairman would personally summon someone like him, who is still officially ranked as a C-class hunter. Noticing Jin-hyuk's frustration and the irritation in his eyes, Chairman Teksu gently offers an apology to calm the tension. He then explains that the reason for calling Jin-hyuk to the association is not a test or punishment, but because someone specific had asked to meet him in person. Just then, another man walks into the room. The chairman introduces the new arrival as Cheon Sang-go, who is widely known as the strongest hunter in all of South Korea. The moment Jin-hyuk hears the name, he suddenly remembers that he has come across it before, although he can't recall where exactly. A wave of realization hits him, and he starts to grasp the weight of the situation. Cheon Sang-go thanks Chairman Teksu for arranging the meeting and then steps forward toward Jin-hyuk. At this point, Jin-hyuk still doesn't understand why someone so powerful would want anything to do with him. As Cheon approaches, he extends his hand toward Jin-hyuk in a polite and respectful gesture. Jin-hyuk feels stunned for a moment. He never imagined that one day he would be standing face-to-face with Cheon Sang-go, let alone shaking his hand. Feels surreal, almost like a moment out of a dream. Eventually, Jin-hyuk reaches out and shakes his hand. Cheon then begins to explain why he came. He says that he had seen the footage from the battle between the Titan Guild and the Tyrant Guild. He was impressed by how Jin-hyuk handled himself during that intense conflict, especially how he stood his ground against such overwhelming opponents. That performance is what made Cheon decide to meet Jin-hyuk in person. Jin-hyuk listens closely and feels genuinely honored to receive such recognition from someone like Cheon Sang-go. After sharing his thoughts, Cheon finally reveals the main reason for his visit. He has come to ask Jin-hyuk for a favor. While Sang-go and Hyena are having their own conversation in a quieter corner of the building, Hyena shares a major update with him. She informs Sang-go that, with the official approval of the Hunter Association, the remaining members of both the Tyrant and Titan Guilds have now been merged to form a new group called the Pantheon Guild. Although it is meant to be a new beginning, Hyena admits that she feels somewhat guilty. Her original intention had always been to protect the Titan Guild, not to see it dissolve and become part of something else. However, Sang-go doesn't hold anything against her. He calmly tells Hyena that she doesn't need to feel bad. He believes that disbanding the Titan Guild was the right decision, especially after everything that had happened. He reflects on the past, admitting that he was often too rigid and stuck in his own way of doing things. While he doesn't completely think his choices were wrong, he realizes now that if he had been more open to listening to others, the disasters that unfolded might have been avoided. Because of this, he starts to take personal responsibility for everything that led to the downfall of the Titan Guild. That guilt weighs on him so heavily that he begins to feel like his time as a hunter might be coming to an end. But Hyena doesn't agree with that conclusion. She feels strongly that it would be a waste if someone like Sang-go just walked away from it all. To back her words, she hands him a document to look at, an exclusive hunter contract from the Pantheon Guild. As Sang-go reads it carefully, Hyena explains that the guild needs someone like him more than ever. Even the current guild leader supports the idea of him joining. She wants to know if Sango would consider accepting the offer. It's at that moment Sango realizes that Hyena has already become a member of the newly formed Pantheon Guild herself. Back at the Hunter Association headquarters, things are escalating in a different way. The favor Cheon Sango requests from Jinhyuk turns out to be a simple yet intense one. He wants to fight. Jinhyuk, who is already overwhelmed by the strange turn of events, does not fully understand the reason behind this challenge. Everything feels more bizarre by the moment, but still he prepares himself. Meanwhile, Chairman Teksu and the same female staff member who managed Jinhyuk's earlier test are watching from behind the scenes. They are both surprised that someone like Cheon has come all the way to the association building of his own will. Cheon is rarely seen in public, so this unexpected visit is significant. Chairman Teksu recalls how, after watching Jinhyuk's battle during the Titan-Tyrant conflict, Cheon had said that he might have finally found someone he could fight alongside or possibly someone worthy of being a rival. Even though Jinhyuk doesn't understand Cheon's exact motives, he knows one thing for sure. He is not the type to shy away from a challenge. While the female staff member expresses some concern about what might happen during their fight, Chairman Teksu assures her that it is only a sparring match, and nobody will die from it. The spar then begins. Cheon and Jinhyuk face off. Jinhyuk, filled with determination, decides to give everything he has. Even if Cheon is the strongest hunter in the country, Jinhyuk has his own reasons for pushing back. After all, Cheon is the one who dragged him through all of this, and now Jinhyuk is set on making him feel the pressure too. This fight is his payback. Back where Hyena and Sango are talking, things take a sudden turn. Hyena's phone rings. She answers the call and, almost immediately, her face changes. She looks shocked and disturbed.